I haven't even had a chance to review it. So the risk of hearing all the same arguments again, which I don't want to do. Mr. Freilich, any response to any of that at this particular point?
Yes. I had been in contact with Dr. O'Donnell. He had to review information and he gave me an opinion for trial. That's what the court wanted me to do. I received that. I suppose we could take this up. I'd ask that we take it up at a later date. We're here to do phase 1. This would apply to phase 2 if it even gets to that point. But I haven't had a much of an opportunity to review all of the documentation that was provided. But I know that Dr. O'Donnell apparently has testified in the state of Illinois with regards to the NGI plea and toxicity and opinions on the toxicology of methamphetamine. So all of that, I think we can take up at a later point. I know today we're here for the fact-finding part of this case. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we will take it up at a different time. Okay, then as soon as the jury arrives, we'll get underway. I will instruct them with 601, as I had indicated to the parties I was going to do, and then we'll get underway with opening statements. As I indicated on Friday, opening statements will be limited to 30 minutes each. You'll get a warning at about when you have about 5 minutes left. And anything else from the state? From the defense, Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, then we are in recess until the jury is assembled.
Okay. Good morning. They just as soon as Court TV went live, they were already talking. So haven't had a chance to greet anyone yet, but this is a case out of Wisconsin. I know that the defendant is 25. I thought she was much older. I thought 40-ish, looking from some of the photos of her in her jail uniform. She attacked her lawyer and used that for the thumbnail. Yeah, she sounds like it, but she was found competent to stand trial. So it's a case of somebody may be full of personality disorders, but they know the difference between right and wrong, and so therefore are competent to stand trial. In Wisconsin, they don't have the death penalty, so it's not a death penalty case. I understand that the victim is the defendant's boyfriend, and that she did all sorts of terrible things to his body and left the head and certain parts of his anatomy in a bucket for his mother to find. So, and let's see, the murder took place at the victim's victim. It sounded like he lived with his mother. I'm not sure if she lived with them too, but that's okay. I don't like to know a lot about cases going into a new trial, because then they have to try to convince me that this person is guilty. Now, I don't know what the evidence is, but she sounds like she's a real peach from attacking her lawyer and so forth. So let's see. I'm not sure how long this trial is expected to run. I have a court hearing down in Provo on Friday morning, starting early, so I'll have to do some catching up. I'll probably start the trial running before going down to Provo, and then I'll have to ask you guys to tell me what happened. Yeah, and I no doubt we're going to spend lots of hours at the library tomorrow and Thursday organizing for the trial, but that's how it goes, right? So let's see. I'm not sure how long they said, the judge said it would be adjourned until the jury assembled, but they didn't specify when the jury was due to assemble. So let's see. Let's find some footage of her attacking. Let's see. Okay, we got a commercial. Okay, let's. Oh,
Mr. Fraley? No.
The jury's ready?
well, I guess we'll catch the footage of the attack on the previous lawyer later. It sounds like there's another trial which started. I don't know anything about that one, and this one somebody asked about last week when we were finishing up. Our 3 big trials all in one day. So this lawyer or this judge looks skinny, and we don't have a wall of ham. We have some nice wood paneling.
Why don't you stay standing till everybody gets in? I could see you talking about it, so no problem. All right, be seated. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good
Judge
weekend.
Walsh.
The first thing we're going to do here this morning is administer the juror's oath. So I'm going to ask all of you to stand up and raise your right hand.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the issue between the plaintiff and the defendant and a true verdict give according to law and the evidence in court, so help you God.
Have a seat. The next thing I want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is briefly explain to you about the process. We have obviously 16 jurors. There's only going to be 12 that are going to be in deliberations. For those of you who aren't familiar with that process, we have a number of alternates. The purpose of an alternate is to ensure that if someone takes ill or can't return or for any reason finds that they can no longer participate in the process, we will continue to have 12. Because if we drop below 12, the trial has to end and we need to start over. That's why we have 4 extra. At the end of the first phase of this trial, the computer will randomly select 4 of you who are going to be excused and won't participate in the deliberations. That's the purpose of the alternate, and that's the purpose of having 16 instead of 12 right off the bat. I gave you a number of instructions on Friday. And I want to give you one more instruction here this morning to help you better understand the process. In this case, Taylor Schabusiness has entered 2 pleas to the charges in this case: not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. The law requires that the issues raised by the 2 pleas be decided in a continuous trial that is separated into 2 phases. Your verdict will be taken at the end of each phase. You are to consider only the issues presented to you during each phase. You are not to consider any issues other than those presented to you for each verdict. In the first phase of the trial, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty of the charges of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. You will make this determination solely upon the facts which deal with the actual incident alleged in the information. During this first phase, you will not be asked to determine whether at the time of the incident the defendant was suffering from mental disease or defect. If, after the first phase of the trial, you find the defendant not guilty, the trial will be over. If you find the defendant guilty, the trial will move to a second phase. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is responsible for criminal conduct. Wisconsin law provides that a person is not responsible for criminal conduct if, at the time it was committed, the person had a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform the conduct to the requirements of the law. If the trial proceeds into this second phase, you will be instructed more fully as to your duties at that time. We'll now begin the first phase of the trial, and I again caution you that this first phase is concerned solely with the question of whether the defendant committed the crimes of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault as set forth in the information. The lawyers will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Having said that, Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning. The evidence in this case will show that in the early morning of February 22nd of 2022, the defendant strangled her friend Shad Thyrion to death using a dog collar. That after he was dead, engaged in sexual acts with him, his body, subsequently dismembered him using kitchen knives found in the home. Over the next few days, in the first phase of trial, the state of Wisconsin, myself, District Attorney Lassay, will present a number of witnesses who will testify about what happened in this case, and that'll show and demonstrate to you that the defendant committed these acts. You'll hear testimony and evidence will show that in the early morning of February 23rd, is a Tuesday, kind of a normal cold February in Wisconsin, at a house on Stony Brook Lane. It's sort of, if you know the area, the west side of Green Bay, Fireman's Park, West Mason Street, that area. Tara Pakenich is kind of in her home and is awoken by a storm door shut. There's a door that's sort of abuts the garage, driveway to the residence, normal single-family home in the area. Hears a storm door close and is awoken from sleep. It's early morning, 2:30, 3 a.m., somewhere in there. She goes and gets up. It kind of wakes her up, and she's aware at that point that her son, Shad, was in the basement with a friend, Taylor. They had been over the day before, February 22nd, February 21st, in that time frame. And she kind of goes and sees what's going on, right? We hear this noise late in the night, early in the morning, and she sees the basement light is on. At that point, she's aware that, they were down there throughout the day of the 22nd, and she goes down and sees, because the light's on in the basement, and she's seeing what's going on. And you'll see sort of the scene, sort of go down the stairs to a normal basement. It's partially finished on one half, partially like a utility area, laundry, that kind of storage area. And right next to the stairs, there's a 5-gallon bucket that you'd get at a home center. And she lifts a towel that's covering the bucket. It's a beach towel. And unfortunately, sees essentially a mother's worst nightmare. That her son's head is in the bucket. Understandably, you'll hear testimony about that and the shock that caused. Tara goes and talks to her boyfriend who lives in the home, Steve. You'll hear from him. He goes and checks too, and ultimately they call 911. And that's how this case comes to be. You'll hear from the officers this morning, likely, who arrived on scene and what they observed, obviously confirming the information that was reported to law enforcement about Shad's circumstances, how they find the bucket and it has parts of Shad as well as knives. You'll hear about, at that point, a relative lack of other indicia of a crime occurred. It's not a significant amount of blood on the walls and on the floor. There's some, you'll hear about that, but it takes law enforcement time to see what actually happened, the full extent of what the defendant did in this case. By that point, they're actually interviewing the defendant and she's providing them information that, no, Shad's still in the basement. The rest of him is still in the basement. And ultimately, you'll hear about what officers find in that basement. There's, as I mentioned, the living area has some mattresses, blood-soaked. Once you remove the blankets, other clothing items. There's a tote, a teal tote, kind of a larger Tupperware that has knives as well as body parts of Shad. There's bags, a sort of duffel bag type item, a backpack, all of which contain parts of Shad's body, as well as knives that were used in the dismemberment. And you'll hear all about that. The officers who responded on scene and processed the evidence, ultimately locating the parts of Shad. You'll hear about then other things that are found. Signs of methamphetamine use, which the defendant later acknowledges happened with her and Shad right before this crime occurred. Cleaning products. As I mentioned, you may have an idea in your head of this crime and what that looks like and what law enforcement would encounter when they got there, and you'll see what actually encountered. You'll hear about Clorox wipes and how the defendant would go to the shower and sort of clean up and use a squeegee and clean up the scene. You'll hear about the medical examiner and their team who arrive and are dealing with this situation, and it's determined that not all of Shad is located in the basement. There's certain parts that are missing, and ultimately in the van that the defendant is driving, gold minivan, there's additional legs of Shad found in that van. You'll hear from Dr. Vincent Tranquita. He's our medical examiner at the time, and he will testify about cause and manner of death. And you'll hear about the cause being strangulation. Significant force applied to the neck, significant signs of strangulation that you'll hear about, and then ultimately, obviously, a significant amount of dismemberment after the fact. You'll hear Dr. Tranquita talk about that. That's all happening at Stony Brook. 23rd, throughout that day, you'll hear about significant investigation that goes on at that house. And then you'll hear about then, a few hours after that initial 911 call, how law enforcement kind of gets word that, Shad was with the defendant, Ms. Schabusiness, before this offense, and they locate her at her apartment on Eastman Avenue, sort of on the other side of Green Bay, east side. Encountered as she's leaving the apartment that she shares with another person. And you'll see that encounter, how the defendant is essentially literally caught red-handed, blood on her hands. There's a significant knife wound that she talks about later was suffered in the course of the crimes. There's blood on her clothing, there's black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. And she talks with law enforcement for a pretty significant amount of time. Detective David Groff, who's seated at counsel table here, interviews the defendant along with another detective, and they start to learn more about what happened in this case and sort of the hours leading up to the crimes. Again, it's a significant and lengthy interview, and the defendant's providing information that you'll see jives with what law enforcement's encountering in that basement. She admits to, as I mentioned, methamphetamine use before this. She and Shad were sort of hanging out beforehand. They were friends from school back in the day, and it seems like they were in a friendly state at the time of this offense. And you'll hear then they go to the Stony Brook Lane home and go to the basement. They're let in by Steve. You'll hear about that in the early morning of the 22nd. You'll hear the defendant describe that what apparently begins as a somewhat sexual encounter escalates to a dog collar being placed around Shad's neck. And the defendant quite vividly describes what she then did. She's yanking on the chain. She's describing what's happening to Shad. It's evidence that you'll hear, and you'll hear it from the defendant's own mouth, that shows that this is an intentional act. It's not one pull of a gun trigger. It's an intense act. You'll hear about that from Vincent Tranquita, Dr. Tranquita as well. She's pulling harder, just hoping that he eventually passes, and it takes a significant amount of time. It takes several minutes, so you'll hear her say. After that, after Shad's deceased, she describes what she then does with his body, again, engaging in sexual acts, ultimately dismembering him quite significantly. She reports that afterwards, that law enforcement would have fun finding all the body parts that are located throughout the basement, told law enforcement where to find certain body parts. Like I said, it wasn't obvious to law enforcement who initially respond to that basement what happened. It's information being provided by the defendant that later is corroborated by law enforcement. You'll hear the defendant admit to cleaning up, avoiding guilt, avoiding responsibility for this. You'll hear her talk about that. You'll see the signs of that, as I mentioned earlier. That dismemberment process takes that entire day of the 22nd, essentially. As I mentioned, Tara wakes up to Taylor leaving at about 2:33 a.m. on the 23rd. The investigation doesn't stop there, despite the defendant's confessions. Law enforcement continues. They send DNA to the lab, and it confirms the accounts that we're getting here. Blood on the defendant's hands, left and right hands, or Shad's. Blood on the knives, some of the knives that are used is Shad's. The clothing item, as I mentioned, the black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, has red substances, blood on the sweatpants, all consistent with what happened, with the defendant's statements, with what law enforcement's seeing. So this case is really not a whodunit. You'll hear about the crimes that clearly occurred. You'll hear the defendant's statement saying, yep, I did it. And you have DNA evidence and other investigative tools that kind of corroborate everything else. So for this, the defendant's charged with the three crimes that the judge read off earlier: first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, or dismembering the corpse, and then third-degree sexual assault. So we'll get into what that all means later. We'll have closing arguments where we kind of provide summation and provide all that to you. But for now, as you kind of listen to the evidence, count one, the state needs to prove that the defendant caused the death of Shad and that she did so intentionally. As I mentioned, you're going to hear a lot about that. And it's nothing but intentional. This is not an accident. This is not a mistake. It's a significant act the defendant did. Dismembering a corpse for the purpose of concealing a crime, you'll hear a lot about that. And third-degree sexual assault, how she engaged in oral contact with Shad's body and inserted objects in his body as well after the fact. I know in voir dire, some of you talked about, you've heard some about this case, and that's to be expected potentially. It's really important to stress that our system of justice is not based on media accounts, on word of mouth, on what you hear. The evidence is what happens in these four walls, and what you hear and see. And ultimately, the evidence in this case will point to one area. The defendant is guilty of these three crimes. So again, this is just meant to be an overview on the evidence we expect you to hear over the next few days in the first phase. But ultimately, the case comes down to choices and responsibility. The defendant made a series of choices, February 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Choices to use methamphetamine, choices to kill her friend, Shad, choices to then utterly degrade him after the fact. The choices the defendant made. And when we come back in closing arguments later this week at some point, we'll argue to you that the evidence in this case is clear. The choices the defendant made indicate that you're not going to have a reasonable doubt about what the defendant did, that she's guilty of all 3 crimes. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Freeland, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Your Honor, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Lassay, Mr. Saunders. Thank you for your service as jurors. We definitely appreciate you being here, serving on the jury, because a jury is an integral part of the court process. Without you jurors, our court system simply couldn't function. The lawyers couldn't do their job, and the court couldn't do its job. So we appreciate your time, your attention to detail, and your anticipated focus over the next several days that you're going to put into this very serious case. Now, in this case, the state of Wisconsin, through the Brown County District Attorney's Office, has the complete burden of proof. The state must prove to all of you jurors beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The United States Constitution presumes that every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. And in this case, Taylor Schabusiness is presumed to be innocent. She doesn't have to prove anything. The defense does not have to prove anything in this case. Why? Because the complete burden of proof rests with the district attorney's office, with the state of Wisconsin. They have to prove up all the facts. And in this case, you're going to hear a lot of different facts. You're going to hear a lot of different accounts from witnesses, citizen witnesses, detectives, police officers, experts, DNA analysts, medical examiners, all of that. You're going to have to take all of that information into consideration when you deliberate. But the entire burden rests with the state in this case. My client, Taylor Denise Schabusiness, also has an absolute right to remain silent. Under the law, she has a right not to testify if she so chooses. And if she elects not to testify, you cannot use that fact alone against her in this trial. She doesn't have to testify, but she may testify. In this particular case, ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Denise Schabusiness was friends with Shad. They went to high school together. They went to school at Bayport, and they had classes together. And when they were younger, they dated for a short period of time. But basically, they were friends. You're going to hear some testimony on, it was a Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022. You're going to hear, I believe, a 911 tape. You're going to hear testimony from Tara Pakenich and Stephen Hendricks. They live at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay. There was a call from Mr. Hendricks that he apparently went downstairs in the basement and saw a bucket, saw a human head in the bucket, and he had checked it out because his significant other, Tara Pakenich, had initially went down there and saw this and had him go check. He didn't have glasses on, but he apparently called 911, and that caused the officers to come to the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane. There'll be some testimony about this residence. It's a small, quaint home. It's got a loft upstairs where I believe Tara Pakenich and Stephen Hendricks were sleeping. That has a floor level with kitchen, living area, and then it has a basement. And there will be testimony. We believe that Stephen Hendricks last saw Shad at the house on Monday night, which I believe would have been February 21st of 2022. He will indicate that both of them will indicate that they really did not see Taylor Schabusiness leave. They heard a vehicle start, a door slam, caused them to wake up. Officer Wanish, you'll hear from him. He came to the house and went down the basement to make some observations. That the officers did a protective sweep. They walked around the basement and the entire house to see if there were any other people there on February 23rd, 2022. And the only people that were there were Tara Pakenich, the owner, Stephen Hendricks, and the daughter, Ava Wheelock. Those people were there. No Taylor Schabusiness was there. She wasn't in the basement. She wasn't anywhere in the house. But obviously there was some investigation and evidence was apparently found. And it's true that law enforcement officers didn't have a clear picture or clear understanding of what was really happening or what happened. And so they're trying to figure things out as they went along. There would be some testimony from other officers with regards to the other scene, which is 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay. That I submit was Taylor Schabusiness's apartment. And she lived there with Scott Thoms, Thoms. And law enforcement officers came over there and my client came out of the apartment complex and she was arrested. She had a warrant. She was taken into a squad car and taken down to the Green Bay Police Department for questioning by Detective Groff and Detective Kevin Kempf. Also, law enforcement arrested the other person in apartment one, that was Taylor's apartment, Scott Thoms. He was ordered to lay on the ground and he was taken into custody as well. You'll hear from lots of different officers, in this case, law enforcement officers. The officers found a gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan, I believe 2006, and they found it parked in the Eastman Avenue parking lot, and there were some concerns about it. Now, this vehicle is owned by Scott Thoms, and I believe that will come out that he was the one that owned that vehicle. But inside that vehicle, there was a crock pot box, and there were some human body parts in there. In this particular case, you'll also hear from Dr. Tranchita. He's the medical examiner, did a lot of investigative work, looking at cause and manner of death of the deceased. So you'll hear about all of his findings. You're also going to hear from Kevin Scott. He's the DNA analyst for the state of Wisconsin Crime Lab. And his testimony, I believe, will show that he took various swabs as part of the DNA analysis, and items were swabbed. There was sweatpants, there were blades, there were light switch, there's boxes, hands, people's mouths, and a dildo, because that was found. The swab of the dildo, he will testify, I believe, that the possible contribution of DNA from Shad Thyrion as it relates to the dildo is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture. So the state is going to argue that there was a sexual assault by use of the dildo, and the deceased DNA is not on it. So that's something you'll have to take into consideration. You're going to hear from Sergeant Kurt Brester from the Green Bay Police Department. He was dispatched to 829 Stony Brook Lane regarding a suspicious situation on February 23rd, 2022. And that he conferred with Officer Wanish outside, that he had contact with Tara Pakenich and Stephen Hendricks, and that he did a protective sweep of the residence, and they didn't find anybody else other than Ava Wheelock, who was the young lady, she was 16, sleeping in a bedroom. You're going to hear from, I believe, Officer TJ Buckman, that he arrived on the scene as a supervisor to this apartment complex. And he actually went to 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay. And he saw that gold van parked outside. And he had several other officers keep the van under surveillance. And at least from his initial investigation, he did not have enough information to determine whether or not Taylor Schabusiness was the suspect or the victim. And so those are some other things that you're going to have to take a look at and think about. You're going to see the videotape in this case where there's a lengthy video down at the Green Bay Police Department between Detective Graf and Detective Kempf and my client, Taylor Denise Schabusiness. And they talked, and Detective Graf asked her lots of questions about what she knew and her whereabouts and what may or may not have happened. So you have to pay close attention to that and think about the things that are said. In a case like this, and really in any case, you have to assess the credibility of each and every witness. You have to take all of that into consideration in this matter. I'd ask that you, when you're considering all of the evidence, don't jump to conclusions. Don't rush to judgment. Please keep an open mind. Listen to all the facts. Listen to what every witness has to say carefully and weigh what they have to say. And remember, there's always two sides to every story. You jurors are going to have to decipher the facts of what may have occurred or what didn't occur. But at the end of the case, we ask that you find our client not guilty on all the counts. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Saunders, are you ready to call your first witness? Yes.
Your Honor, may we have just a very brief sidebar before the first witness?
Sure.
And we have the very first sidebar of the trial. Woohoo! Okay. Well, she sounds like she's a real peach. So let's see. Where is my clip here? Okay, let's see if we've got time to play this.
Stop it. Rachel, call. Is they bring a 7 in? Yeah, let's just go to 7. Dude, you walk.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC7.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Amy Shannon.
Before we go on, it wouldn't be a jury trial if we didn't have technical problems. So there's going to be an audio played shortly, and we're having a hard time getting the audio on. So we're just take a minute and see if we can, if we can't get it done quickly, I'm going to excuse the jury and call somebody out who can fix it. It's booty nice, so I keep listening. again, so it's rebooting. I'm not sure exactly how long that's going to take, but.
Well,
Does the court wish that I make the sort of foundational questions? They're relatively brief.
Sure, why don't we do that? That will give us some more time, so go ahead, Mr. Lozak.
Thank you. Ms. Shannon, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I'm the Assistant Director for Brown County Public Safety Communications, which is the 911 Dispatch Center.
Can you just explain for the jury how the 911 dispatch center works in Brown County and how it relates to the other law enforcement agencies?
So the 911 Center takes the calls for all law enforcement, ambulance services, and fire departments within Brown County. As part of that, all calls and radio traffic that come in through our center are recorded, and then they are held in our center as evidence for 120 days. As were requested by agencies, we release that evidence back to them because it's technically their evidence. We're just the holders of that evidence.
And if a law enforcement agency makes a request that you retain a particular call or record, is that something that your agency does?
We do.
And are those calls, are they something that are easily discernible by the date and the location of the call?
Yes.
Does the system actually store the location of a phone call that comes in?
It depends on how it comes in, but yes.
And essentially, are you able to serve as a record keeper or records custodian for the 911 center given your current role?
That is part of my role, is to be the records custodian.
And how long have you worked with the 911 center overall?
Overall, over 10 years.
And were you asked by the Green Bay Police Department to record and maintain a call from February 22nd, actually February 23rd, 2022, I believe, at 3:24 a.m.?
Yes.
And as part of your work with the 911 center, did you have an opportunity to review a recorded phone call that came in on February 23rd at 3:24 a.m. from a residence located at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
You had a chance to listen to that entire call?
I did.
And if we played that phone call for you, would you be able to identify that call?
Yes.
And at this point, I would like to have that call used as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Well, I didn't hear what he said.
He wants to offer the recording as an exhibit, and then he wants to play it.
I have no objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear an audio recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Please listen carefully. Some parts might be hard to understand.
Brown County Public Safety, how may I help you?
Yes, I'd like an officer at 829 Stony Brook. Girlfriend just woken me up that swears that she found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Okay, can you repeat the address, sir?
829 Stony Brook.
Okay, S-T-O-N-E-Y?
Is it EY, right? Yes. No E. Just L-Y.
Is that a house, apartment, or duplex?
It's a house.
What's your phone number?
My number is 327-3748. My name's Steve.
327-3748?
Yes.
What's your last name, Steve?
Hendricks.
Okay, tell me what's happening there again?
I have no clue what's happening. My girl swears that she's found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Did you go down
in a bucket. I went down, I can't tell what the fuck it. Part of my language, I'm kind of a little freaked out.
Okay, did she just wake up and say that?
Yeah,
And whose head is it?
she's claiming it's her son.
How old's her son?
24, 20, 25?
Has he been missing or?
No, yeah, he was here yesterday with some chick, and then now all of a sudden nobody's here. And she came up to use the restroom a couple times, and she keeps calling and calling, and now she's saying that she hears the phone down there too.
Okay, is she with you right now?
Yes, she's upstairs. She's a little freaked out, and I don't know what to do.
Okay, all right, stay on the line. And, you said you went down there, correct?
Yeah, and I lifted the towel, but I can't see very well, and I can't tell what the hell it is.
So there's something in the bucket.
There's something in the goddamn bucket there.
Okay.
If she won't look again, I don't know what the hell, man.
Do you think she's hallucinating, or do you think that?
I don't think so. I went down and there's something in the damn bucket. I don't know, man. And she's a little freaked out and kind of freaking me out.
What's your girlfriend's last name?
Pakenich.
How do you spell that?
Oh, you want to spell it? Pakenich.
What's her first name?
Tara, P-A-R-A.
What's her middle initial, date of birth?
What's your middle initial? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yep.
Okay, what's her date of birth?
What's your date of birth? 5/14/74.
All right, can I talk to her?
Yes, you can.
Hello?
Hi, Tara. So can you tell me what's going on?
Are you positive my son's head is in a bucket, a young bucket in my basement?
What makes you think that?
Because I looked in the bucket,
And what did you see?
exactly what I told you.
Okay, where's the rest of the body at?
No idea.
When's the last time you saw your son?
Well, I guess today is Wednesday, so I picked him up from his dad's on Monday. And because he doesn't normally stay here, he was going to stay here for a few days, but I left the laundry. He was here a couple hours, then he left with Taylor. And they had something. Taylor,
Who's that?
girl, Taylor Coronado.
You know how to spell her last name?
Coronado. No, not exactly. But it's the common spelling from around here.
All right, that is
He went to middle school and high school with her. I don't know if he does it with me.
When's the last time you saw him?
Well, he left with her. They both came back. I believe they both came back while we were sleeping Monday night. And I assume they slept all day yesterday, so I haven't seen him since Monday night physically. I thought they were sleeping all day. I was gone for a little while yesterday, Tuesday, and he's 25 and I'm going to basement. What are you doing? You know what I mean?
Well, we've got help.
And then I heard my door and her minivan start, and I went downstairs and I went to the bathroom. The lights were on in the basement. I went and turned them off, and I looked around and no one was there. So then when I turned around to come back upstairs, there was a 5-gallon bucket with a towel over it. And I'm like, oh great, that's why they're down here all day yesterday. They were pissing in a bucket. And then I looked, and that's not what was in that bucket.
What is your son's name?
Shad Thyrion,
C-H-A-D.
S-H-A-D,
How do you spell his last name?
Thyrion.
What's his date of birth?
9797.
there,
I'm reacting.
is there blood down there?
No.
Okay. All right, ma'am. I have officers that are headed over to your house right now, okay?
Head over.
Okay, I'll go down there.
I guess just stay away from it. Just stay away.
Stay from that area, but
Fucking A.
we're on the second level, so we're gonna go down to the kitchen and not to the basement.
Okay, yeah.
We can answer the doors and stuff.
Okay, all right, ma'am.
My 16-year-old daughter is sleeping.
Excuse me?
My 16-year-old daughter is here sleeping.
Okay.
They do not make a lot of noise. I don't know.
Okay, just let them know that. I'm sure they won't try, okay?
My heart is gonna jump out of my chest for being so.
And, I mean, you're sure it couldn't be like a fake head or something?
Not touching it. I'm not looking at it again.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Just go ahead and wait for the officers, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Shannon, the audio recording that was just played, is that consistent with the recording that was retained by the 911 center for the call from the address on Stony Brook Drive on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe that we played the entirety of the audio recording, which is 7 minutes and 13 seconds. I would ask that the recording be admitted as an exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
All right, that exhibit will be received.
I have no further questions for Ms. Shannon.
All right, Mr. Freilich, cross-examination?
Sure. Ms. Shannon, morning.
Good morning.
How is a recording like that kept by the 911 dispatch center?
All calls and radio traffic coming into our center are recorded automatically. We have a recording system. And regardless of how it's coming in, phone or radio, it's recorded and it stays in that recording. We have it set for 180 days.
Okay. Do you, at least for the recording that we just heard, was that then downloaded to a disc or something?
Yes. And then we also keep it on a separate drive to make sure that it doesn't go away, because those do automatically clear after 180 days. So we downloaded it to a disk as evidence, and then we also keep a recording of it in-house.
So is it your tape from February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And then it was, what, was it sent to the Green Bay Police Department, the district attorney's office? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
It was sent to the district attorney's office,
Then they kept it in their custody?
as far as I know.
Okay. But 911 dispatch center still has a copy as well?
Yes.
Was there any way that recording was altered in any way?
No.
Do only certain people have access to it?
Yes.
Who was that?
Myself, and then we have a group of supervisors. They are the people who make the recordings. We have one person who is assigned to do it, but if he's not there, then any of the supervisors can. But they're the only ones that have access to that drive.
That 911 tape that we just heard, it wasn't excised or modified in any way, shape, or form, was it?
No.
And it was downloaded off the mainframe computer at the dispatch
The
center?
server, yes.
Okay, off the server?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, one more. This was kept in the regular course of business of the 911 dispatch center?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. State's next witness.
The state calls Officer Alex Wanish.
Officer, if you just want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Officer Alex Wanish, Wanish.
Okay, and then if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can all hear you. And with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Officer, how are you employed?
With the City of Green Bay Police Department as a patrol officer.
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer with Green Bay PD?
Since April of 2019.
And is that the totality of your law enforcement experience?
I worked about a year and a half prior to that with the City of Manitowoc.
So about 2017 is when your law enforcement career started?
Correct.
And can you outline for us what training you received to be a police officer?
I went through the 720 Academy at NWTC. Before that, I went to UW-Platteville for my 4-year bachelor degree in criminal justice.
And what are some of your regular duties as a police officer?
Taking any dispatch call that comes out, traffic, that kind of stuff.
Sort of respond to the initial incidents?
Correct.
And then do you kind of conduct follow-through investigation as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Officer, I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were working in that capacity on that day?
Yes, I was.
Directing your attention to about 3:25 a.m., were you dispatched to a call around that time?
Yes.
To where were you dispatched?
The address was 829 Stony Brook, City of Green Bay, Brown County.
And is that an area of Green Bay that you're familiar with in your regular patrol duties?
Yes, it is.
And I guess what area of Green Bay is that?
It's the west side, I guess the closest major intersection between Mason and Military.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that residence?
The initial call came out that the complainant's girlfriend found her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And did you arrive at the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Yes, it did.
Were any other officers with you in that initial time period?
Officer Blonke arrived at the same time as I did.
And what happened when you got to the residence?
We made contact with the complainant and then his girlfriend. We started talking to them, and then we were directed to the basement where the bucket was located. Officer Plonky remained upstairs just to keep an eye on the rest of the house. I went downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs to the right, there was a green bucket with a shower towel on top of it, just to verify we had an actual head in a bucket. Lifted the towel off, and there was, in fact, a human severed head in the bucket.
So I want to back up just a little bit. When you got to the residence, you said you met with the complainant. What was that? Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said his girlfriend was also present?
Yes.
And who is that person?
First name of Tara.
Tara, okay. And Officer Plonky stayed with those individuals?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And then you went down to the basement?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And you mentioned observing the bucket. I guess where in the basement was that located?
As you go down the stairs, if you turn to the immediate right, it was at the bottom of the stairs to the right.
Was it in pretty close proximity to the stairs?
Yes.
After you made that observation, what did you do?
After I pulled the towel off?
Yes.
I had Officer Plonky come downstairs and just verify we had, in fact, found a human head in the bucket. And then we started to notify a supervisor and then ask for additional units.
And at that time, on February 23rd, 2022, did your department utilize body-worn cameras?
Yes.
Is that something that was operating on that day?
Yes.
And did you have the chance to review your body-worn camera prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
If you were able to observe that here in court, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes, I'll be able to.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd propose to play Exhibit 2. It's approximately 6 minutes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thanks, Gil.
right, I'm playing exhibit 2 beginning at 0 seconds.
Okay. Did you both see this? I opened the towel, I picked up the towel and dropped it, cause I don't know what the fuck it is, man. I have bad vision, and she's like, is that what I think it is? I'm like, I don't fucking know. What the fuck?
Do you want to stay with those two? I'll just go see. Where's it at?
Go right there. Look right, there's a bucket with a towel on it.
Just keep my eyes. Dude, it is. Come here. Hold on 1 second. Let's just. Okay. Hold on. Just. That's real, right? That's real low. Oh, I got 4 Ed1 to 82 Sam. I know you're busy over there, but this is actually what it's going to be. It's not going to be a 961 thing or a 96 thing, so we're going to need more units here. If there's anybody supposed to be here. Was that Fred one? No, for right now. If we could get more units here sooner rather than later, that'd be appreciated. We've got quite a bit of blood down here. I want to clear this rest of this house. We've got 2 people in the house for sure.
And for the record, the entirety of Exhibit 2, approximately 5 minutes 59 seconds, was played. Officer, having reviewed the exhibit, do you recognize the video that was depicted?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be consistent with your body-worn camera footage that you observed?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to also be consistent with your recollection of the scene on Stony Brook Lane on February 23rd?
Correct.
I'd move Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
The Exhibit 2 will be received.
So, officer, I want to ask a few questions about that. When you arrived, which door to the residence did you enter through?
It would have been the side door off the driveway.
Okay. And was there a sort of a storm door that was a part of that door as well?
Yes, I believe so.
After you observed the bucket, it appeared that you walked around the basement area of the residence. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
At that point, did you see any other parts of a human body?
No other parts of a human body, no.
Did you notice any areas of potential blood?
Yes.
And where was that?
Beyond the stack of mattresses, there appeared to be blood on the floor and then small chunks of human flesh.
In other areas of that basement, did you locate any obvious signs of blood?
There was a dried blood stain on the mattresses, and that was all that I remember seeing.
After you and Officer Blonke, was that the officer who was also depicted in that video?
Yes, it is.
Did other officers arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you and the other officers do at that point?
Sergeant Brester was next to arrive on scene. I kind of informed him of what we had up to this point and then what we needed to do next. We had 2 other officers responding. Once we got all the officers there that we needed, we conducted a protective sweep of the residence just to make sure there was no other people that we needed to know about, just to make sure that there was no other potential threats.
And you're the first officer to testify, so I'll ask you this because we've heard this term. What is a protective sweep?
It's not a search or anything like that. It's just conducting a sweep of the house just to make sure there's no other people hiding or no other threats.
So essentially a search for people?
Yes.
Okay. Other than the towel that you lifted off the bucket, was any object moved or rummaged through by officers?
Not the initial responding officers, no.
Okay. And then at some point, do detectives and other personnel arrive on scene?
Yes.
I guess, what do you do after the protective sweep then?
We maintain the scene. Officer Linsmeyer and Officer O'Donnell transported Stephen and Tara to the police department along with their 16-year-old daughter, Ava. Sergeant Brester, Officer Blonke, and I remained on scene just to secure the scene and then wait for additional resources to respond, such as detectives.
What efforts did you undertake as part of your maintaining the scene that you referenced?
Just making sure that no one got in or out of that residence. Started a crime scene log just to keep track of who was coming and going as far as officers go. And then we ended up putting up crime scene tape around the house as well.
The crime scene log, is that something that you maintained?
Yeah, until I was relieved by day shift.
And I guess that just tracks who enters and leaves the residence?
Correct.
And there was, I think you mentioned crime scene tape that was affixed as well around the house?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Officer Wanish, good morning.
Morning.
You were working for the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were on uniform patrol in a fully marked squad, correct?
Yes.
And you were dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
That area is kind of by Fireman's Park where all the kids go sledding, correct?
Yes.
It's behind it?
It would be to the east of it.
Okay. Who dispatched you over to this location?
It was a dispatch call, and we were the only available units in the city. So Officer Blonke and I responded.
Okay. And were you told that there was a suspicious situation over there?
I believe that's how the call was coded.
And the complainant was the male that you heard on there, correct?
Yes.
Did you later find him to be Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Who was the first person you talked to when you got to the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Female by the first name of Tara.
Was it Tara Pakenich? And that video, the officer that first entered was Officer Blonke, correct?
That's correct.
And then you followed behind?
Yes.
And the complainant said there was something in a bucket, but he couldn't tell what it was. Is that correct?
That is what he told us.
And you talked to Tara Pakenich, and she said that she thought it was her son's head in a bucket down in the basement.
That's correct.
And then did you ask where the body was?
I don't recall asking that specific question.
But after you did a search, you didn't find a body, did you?
I did not.
Okay. In the basement, you didn't find any people down there, correct?
Correct.
The only people that were at the house was Tara Pakenich, Stephen Hendricks, and Tara's daughter, Ava Wheelock. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this house, is it essentially have like a basement, floor level, and then an upstairs loft?
Yes, that's accurate.
There's like kind of like 3 floors, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived, you knocked on the door, that side door that we saw, correct?
Yes.
It's right off the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And this was at nighttime, correct?
Yes, it was.
About 3:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And the people that you had contact with, Tara and Stephen, were they in shock?
Yeah, they both seemed to be in a state of shock.
Had they been sleeping prior to your arrival?
They were both awake and in the kitchen when we made contact.
But before you got there, was it your understanding that they went to bed and then something happened where they woke up and then they called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And did both Mr. Hendricks and Ms. Pakenich attempt to describe to you what they found or what they saw?
Yes.
Did they indicate that Shad Thyrion would come to the residence on Stony Brook for a few days and then would leave and come back and do laundry and things of that sort?
Yeah, they said that it was not his primary residence.
You're the first one that went down in the basement?
Correct.
And you had a flashlight with you?
Yes, I did.
It's kind of a high-powered flashlight so you can see, right?
Yes.
You went down to take a closer look at the contents of the bucket?
Correct.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, was there a laundry room area?
Yes, as you go down the stairs, the laundry room was directly to the left.
And then there was an open room as well?
Yes.
Was the open room to the right?
Yes, it was.
And was that used for storage?
It appeared to be. And then there was a stack of mattresses in the middle of the room as well.
And at some point then you saw the bucket, correct?
Yes.
And was there anything over the bucket?
There was a striped towel.
And was it over the top of it?
Yeah, it was completely covering the inside of the bucket.
Was it your discretion or duty to move the towel?
Yes, I had to verify what we had.
Now, did you have gloves on at all?
Yes, I did.
What kind of gloves?
Just regular patrol gloves.
Okay. When did you put those gloves on? Do you know?
Typically, I put them on as soon as I got out of my car to go to any call.
But for this particular night, did you have them on?
Yes, I did.
When did you put them on?
Typically, I put them on right after I get out of my car, so I believe I would have put them on at that point.
Right after you got out of the squad car?
Yes.
Did you have them on when you went in that side door?
Yes, I did.
And did you keep them on during the entire time that you were in the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
You removed the towel?
I did remove the towel from the bucket.
And then at some point, did you ask Officer Blonke to come and take a look as well?
Yes, I did.
At any point in time after you were done looking, did you put the towel back?
Once it was removed from the bucket, it was not placed back on the bucket.
What, was it just allowed to lay on the floor, or what? Tell me what you know about that.
I believe it was just moved to the side and it was put on the floor next to the bucket.
Do you know if anybody in the house, Mr. Hendricks or Miss Pakenich, had touched what was in the bucket or moved it in any way?
I believe they both looked at it based on what they were saying to us, as far as Stephen couldn't tell what it was and Tara was positive it was her son's head.
You asked for additional units, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you asked for a supervisor?
Yes.
Did they come right away?
Yes.
On the video, we see that you pulled out your service revolver, correct?
That's correct.
Were you doing a protective sweep to make sure nobody was in the residence in the basement?
Yes.
Did you go through the entire house to see if there was anybody else in there?
Eventually, once we had more officers on scene, we cleared the rest of the house.
Okay. Did you see Taylor Schabusiness in the house when you were there?
She was not present when I was there.
And when you were looking around in the basement, it's true that you did not observe a body or any other body parts belonging to the severed head, correct?
That is correct.
Tara's daughter was in a bedroom on the ground level, correct?
Yeah, main floor.
And she was sleeping?
Correct.
Did she get up at some point then?
Yes, during our protective sweep, she was woken up.
Okay. And then did you transport Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakenich, and Miss Wheelock to the police department, or did someone else do that?
Officer Linsmar and Officer O'Donnell completed that.
Okay. Did you maintain a crime scene log?
I started the crime scene log until I was relieved.
Okay. And who were you relieved by?
Officer Zawicki.
And then did you secure the crime scene?
Yes, we remained on scene to secure it.
Was that with Officer Blonke?
Yes.
And when you secure the crime scene, how do you do that?
We eventually put up the crime scene tape, but in the meantime, we just maintained the residence as the primary point of entry.
Now, on that video, when you're walking up the driveway, whose vehicles are in that driveway? Do you know?
I don't recall exactly who's the registered owner of those vehicles.
Do you know if the vehicles belong to Miss Pakenich, Mr. Hendricks?
I don't know for certain, but it's possible.
Did you confirm if any vehicle belonging to Taylor Schabusiness was in that driveway on that particular date when you were there?
I personally did not.
And was Sergeant Brester on the scene as well?
Yes.
What was his role?
When I requested a supervisor, he was the supervisor that responded.
And did he come into the residence?
Yes, he did.
Did he go down in the basement to verify anything?
I believe he did because he assisted with the protective sweep.
Okay. When you were there, did anything happen that would have caused the crime scene to be disturbed in any way?
No.
And did Mr. Hendricks indicate to you that He wasn't able to see what was in the bucket.
Yeah, you did mention something about difficulty with his vision.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any redirect? No, you're. Okay, thank you. You can step down. State's next witness.
He calls Officer Ethan Blonke.
Want to come right up here, officer, and then before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Ethan Blonke. I work with the Green Bay Police Department.
Okay, and then, sir, if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can hear you. You're pretty close right now, so you're probably good. With that, I will, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
How are you employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
I am a patrol officer.
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer?
Just over 3 years.
Is that the entirety of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you, officer, then about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty for your department on that day?
I was.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Stony Brook Lane?
I
that
do.
Day? And do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was it like in the morning, the night, in the middle of the day?
Yes, early morning.
Okay. And why were you dispatched to that residence?
For a report of a female who had supposedly observed her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And when you got to that residence, what did you do?
I made contact with the 2 individuals inside the residence. They were, I believe, a Stephen Hendricks and a Tara Pakenich. And then myself and Officer Wanish were the first to arrive on scene and make contact with them.
And then what did you do after you met with Tara and Steve?
I asked them what had occurred, to which Tara began to tell me her side of the story. While she was telling me her story, Officer Wanish had gone to the basement to look into this bucket that she had found. And that's when he told me that he did find a severed head in the bucket.
Did you then go down to the basement as well?
I did.
And what did you observe when you got to the basement?
I observed a black 5-gallon bucket to the right of the stairs as I go down. There was a beach towel over that now had been moved away. And in that bottom of that bucket was a severed head. And that's how I located.
What did you do at that point?
I then looked around the basement. Myself and Officer Wanish decided that we were going to have to clear the residence for any other threats that were going to be in the house.
And I guess, was anyone else in the house other than the people you talked about earlier?
A teenage daughter, I believe, of the complainant was sleeping upstairs in her bedroom.
And I guess upstairs, what part of the house was that?
Either the first or the second floor. I believe it was the first floor, though.
And did other officers then arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you do at that point?
I stayed with the complainants, Tara and Stephen, while the other additional officers cleared the residence.
And by, I guess, what do you mean by cleared, just in everyday jargon?
Oh, sorry. So they would make sure the residents didn't have any other threats, like anybody else that was not supposed to be in the residence were not there. And I just stayed with Tara and Stephen to make sure that they were safe while this residence was being checked.
Were they, by they I mean Tara and Steve, were they transported away from the house?
Yes, by additional officers that had arrived on scene.
What did you do at that point?
Well, after they were transported,
Yes.
I just stood by on scene with Officer Wanish and Sergeant Brester until detectives and more officers could arrive to relieve us.
And did you assist Officer Wanish with crime scene tape around the area?
Yes, at the front of the residence before we had left.
And I guess generally, were you sort of monitoring if people were coming and going in the house?
Yes, made sure nobody else had entered the crime scene.
The people who had entered the house, were they all members or affiliates of law enforcement?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Thank you. Officer Blonke, a couple questions for you. So on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022, you were working in full uniform patrol, correct?
Correct.
Was this zone 4E2?
That was my call sign.
Okay. Were you dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay?
Correct.
And you received some information over dispatch, right?
Yes.
This residence, was it near like the Fireman's Park area?
Yes.
What report did you receive?
That it was the boyfriend, Stephen, who called, but his girlfriend had woken him up, stating that she had gone into the basement and found her son's severed head in a bucket.
So you went over there to that residence, correct?
Correct.
By yourself in a fully marked squad?
I went over there in my own squad, but Officer Wanish came at the same time as I did.
Okay. And so then you parked on the street?
Yes.
And the two of you officers walked up?
Yes.
And it was dark outside. There was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And who made contact with the residents first?
I believe I interacted with them first.
Okay. You're the one that knocked on the door, correct?
Correct.
And then the door opened and you kind of went inside a bit?
Yep.
Did you see some vehicles in the driveway?
I can't recall vehicles.
You don't recall if any vehicles were in the driveway when you walked up?
I don't recall. There might have been.
Okay. Do you know if the vehicles belonged to Tara Pakenich and Stephen Hendricks?
If there were vehicles in there, I didn't run the license plates and didn't ask about who they belonged to.
Okay. And when you got to the door, you had some discussions with Miss Pakenich and Mr. Hendricks, correct?
Correct.
And then what did you do? Did you go inside?
Correct. I was inside talking to them.
Okay. And then did Officer Wanish follow behind you?
Yes.
So were you on the first floor in the kitchen area where there was a table?
That's where I spoke to Stephen and Tara.
Okay. Try to find out what was going on, correct?
Correct.
And then was there a decision made between the two of you for one to go down and check what was going on in the basement?
Correct. Officer Wanish decided to go down and confirm what they were telling us.
Okay. As far as seniority, who had more seniority, Officer Wanish or yourself?
Officer Wanish has more seniority than I do.
Okay. So he took the bull by the horns and went down in the basement to check it out?
Correct.
And you maintained things upstairs?
Correct.
And then did you stand at the top of the stairs looking down to kind of keep in contact with Officer Wanish?
Correct.
And at some point then, were you asked to come down and verify as well what was in the bucket?
Yes.
And you did that?
I did.
Did you talk to Stephen Hendricks?
I made some conversation with him. I mainly talked to Tara.
Okay. But did Mr. Hendricks tell you that he went down to look at the bucket and you couldn't tell what it was?
Yes, I believe that was partially because he had just woken up and was almost in a state of shock.
Tara Pakenich was in a state of shock too. Is that fair?
Seemed to be that way.
And was it your understanding that Tara woke up for some reason, correct?
She heard the door close, I believe, to the residence.
The side door that you would come into?
Correct.
Okay. And then what made her go downstairs? Do you know?
She was woken by the door, and I believe she wanted to check if there was anybody still inside of the house or if they had entered or left.
Did she find anybody inside the house?
She did not locate anybody that was alive in the house.
And did she tell you that she went downstairs to verify the basement situation?
Correct.
And then that caused her to have the police called?
Correct.
But before the police were called, was it such that Ms. Pakenich went up to tell her significant other, Stephen Hendricks, what she saw?
Since he called for police, I believe that's what happened.
Okay. When you were talking to Tara Pakenich, did she indicate that her son would sometimes come over for meals and do laundry and things like that?
Correct.
When you were in the residence, when you came in the residence, did you have any kind of patrol gloves on at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you went down in the basement, did you have gloves on?
I don't recall.
Okay. After, I'll strike that. Is it fair to say when you went down the stairs into the basement, you looked inside the bucket several times?
Yes.
Did you have a flashlight as well?
I always had my flashlight on duty.
Did you use the flashlight?
I most likely did, yeah.
Okay. And then you looked around in the basement, correct?
I glanced around the basement, yes.
You didn't see anybody down there, correct?
Nobody else down there, no.
Then at some point you went back up the stairs, is that fair?
Correct.
The bucket that you saw, what color was it?
Black, I believe.
And where was it located?
Just to the right of the stairs if you were to walk down.
Like if you walk down the stairs, would it be like around the corner?
To the right, you would be able to see it as soon as you got down at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. So as you get off the last step, then you would see the bucket on the right?
Correct.
Did you move the contents of the bucket at all?
No, I did not touch any of the contents.
There was a towel on the bucket and it was removed by Officer Wanish, correct?
Yes.
Did you look at the towel?
I believe I would also have seen the towel, yes.
Where was that sitting? Was it right on the floor next to the bucket or?
It might have been. I cannot recall exactly where the towel was at that point.
Backup officers arrived, correct?
Correct.
And then who transported Tara Pakenich, Stephen Hendricks, and Ava Wheelock to the police department?
Additional officers, it was not me, and I don't know which officers exactly took that responsibility.
Was the daughter woken up right away after you got there?
During the protective sweep, officers had awoken her as they were going through the bedrooms.
Where did these people sit or stand when you were there? I mean, Tara Pakenich, Steve Hendricks, and Ava Wheelock. Were they sitting at that kitchen table on chairs? Were they standing in the kitchen?
There was points where Tara and Steven might have been standing, but they were in the kitchen when I was with them.
When you were there, did Tara, Steve, or Ava go down in the basement?
No.
And was it your understanding that Stephen and Tara, they slept upstairs in the loft part?
Correct. That's what I believe it was laid out as.
And then was it your understanding that the ground level, it had like a kitchen and a bedroom, and that's where Ava slept?
Correct.
Then there was this finished basement, correct?
Correct.
In the basement, there was a laundry area. Is that fair?
Correct.
Storage area?
Correct.
It was kind of messy down there, correct?
It was cluttered, like as a lot of basements are.
Lots of stuff down there.
Correct.
And officers did a protective sweep of the house and found no other threats, correct?
Correct.
And then you waited on the scene and you started a crime scene log, correct?
Correct.
When you start a crime scene log, can you tell me what that involves?
So starting a crime scene log is you put the address and then you start listing all the occupants who have entered and left the crime scene. So like my name would go on it, Sergeant Brester, Officer Wanish, and then we would mark like the reason for being there and then their time in and out.
Okay. And you did that?
I started it, yes.
Okay. Did you also assist Officer Wanish with putting up crime scene tape?
Correct.
Is that kind of like the yellow crime scene tape that we see on TV?
Correct.
Where did you put the crime scene tape?
I believe we just outlined the front yard of the residence, holding it around trees and making sure that everybody could see that they were not supposed to enter the property.
Did it cover the front door of Stony Brook
It would have encompassed the front door.
and the side door of Stony Brook?
I can't recall exactly if we had brought crime scene tape up to the back point.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect. Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. It's about 5 after 10. We'll take about a 10-minute break and be back at 10:15. All rise for the jury.
Okay, we have a 10-minute break. Let's see if so far the judge seems to be pretty well on the ball. Let's take a look and see what we've got going on in the world.
Counsel, anything to bring up before we take a recess, Mr. Sanders?
No.
Mr. Fraley?
No.
Very good. So 10:15.
Very amusing seeing the top of somebody's head with the exit sign. Must be a low ceiling in the courtroom. Okay, let's take a look and see what we've got today on YouTube land. Oh. Okay, this is slightly over. Let's hear what Dr. Todd Grande on Taylor attacking her attorney.
Only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I will put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the alleged crime, then offer my analysis. Taylor Denise Schabusiness was born on November 23, 1997, and was raised in Wisconsin. Her last name was originally Coronado, but in 2018, she legally changed it to Schabusiness. Taylor had some negative contact with law enforcement in the state of Wisconsin. On December 9, 2019, she was pulled over for driving on a suspended license. She eventually pleaded no contest. On June 22, 2020, Taylor was arrested for battery or threat to a judge, prosecutor, or law enforcement officer, and resisting or obstructing an officer. She pleaded no contest to the battery charge, and the resisting charge was dismissed. On August 10, 2020, not even 2 months later, Taylor was arrested for bail jumping and resisting or obstructing an officer. Both charges were dismissed. On August 31, 2020, which was just 21 days later, Taylor was arrested for fleeing or eluding an officer, bail jumping, possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting or obstructing an officer. She was convicted of the fleeing charge and the resisting charge, but the other two charges were dismissed. In addition to an exciting criminal life, Taylor had an adventurous romantic life. She was involved in a romantic relationship with a man named Shad Thyrion. He had been born in Green Bay, Wisconsin on September 7, 1997, just a couple of months before Taylor was born. Shad was described as a talented artist who liked woodworking, camping, and games. Now moving to the timeline of the alleged crime. On February 21, 2022, at about 9:30 p.m., Taylor picked up Shad from his mother's residence. Taylor, Shad, and a friend who has not been identified obtained drugs and traveled to an apartment on Eastman Avenue. All three of them smoked marijuana. Taylor and Shad smoked methamphetamine, and Taylor injected herself and her lover with trazodone. Sometime late on February 21 or early on February 22, Taylor and Shad made their way to the home of Shad's mother. The couple went into the basement with the intent of having sex. Apparently, choking was part of their routine. They used metal chains to achieve this goal. Shad moved into a position face down on the bed, and Taylor choked him with a chain. She continued choking him well beyond what they normally would have done. Shad's face turned purple, and he was coughing up blood. Eventually, Shad died of strangulation. Taylor said that she played with the dead body for 2 or 3 hours afterward. She then used 3 different knives from the kitchen to dismember Shad. One was a serrated bread knife. Taylor placed his head and member in a bucket. Other parts would be discovered in a crock-pot box, plastic shopping bags, and in a plastic storage container. Taylor left the house after killing her lover, probably on February 23, sometime between 2:30 a.m. and 3 a.m. This is when Shad's mother woke up after hearing a storm door slamming. She then heard a motor vehicle outside and assumed that it was Taylor leaving. Shad's mother investigated to see if her son was still in the house. She walked down into the basement and discovered the bucket containing the parts. Shad's mother immediately contacted the police and reported what she found. She also mentioned that Taylor Schabusiness had been at the house. The police found Taylor at a residence on Eastman Avenue sometime on the morning of February 23. They noticed that Taylor had dried blood on her clothing, and they found the box for the crockpot, which contained a leg and a foot. The police asked Taylor if she knew why they were there. She could have just said, "It's none of your shop business," but instead she responded with something like, "Because the warrant for my arrest." The police explained to her how the head of her lover had been found at a residence in Green Bay. Taylor responded, "That is pretty blanked up," and admitted being at the scene of the homicide. The police asked her what happened. She responded, "That is a good question," and said that she blacked out while she was in the basement. Taylor talked about how strangulation was part of the routine with her lover. They had done that before. She mentioned that the rest of the body was in the basement and told the police that they were going to have fun trying to find all the organs. Taylor then supplied the police with the details about how she carried out the homicide and what she did after that. She indicated that she just went crazy and strangled Shad. He attempted to fight back, but she managed to kill him anyway. As far as the strangulation, Taylor suggested that she had already gone so far, therefore she just kept going. Taylor mentioned how she enjoyed the activity. At one point, she lowered her voice and said, "Yeah, I liked it." She asked the police if they knew what it was like to love something so much that they killed it. Taylor's plan was to bring all the parts with her when she departed the residence, but she became lazy and only loaded a leg and foot into the minivan that she was using. She did not remember to take the head with her. Taylor said, quote, "I can't believe I left the head, though," unquote. Taylor suggested that she wasn't prepared for a cleanup because the killing was random. Taylor Schabusiness was charged with 3 offenses, including first-degree intentional homicide. She pleaded not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Taylor was assessed by a mental health professional in November of 2022. The clinician determined that she was capable of proceeding with her case. She did not lack the mental capacity to understand what was going on. During a hearing in January of 2023, the same clinician said that certain behaviors exhibited by Taylor could be a sign of psychosis. For example, smiling out of context and launching human waste at other jail inmates. It sounds like Taylor's fondness for frequently furnishing and flinging feces may fade the feasibility of her winning the jail's Cellmate of the Year award. Taylor was in court again on February 14, 2023. Her attorney asked for an extension in order to prove that Taylor was not competent to stand trial. He wanted another mental health expert to assess Taylor. During the hearing, Taylor's hands were handcuffed in front of her, but this did not prevent her from physically attacking her attorney in the courtroom. Taylor gave new meaning to the phrase, "motion to strike." A bailiff managed to subdue Taylor. Later, her attorney asked to withdraw from the case. I wonder what happened. Was it something that Taylor said? It's worth noting that her attorney also could have filed a complaint with the Better Schabusiness Bureau. Taylor's trial has been pushed back to May 15, 2023. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. At the time making this video, Taylor enjoys the presumption of innocence, but I think the case against her is pretty strong. For example, parts of her victim were found in the vehicle she was using. There were cuts and scratches on Taylor's arms. She had been using methamphetamine, and she confessed to the murder. Item number 2. Taylor had accumulated quite a few criminal charges before she was arrested for murder. She was never given a serious penalty for her behavior. The longest sentence she received was 3 months in jail. It's not clear why she was given so many chances. In addition, the courts missed an opportunity to evaluate her mental health symptoms, which brings me to item number 3. Taylor's attorney said that Taylor was treated for mental health issues starting in the 7th grade, and at some point she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I think it's also possible that she had some difficulties in the area of substance use, considering that she was using methamphetamine and other drugs. It sounds like Taylor was caught in a downward spiral of drug use, sensation seeking, and danger. It was just a matter of time before something terrible happened. Despite this, her alleged homicidal behavior was unexpected. This killing did not appear to be provoked, and it was particularly brutal in nature. Most women who commit homicide do not use strangulation and do not separate their victim into multiple pieces afterward. This takes me to item number 4. What could have led to Taylor's behavior? Mental health symptoms associated with bipolar disorder, like psychosis, could have played a part in this alleged murder, but another possibility would be methamphetamine. This drug is a highly addictive central nervous system stimulant. A drug like methamphetamine can have an association with violence in a few different ways. One, it can cause violence through competition, like drug dealers killing each other in order to protect their territories. This is referred to as systemic violence. 2, it can cause violence through drug users committing crimes in order to obtain money to finance the cost of drugs. This is called economic compulsive violence. And 3, it can cause violence in the drug user by changing their mental state. This is called pharmacological violence. In this case, there is no evidence that Taylor's alleged crime involved the first 2 factors. She wasn't a drug dealer and she wasn't trying to obtain money for drugs. But the third factor is a possibility. Perhaps Taylor's mental state was altered by the methamphetamine. Researchers have argued that methamphetamine is a neurotoxin that produces a number of mental health symptoms, including irritability, paranoia, anxiety, fatigue, depression, hypersomnia, psychosis, and aggression. It does have an association with homicide, although it's not clear that this is a causal relationship. It may just be a correlation. The drug has a reputation for converting typical everyday interactions into dangerous situations. That's what could have happened with Taylor. She was involved in a regular activity with her lover. It was regular for them anyway, and she was unable to navigate the interaction without involving homicide. Perhaps this was a situation where methamphetamine combined with pre-existing mental health conditions like psychosis and led to the perfect storm of homicide. Now moving to my final item, number 5. There are a few factors that don't make a lot of sense in this case, but one that really stands out is the lack of motivation to carry out homicide. Taylor did not appear to be angry at her lover. She wasn't interested in his property. She didn't mention being ordered by demons to kill him or anything like that. There was no indication whatsoever that she was interested in homicide. It's almost like she just felt like strangling her lover out of the blue. She was curious to see what would happen. Taylor seemed incredibly relaxed, considering the nature of her behavior, almost like it was just Schabusiness, as usual. Those are my thoughts in the case of Taylor Schabusiness. Please put any opinions and thoughts in the comment section. They always generate an interesting dialogue. As always, I hope you found my analysis on this topic to be informative. Thanks for watching.
Sergeant Brester. Sir, if you want to come right up here, and then before you have a seat, just turn and face her and raise your right hand to place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Kurt Brester, B-R-E-S-T-E-R.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a patrol sergeant with the City of Green Bay Police Department.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 15 years.
Is the entirety of that time with the Green Bay Police Department?
It is not.
Okay. And how long have you been with Green Bay?
11 years.
You mentioned you're currently a sergeant, is that right?
Yes.
And I guess what are some of your duties as a sergeant as opposed to a patrol officer?
There's a wide range of responsibilities for sergeant, from administrative and scheduling work to managing larger scales calls.
In some respects, do you act as sort of like a supervisor for a shift?
Correct. Yes.
But you still work patrol.
Yes.
So is it the case that you still respond to incidents?
Yes, sir.
And were you a patrol sergeant in February of 2022?
Yes.
I want to ask you about February 23rd of that year. At about 3:24 a.m., did you respond at some point to a call on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
And what was the reason you responded to that residence?
We had received a call that a resident inside that house had found what she believed was a severed head inside of a bucket.
Were you the first officer who arrived?
I was not.
And which officers were those?
Officer Wanish and Officer Blonke arrived on scene prior to my arrival.
And when you got there, I guess what happened?
When I arrived, I made contact with Officer Wanish outside, and he explained to me what he had seen in the basement of this residence. And that's when I had entered the residence at that time.
Okay. And what did you do when you entered?
Well, I made contact with two individuals in the kitchen, and I explained to them, due to the severity of what was happening, we were going to do a protective sweep of the residence.
And a protective sweep, that's essentially looking for people that may have been in the house?
Correct, for the safety of us and others inside the house that we're speaking with.
Apart from the two individuals you encountered in the kitchen, was anyone else found in the residence?
There was a juvenile female in a bedroom on the first floor that we had contact with during our protective sweep, yes.
I guess was she essentially woken up by officers?
Yes, and we had her go back into the kitchen by the other two adults.
And you indicated you didn't locate any other persons in the residence?
Correct.
At that point, Officer Wanish had previously told you about what he observed in the basement. Is that right?
Yes.
During the course of your protective sweep, are you going through the entirety of the residence?
Yes.
Including the basement?
Yes, sir.
And when you're in the basement, did you observe any other parts of a human body?
I did not see any more parts of a human body, no.
Okay. And did you locate any areas of suspected blood or other related material?
Yes, there were red spots on the concrete floor that was consistent with blood. And also, I was advised by another officer that there was a piece of
Objection hearsay, Your Honor?
Not necessarily offering it for the truth, Judge.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
A piece that would appear to be a bone fragment or fatty tissue on a drain on a stand-up shower in the basement.
And so you mentioned the areas of suspected blood were drops, is that right?
Correct.
Were there areas of large-scale pooling at all?
I did not see any, no.
Okay. So the drops that you observed, where were those located?
They were on the concrete floor, from what I recall, near the bucket.
Other areas of the basement, did you observe anything of that nature other than what you talked about earlier? And what did you do after the sweep of the residence?
I again made contact with the adults upstairs and advised, or asked if we could ultimately have consent to search the rest of the residence regarding to the crime. And we obtained verbal consent at that point.
So the initial responding officers, you're doing the protective sweep to look for people. Is there a larger scale, search of the house?
At that point, no.
Okay. Is that done by other members of your department?
Yes, later on in the incident, yes.
And did they ultimately arrive to the house as well?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Sergeant Brester, morning. You were on uniform patrol on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes, sir.
What was your shift?
I was a night shift sergeant at the time, so I started at 10 p.m. and worked until 6:30 a.m.
And you were on patrol in a different area in the Adam district, correct?
Yes, I was on a other call at the time.
Okay. And were you asked to come over to 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, sir.
Who asked you to come over there?
Officer Wanish.
And Was it regarding a suspicious situation over there on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you hear something from dispatch? Did they give you any details as to why you were supposed to go over there?
Yes, while I was on the initial call I was on, I did hear the Stony Brook call being dispatched out, and I did hear the nature of the call at that time, yes.
So then you left the Adams district, went over to Stony Brook, and where did you park?
From what I remember, I parked down the street, not far from the actual address of the incident.
And you walked up on the sidewalk?
Sidewalk into the driveway, correct?
Okay. And did you see Officer Blonke and Officer Wanish there then outside?
Yes.
And did they kind of brief you on what was going on?
Yes.
Was that outside?
I believe it was outside, yes.
And did you try to figure out a game plan as to what to do?
Yes.
Officer Wanish needed your assistance because this was kind of an unusual situation. Is that fair?
Correct.
And they wanted you as the supervisor, as the sergeant, to kind of verify what they were seeing, correct?
Yes.
And you had responded to this location at 829 Stony Brook Lane with your emergency lights and sirens on, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was a kind of a dire emergency situation, correct?
From what we're gathering at the point, yes.
So then you walked inside the residence?
Yes.
And who did you talk to first?
I talked with a male and a female at the kitchen table. I believe her name was Tara and the male was Steven.
Okay. And did you have any concerns about what they were saying? Whether
Not that they're saying, I don't know if they're in shock, but it's, yeah, they were, he appeared to be drinking alcohol, but other than that, I think, yeah, there was nothing out of the ordinary at the time.
You were able to converse with them?
Yes.
And then were you asked to go down to the basement to check it out?
Yes.
And did you?
Yes.
Did you have patrol gloves on?
I cannot recall.
Okay. Tell me what happened when you started your descent down into the basement.
Well, we went down to the basement and from what I remember, I asked where the bucket was and we found the bucket at the bottom of the stairs off to the right. And there was what appeared to be some kind of toweling or cloth over the top bucket, and we opened it up and I confirmed that it appeared to be a human severed head.
Okay. And when you were down in the basement, were the other officers down there, Blonke and
I
Wanish?
believe at least one came down there with me. I thought maybe one stayed upstairs with the two adults.
Okay. Just to maintain?
Right.
And then did you decide to call for additional assistance?
We did at that time, yes.
Was it your call?
Yes.
Who else did you call to come over?
The other officers that were on scene, and then we had another sergeant was working as the shift commander at the time, and he began making phone calls to detective division and additional supervisors above my rank.
Okay. This residence at 829 Stony Brook, was it essentially 3 levels with a basement, a floor level, and then an upstairs?
I know for sure the basement and the main level. I can't remember about the upstairs. I believe there was an upstairs.
Did you go up there and check it out?
Not that I know. I remember for sure the basement and the first floor.
Okay. You found no other people besides Tara, Steven, and Ava, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see Taylor Schabusiness there, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't see any body parts there, correct?
Besides the severed head, that's it.
The downstairs, was it fair that it was sort of in disarray?
It was it appeared to be a live-in basement bedroom that people were somebody was living in. Yes.
How long did it take before Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakenich, and Miss Wheelock were, taken out of the home and brought down to the police department?
I would say within the first 20 minutes, half hour I was there.
Okay. And was her bedroom on the ground level off the kitchen?
Whose bedroom?
Miss Wheelock, Ava Wheelock, was her bedroom like on the same floor as the kitchen?
Yes, between the kitchen and the living room.
Can you describe that ground level when you come in that side door?
Sure. So you come up the side door, you walk up a few stairs into the kitchen to your left. And then when you go through the kitchen, there's a hallway that runs, I guess, north and south with the living room on your right and the bedroom in the right as well, down the hallway.
Is there a bathroom there on the first floor?
I believe there was.
Okay, and that's all there is to the first floor. It's
Yes.
it's a very small house, correct?
Yeah, it's a smaller house.
Cape Cod style?
Yeah,
There's a separate garage there.
there was a detached garage, correct?
Did you see vehicles parked in the driveway on that particular evening?
Not that I could recall.
It's a while ago, correct?
Pardon?
This was a while ago,
Yes, sir.
correct? But it was dark outside and there was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Kind of a cold night, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked Tara Pakenich if you could, search the residence, correct?
Yes.
She gave written consent, yes?
Once she got to the police department, she put pen to paper on the consent, yes.
When you were there, Sergeant, did your other officers, Wanish and Blonke, start putting out police crime scene tape?
They did outside, yes.
Did they follow all the procedures?
Yes.
Was there any way that the crime scene was disturbed in any way, shape, or form?
No.
At this property, there's like a driveway and then there's a separate detached garage, correct?
Correct.
And there's a backyard too?
Yes.
Did you ask Tara Pakenich if she had moved the bucket at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you ask Stephen Hendricks if he moved the bucket at all?
No.
Was it your understanding that Ava Wheelock did not even go downstairs?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that prior to having additional detectives and supervisors come to the scene from the detective division, that you didn't do any other searching of the residence?
Correct.
You and the other two officers just kind of stood by and maintained the scene?
Yes.
And then other detectives then came, Detective Biller, Detective Scanlon, Lieutenant Strauff, correct?
Yes.
And did you brief all of them on what you knew?
Pardon?
Did you brief all of them
Yes.
on what you knew?
Yep.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you so much.
Redirect? No, thank you.
Thank you. You can step down. Your next witness, Mr. Saunders.
The state calls Stephen Hendricks.
Okay, sir, if you just want to step up over here, and then before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Hendricks.
And then, sir, if you could move up a little closer to the microphone so we can hear
Stephen
you.
Hendricks.
All right, and with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right. Is it okay if I refer to you as Steve?
Yes.
Okay. Steve, how old are you?
50.
Okay. And where do you live?
Green Bay.
Okay. And do you still live on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
And that's in Green Bay. What area of Green Bay is that?
West side.
All right. How long have you lived at Stony Brook Lane?
Almost 3 years.
And who do you live there with?
Tara
And what's Tara's last name?
Pakenich.
And are you in a relationship with Tara?
Yes.
All right. And how long has that been?
Almost 3 years.
Okay. And that's, I guess, why you live at that house now?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone else live at that house?
Part-time Ava.
Okay. And
Her daughter.
who's Ava?
Tara's daughter.
And she still a juvenile?
Yes.
Did Tara have any other children who on occasion would be at the house?
Yes.
And who is that?
Shad.
And Shad, was that her son?
Yes.
And did he live there full-time, part-time? I guess what was that arrangement?
It was partially when he wanted to eat, change, or do his laundry.
And I guess looking in like February of 2022, by that point, was Shad an adult?
Yes,
So I want to ask you, Steve, about February 21st, 2022. It was a Monday. Do you recall the date I'm talking about?
yes,
And on that date, or were you still living at the Stony Brook Lane house with Tara?
yes,
On that date, did you have contact with Shad on that date?
yes.
And I guess what happened on the 21st?
Well, 21st during the day. It depends what you're referring to. There's several different. Okay.
At some point, did you and Tara go to dinner?
Yes,
And who did you go to dinner with?
with Shad.
And do you remember where you went?
Courthouse Bar and Grill.
Is that also in Green Bay?
Yes, east side.
Do you remember what time you would have gone to dinner?
It was during the day. 3 years, maybe. I'm not positive, but
Okay. And then were you there for a little bit of time?
yes.
Do you remember what you did after dinner was done?
I believe we went home.
And what time would that have been, if you remember?
I'm not positive. It's still light out.
All right. And you went home. Do you mean the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
And what happened when you got back to that house?
I don't recall, but I remember Shad leaving. I'm not sure.
Did you see who Shad left with?
Yes,
And who is that?
that was Taylor.
And did you know who Taylor was prior to that day?
I met her several times.
And I guess how did you meet her? I guess what was that?
Through Shad.
Would she come over to the house?
Well, there was only one time prior that she was at the house, but they weren't in the house.
So it was just sort of in passing you had contact
Well,
with Taylor?
yes, I pulled in a driveway and they were trying to break into the house.
Okay. So you had known Taylor prior to February 21st?
Just that one occasion.
And they left the Stony Brook house, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see how they left the house?
No, I did not.
Was Shad driving at that time?
I don't believe so. His truck was in the pound.
All right, so he didn't have a vehicle?
No, not at the time.
And I know it's a while ago. Do you remember what time they would have left the house?
Not exactly.
By that point, was it dark out or still light?
I believe it was still light out.
All right. And at any point that night, did Shad return to the home?
About 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, somewhere around there.
So 1 or 2 in the morning, would that have been then into the morning of the 22nd?
Sure.
All right. And what happened when Shad got home in the morning?
He rang the doorbell 6, 7 times in a row. That's his little key. Yes.
What door did they enter through?
We only use the back door of our place because that's where the driveway is. So that's the only door we use.
So the door that sort of is next to the
It's on
driveway?
the side. It's on the side of the house, yes.
Do you use the front door?
No, not really.
Is that kind of
It's
locked?
kind of
usually?
blocked. It's kind of blocked off. We have junk in front of it.
So is it that, whenever people are entering or leaving
It's
that
always,
home?
it's always backside door.
And so Shad kind of rings the doorbell 6, 7 times, you said, is that right?
Yeah,
Was anyone with him?
yes,
Who?
Taylor.
And did you see how they had arrived at the home?
No, I did not. I just opened the door.
And what happened when you opened the door for them?
They came in and went right downstairs.
In that time, in that 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary behavior-wise with either Shad or Taylor?
No,
Had you previously had contact with Taylor, right?
yes,
Anything different from that time versus the prior times you met with her?
no.
When she came over earlier in the day to pick up Shad, Did you have contact with Taylor then?
Yes, she came in the house.
Sort of asked the same questions. Was there any kind of odd behaviors that you were observing?
No,
So then when Taylor and Shad then go into the basement, how do you get to the basement from that door, that storm door?
straight down the steps,
So it's
right by the door. The door continues to go down. If you take a left right at the top, you'll go into the kitchen. But if you go straight down, it goes to the basement.
so they go right down there. What do you do?
I went back upstairs. I went back to bed.
So I want to ask a few questions then about the layout of the home.
Okay.
So the area that you're talking about, the door, is that on the main level?
Yes,
Are there any bedrooms on that level of the home?
yes.
And who is using those bedrooms?
One of them is just a empty room, an empty bed that's on the main level.
Your room and Tara's room, I should ask first, do you share a room?
Yes, it's
And
on the
where's-
second floor.
Okay, that's on the second floor. Are
Yes.
there any other rooms on the second floor of the home?
No, it's just a long hall, closet space, and then a bedroom.
So after they go to the basement that morning, you go back up to the to your room?
Second floor, yes.
All right. And do you go back to sleep?
I'm not sure. Pretty sure.
Okay. After that point, do you have any other contact with Shad?
No, it was the last time I seen him.
And that was 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd?
Yes.
What about Taylor? Had you had any contact with Taylor after that point?
At one point, I was in the kitchen, and she had come upstairs, and I borrowed her a pair of reading glasses.
Do you remember when that was?
It was about 9:30 a.m.
Is it the same day that you're talking about?
Yes,
Would that be the 22nd?
be 22nd, yes.
So you're in the kitchen about 9:30 in the morning and Taylor comes in the kitchen?
Yeah,
And I guess the kitchen, is that right off of those stairs?
it's right off the stairs, yes.
And I guess what happens when Taylor comes in the kitchen there?
Nothing. She asked if I had a pair of glasses. I had a pair. I wear readers, and I buy them by the case because I lose everything.
And then I guess, did she take those glasses?
Yeah,
Okay, I guess, were they like, what kind of glasses were they?
they're just black glasses, black frame readers. They're just cheaters.
But like is it a thicker frame?
They're black plastic, but they're not like super thick.
And during that time you had contact with Taylor there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Any sort of odd behaviors or anything like that?
not that I was wearing.
So then the rest of that day, the 22nd there, what are you doing throughout that day?
Arguing with Tara.
Okay. So you had a little bit of an argument throughout the day?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Did you leave the home at any point?
Yes, I did.
And I guess at any point during that day, do you go into the basement?
No.
And you left the residence. How long after that 9:30 a.m. time do you think you left the home?
Well, it wasn't far after that, about 40 minutes after that, maybe.
And then how long were you gone for?
About 6 hours.
So you got back to the home sometime in the late afternoon?
Yeah, that's it.
And when you got home, I guess, what is that evening like?
I really couldn't say. I was out drinking, and I came home and passed out.
Okay. Anything, out of the ordinary that you remember seeing?
No.
Okay. Still aren't going in the basement at any point?
No.
I then want to ask about the following, I guess, morning time. Do you remember anything happening of note in that early morning of the 23rd?
Except for when I was woken up, you mean? Other than that?
Yeah, so were you woken up on that time?
I was woken up, yes.
And can you tell me what happened with that?
Tara had woken me up and said she think she found Chad, her son's, that's how she put it. I found my son's head in a bucket. So I'm dumbfounded. Didn't believe her. Thought she was having a mental issue or something.
Sure. So, do you remember what time this would have been?
It was, had to be about between 2 and 3 in the morning. I know it was the middle of the night.
And you said you were woken up. Were you sleeping in that room up in the second floor?
Yes,
And Tara had woken you up?
yes, after she heard her door slam.
Is that something you heard, or that's information Tara's telling
I
you?
don't recall if I heard it, but I know that I woke up a little bit when she got up.
And at some point, she comes back and tells you
Yes.
some information?
Yes.
What do you do then?
I go downstairs and see what the hell she's talking about, and I can't see anything, so we go back upstairs and contemplate what the heck to do.
So I guess what do you do specifically when you go downstairs?
I went to the basement and observed the bucket that she said, but I don't know, my mind blocked it out. About all I seen was like hair, like an animal, or something. I didn't know what the heck.
The bucket that you remember seeing, is that typically located right next to the stairs there?
No, it just happened to be there that day.
So after you see that stuff in the basement, contemplate what to do, I think you
Yeah,
said?
we go back up to this, and I called the police station, and it took me a while to get through. I didn't call 911 because I wasn't sure what was going on yet at this point.
If, you know, it's a ways away, but if you can remember, from when you kind of remember getting woke up when Tara got up to the
Yeah.
time you call the police, are you able to approximate how long a time we're talking about?
Within 30 minutes, I can't really say exactly, but it was within 30 minutes. I mean, she woke me up, went downstairs, went back upstairs, and then took me about 10 minutes to get through because I didn't call 911, I called the police department.
You got through to a dispatcher at some point?
Yes.
So after that point, did officers arrive at your home?
Yes, 2 uniformed officers.
Did you speak with them about sort of what you observed?
Yeah.
And did you go down to the police department then and speak further with officers?
Well, they had us put our phones on the table and then waited for, I think they escorted us to the Green Bay Police Department at that time.
Thank you, Steve. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Mr. Hendricks, good morning.
Good morning.
Shad Thyrion is the son of your girlfriend, Tara Pakenich, correct?
Yes.
He's not your son, right?
Right.
And he wasn't living at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property in February of 2022, was he?
No.
He lived with his father, Michael Thyrion, correct? He would come over to the residence on Stony Brook to eat, take a shower, do laundry, things like that.
Sure.
And to come and visit you and Tara, his mom.
Well, more Tara.
But you knew him, right?
Yes.
You had only met Taylor Schabusiness one time before?
Prior to that, yes.
And that was a brief meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
And sir, was it your understanding that Taylor Schabusiness went to high school and maybe middle school with Shad Thyrion?
That was my understanding.
And that they went to high school at Bayport together, correct?
I understood that.
The last time you saw Shad Thyrion was when?
About 2:00 in the morning on Monday night, going into Tuesday.
February 21st of 2022?
22nd, it was one of them.
Okay. On that Monday?
I believe so, Monday.
And
Monday.
was it, sir, was it your testimony that you went to the courthouse bar and grill in Green Bay with your girlfriend Tara Pakenich and then with Shad Thyrion?
Yes.
Okay. You had some dinner there, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Appetizers.
Okay. Some drinks?
Yep.
And then you came back home to Stony Brook?
Yes.
And then at some point, did Shad leave the residence then?
Yes.
Do you know what time?
Not exactly. It's
And-
still light out.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Shad was picked up by someone?
Yes.
Who was that?
Taylor.
Okay. So she picked him up and they left together?
Yes.
Was anybody else with him?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And then you didn't see him again?
Not until late that night.
On February 22nd of 2022?
Yeah, I think that's where it'd be 22nd by then, because it was after midnight. Yeah.
Okay. So you heard some pounding on the side door?
No, I heard the doorbell ring 6 times.
Okay. That's kind of his clue to be let in, correct?
Yeah, it was key.
And so then you came down, you opened the door?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that Taylor Schabusiness and Shad Thyrion then went right down the basement?
Yes.
And you were tired, so you went back upstairs to bed, right?
I went upstairs, yes.
You remember when the police came to your house on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were waiting for them, correct?
Yes.
You're the one that actually called 911?
Yeah, I didn't call 911. I called police department.
Okay, you called the Green Bay Police Department non-emergency line? You asked to have someone come over?
Yep.
And then do you recall meeting with an officer or officers at the door?
Yes, 2 officers.
And that's at that side door, correct?
Correct.
And the side door to the house is like right by the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Now, on this particular night, there were vehicles in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Whose vehicles were they, sir?
Tara's and mine.
Okay. What kind of car do you have?
I have a Forester.
Okay. And Tara?
She has a Volkswagen.
Okay. And they were parked like off the side door in the driveway?
Yes, in the driveway, yes.
Any other vehicles in the driveway?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then you talked to the officers, correct?
Yes.
And you told them what you knew, or is that correct?
Yes, and then they went down and took a look themselves.
They went down in the basement?
Yep.
And where did you go?
I sat at the table where they told us not to move.
Okay. And you followed directions, correct?
Yes.
And where was Tara Pakenich? Was she
She's
sitting
right
at the
next to
table?
me.
Okay.
Yes.
And when did Ava Wheelock get up?
I didn't even know she was there at the time. And right around the time they came over, I didn't realize she was even there yet.
Okay. Did she come and sit at the kitchen table as well?
Yes.
Do you have issues with your vision?
A little bit.
If you don't have glasses on, do you have a hard time seeing?
Yes.
Okay. Glasses help, right?
Yeah, for reading, yes.
Okay, sure. If you don't have the glasses on, is it difficult to see real far?
No.
Okay. Can you see, are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I'm just getting old.
Okay. But as far as you can see, can you give me like a distance?
Just words are blurry. Other than that, I can see you just fine.
Okay. And on this particular night, February 23rd of 2022, when you went down the stairs, sir,
Yeah.
you didn't have any cheaters or glasses, right?
No.
Everything was kind of blurry.
Yeah.
And you thought that maybe Tara Pakenich was seeing things. Is that correct?
Having mental issues. I don't know if she was hallucinating or anything like that. It's just I got woke up out of dead sleep and I'm tripping out now.
You were pretty stressed out, fair?
Well, yeah. She wakes me up crying, telling me she found her son's head in a bucket. Yeah, a little disturbing.
When you were, when she was trying to wake you up, were you in a dead sleep?
Not really. I mean, I was sleeping, but I was aware that I needed to get up.
And is it your testimony that when you looked in the bucket, you couldn't tell what it was, correct?
Correct.
And after you and Tara Pakenich talked, did you talk in the kitchen? You know, after you went to the basement, you came back up, and did you talk with her in the kitchen?
We went back up to the bedroom. That's where my phone was.
Oh, okay. And then you kind of contemplated on what to do?
Yeah.
You didn't know if you should call 911 or
I
not?
didn't know whether to call 911 or so I just called the police department because I didn't want them screaming in sirens and all that crap.
Okay. All right. How long after you made that call did it take for the police officers to get there?
It was late at night, probably 10 minutes, not even.
Okay. Did anybody move the bucket at all?
No.
Did you move the bucket?
Nope.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
Then I'd ask the witness be excused from any subpoena and sequestration order, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, he's released from the sequestration order. Your next witness then?
State calls Tara Pakenich.
Ma'am, if you want to step right up here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, not before the court, so help you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Tara Pakenich.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Can we have a brief sidebar, Your Honor?
You may. I'm going to have you accompany the bailiff to the jury room, and then we'll be back within 5 minutes or so. All rise for the jury.
Sounds like we have a sidebar.
Be seated. I need to clarify with the media in the back that this is a victim and she's not to be live streamed. She's not to be videoed. My understanding is that that's what's happening right now, so we need to stop it, okay? Okay, okay, it's been stopped. We're ready to have them back. Everybody can have a seat. Then we're good to go, Mr. Saunders. The witness is yours.
Sarah, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
49
All right. And where do you live?
on Stony Brook Lane in
I think they went into a sidebar situation. Not sure exactly what's going on. They asked one question and then things went mute. So the only thing I can think of is sidebar. The lack of sound seems to be because of a sidebar. I did check with the source, and we don't have any. I was afraid maybe it got muted by mistake. I could double check over on the Law and Crime feed and make sure. So I'll do that. Just a sec. Yeah, people over on Law and Crime are asking about the audio too. I can't imagine that they are not broadcasting the audio of the victim. But maybe it's a strange situation. But you got the one lawyer sitting next to her, so that kind of tends to negate the idea that this is just a sidebar. She does. She looks much older than 25 years, in my opinion. Because when I was looking for the footage of her attacking her attorney, I assumed she was in her 40s. So to find out that she's only 25 is a bit of a shock. Let me. She's sure showing an odd expression on her face. Okay, no audio or video. Okay. Interesting. Well, it's pretty graphic testimony, I imagine. Yes, she's only 25. I looked it up when I was doing the information on the video in the middle of the night when I went, hey, let's go for this trial. So, welcome, Annie Dog. This is this is a first here with video and no Yeah, Samantha, you're kind of in a pickle with trying to listen to the trial while working on your junk journals. So well. I guess we can all try to do body language analysis on her while watching. We have no idea what she might be reacting to, but well, we enjoy having you to interact with, Samantha. It's the first day of the trial, and not everybody has discovered that I'm streaming. Hello, Lisa Jimenez. This is the Taylor Schabusiness trial. First degree murder, desecrating a corpse, etc., etc. She's pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. This is in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and Wisconsin does not have the death penalty. So she's trying to convince everybody that she's insane. She was deemed competent to stand trial in the judge's ruling on Friday. And we had one occasion where she attacked her counsel at the time, and surprisingly, he quit afterwards. Just imagine that. Oh, Fond du Lac. I'm not sure exactly where that is. Let me check. Fond du Lac. Map. Oh, I see a picture of a lighthouse. Oh, on a lake where Oshkosh is. I've never really looked at a map of Wisconsin before. Interesting. Well. Learn something new every day. I think I made a sliver of a trip on Amtrak through part of Minnesota, but I've never been to Wisconsin yet, so. Hello, Jill, and welcome. I sure wish we knew what was being said. I hope that there are some court commentators who will be able to fill us in on what the mother testified to during the lunch break? Yeah, Alcatraz sounds good. Lake Winnebago. We are at the foot of the lake, which is what Fond du Lac. Okay. Huh, interesting. I haven't heard that term in French before for foot. I know pied. But Lake Winnebago, so that's where the Winnebagos come from. So how does this trial compare to
But you didn't see anyone in the basement?
Oh.
I did not.
Now we're getting audio.
When you heard the door slam, did you hear any other noises?
Not that I recall.
After you saw what was in the bucket, what did you do next?
I went back up to the second floor of the house and woke up Steve to have him verify that I saw what I saw.
And what did Steve do?
He got up and he went downstairs with me. And he looked in the bucket, but he could not verify that it was what I thought it was.
What did you and Steve do next?
We went back upstairs to the second floor because that's where our phones were plugged in, and decided if we were calling 911 or the non-emergency number. And that's when we called.
The audio we heard earlier, was that the call that was made to law enforcement?
Yes.
That was you and Steve?
Yes.
After that point, did officers arrive?
They did.
Are you able to approximate, the time you hear the storm door slam to the time Steve and yourself call 911, about how long that is?
Not really. Time wasn't moving the same as it normally does after you notice that.
And then does officers arrive soon thereafter?
They did.
Thank you, Tara. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you. You are Tara Pakenich.
I am.
You've been involved in a relationship with Stephen Hendricks for how long? Yeah.
Approximately 3 years.
And you live together at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay?
We do.
That's over by Fireman's Park area, right?
Yes.
With regards to Stephen, does he wear cheater glasses?
He does.
Does he sometimes have issues with missing his glasses or losing his glasses?
He does. I order 5 pair at a time.
Okay. Does he have difficulty seeing if he doesn't have his glasses?
Yes.
With regards to this case, you talked to police detectives, correct?
Correct.
And you talked to Detective Groff, who's here, correct?
Yes.
You told him everything that you knew about this situation, correct?
Yes.
With regards to this home, you own the home?
I do.
And is it, it's got a basement, a ground level, and then an upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that it's kind of like 3 levels? so to speak?
so to speak.
Your bedroom and Stephen's bedroom is upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Is there a bathroom up there?
No.
On the ground level?
The ground level there is
Okay, and there's also is there a kitchen there?
kitchen, living room, and 2 bedrooms.
And you have a daughter, Ava Wheelock, correct?
Correct.
When this was all going on, she was 16, correct?
Yes.
Is she still 16?
No.
17 now?
Yes.
And she was sleeping in the residence when the police came on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Mr. Hendricks have vehicles, correct?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle do you have, ma'am?
I have a Volkswagen.
Is it an SUV or what kind is it?
No, it's a Volkswagen Jetta.
Jetta? Okay. And what kind of vehicle does Mr. Hendricks have?
A Subaru Forester.
And do you typically park them in the driveway?
Yes.
At your house, if you're standing in the street looking at your house, there's kind of a long driveway and then there's a garage that's detached. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then there's the house. Your house is kind of like a Cape Cod style, correct?
Yes.
And then you have a backyard. Is that fair?
We do have a backyard.
On February 23rd of 2022, when the Green Bay police officers came there to talk to you, is it fair to say that the only 2 vehicles that were in the driveway were the Subaru Forester belonging to Stephen and the VW Jetta belonging to you?
No.
What
When
other
I
vehi-
watched the video earlier, Ava's Toyota RAV4 was in the driveway.
Okay, she has her own car?
She does.
Okay. So there's basically 3 vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And they're all kind of parked in line on that driveway?
Right.
Okay. Did you see any gold minivan parked in your driveway on February 23rd of 2022?
No.
When the front door to your house, you don't really use that, correct?
Correct.
The main entrance is the side door off the driveway.
Correct.
Do you have curtains in the front of your house
I do.
and on the front door as well?
I do.
With regards to the bucket that was in the basement, you went down to the basement to bring the cat down there?
Earlier in the evening, yes.
Okay. And then you went back down there because you heard the door slam?
Correct. To see if Shad was still home. If he was not, to turn off the lights.
Because the
lock the door.
lights were left on in the basement, right?
Correct.
And you didn't see anybody downstairs when you went down there?
No, I did not.
And as you were going up the stairs, then you saw this bucket?
Right.
Okay. And was there?
I think that court they got shut down because of the audio here. Let's go over to law and crime.
Anybody downstairs, correct? When you went down there?
No, I did not.
And as you were going up the stairs, then you saw this bucket?
Probably in shock.
So then your boyfriend, Stephen Hendricks, made the call to 911 at some point?
To the non-emergency number, yes.
And then you waited for the police officers to arrive, is that right?
Yes. In our kitchen. We
Okay.
waited.
You let him, and then you let him in the side door, correct?
Correct.
The officers came in and had you sit at the table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Did you look in the bucket only one time?
I believe I looked in the bucket again when Steve looked in the bucket.
Was he in front of you?
Next to me.
Don't remember that detail.
Sure. Now, in February of 2022, your son, Shad Thyrion, was living with his father, Michael Thyrion,
Correct.
and your son would come to your house to eat sometimes, correct?
To eat, hang out with his sister, me.
Do some laundry.
What?
Do some laundry, right?
Yeah.
And would you have to tell him to take a shower?
I don't know that I had to tell him, but he'd shower there.
Were you worried that he didn't always take care of himself?
Yes.
When you heard the storm door slam, excuse me, when you heard the door slam, did you see anybody go outside?
No.
Did you see anybody drive away?
No.
Did anybody come upstairs by you and Stephen on February 23rd of 2022?
No.
Did Ava get up at all and go downstairs or come upstairs by you on February 23rd of 2022?
Ava's room is on the main level of the house.
Yep.
She was woken up after the police were already at the house. She never went into the basement.
Okay. When the police officers arrived at your house on February 23rd, you didn't go back downstairs, correct?
I did not.
The officers had you stay by the kitchen table, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the officers had you, Stephen, and Ava all go down to the police department to give a statement or at least talk about things?
That is correct.
In your neighborhood, ma'am, the houses are kind of close together. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do people park on the street sometimes?
Occasionally.
Overnight sometimes?
They do. Probably not in the winter.
Okay.
With snow plows.
Is your street, is it busy with people coming and going?
No, it is not. You probably don't drive down my street unless you live on it.
On February 22nd of 2022, when you and Stephen had a little bit of an argument, that was out that Tuesday?
In the morning.
Okay. He left and went to a bar?
He did.
Was he drinking all day?
I wasn't with him,
Did
but
he-
he was at a bar, so
When he came back, had he told you that he had some drinks?
he did.
Do you know what time he got back?
I do not. It was still light out. In February, that's got to be 5 o'clock or something.
What time did you go to bed on February 22nd, that Tuesday? You remember?
I do not.
What time do you typically go to bed?
11. Or we were watching TV in our room. So I don't know if we were actually sleeping. I don't know.
And you have one cat?
One cat.
And the cat usually, does it stay downstairs or does it come
The
upstairs?
cat goes through the entire house, but
Free-
the litter boxes are in the basement.
Okay, it's got free reign of the house, huh? Did you hear any talking on either Tuesday, February 22nd or Wednesday, February 23rd prior to that storm door, slamming?
I did not.
If you were upstairs in your bedroom, would it be fair to say that it would be difficult to hear anything going on downstairs or hear conversations?
Would not be able to hear anything in the basement, no.
Okay. All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Can you redirect, Mr. Saunders?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, man. You can step down.
Your Honor, the next witness is also a statutory crime victim, and I would just ask that she not be filmed. Also a juvenile, Your Honor.
Okay, so for the next witness, only audio. All right.
Stay with call Ava Wheelock.
Right up here, ma'am, and then before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Have a seat, and then state your name for the record. I'm Ava
What's your last name, Ava?
Wheelock,
Can you spell your last name for the record, please?
Wheelock.
And can you scoot up a little bit to the microphone if you could? And try to speak right into that microphone if you can. Ava, how old are you?
I'm 17.
Are you still in school?
Yes.
And I know it's summertime, but what grade will you be in next year?
Senior.
And who do you live with, Ava?
Both my mom and my dad.
Do you split time between the two of them?
Yes.
And who is your mom?
Tara.
Where does your mom live?
Stony Brook Lane.
And I'm going to ask to have you recall February of 2022. Did you have that same living arrangement in February of 2022?
Yes.
So at that time you were living half time with mom and half time with dad?
Yes.
And do you have any siblings?
Yes, 2.
And are they older or younger?
Both older.
Do you have a brother or sister or both?
Brother, sister, yeah.
And how about your older sister? How old is she?
I believe she's 25.
And how about your older brother?
25.
And who was your brother?
Shad.
That's Shad Thyrion.
Yes.
Did you have a pretty good relationship with Shad?
Very close, yes.
Was he a nice guy?
Yes.
Do you know where Shad was living in February of 2022?
I believe with his dad.
Would you see Shad occasionally at your mom's house?
Yes.
What were the nature or what were the reasons why he would come visit at your mom's house?
To hang out with me, to do laundry, and to hang out with us.
I'm going to ask you to specifically remember February 22nd of 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Started out as a day of celebration, right?
Yes.
What was going on that day?
I was at my dad's traditional wedding.
And was that in the general Green Bay area?
I don't know.
How far away was it from your mom's house?
I don't know.
At some point on that same date, did you return to your mom's house from the wedding?
Yes, at the end of the wedding.
And do you know about what time it was that you returned to your mom's house?
No, but it was dark outside.
And how did you get to your mom's house on the February 22nd?
I drove myself.
And when you arrived at your house, did you see anyone in the residence?
No.
What did you do when you got home?
I immediately went to bed.
And which door did you use to enter that residence?
The side door.
Is that the door off of the driveway?
Yes.
Is that the door that everyone used?
Yes.
And you said you went to your bedroom. If you were to enter that residence through the side door, how would you get to your bedroom?
I entered the house and down to the basement is right in front of me. And to the left is the kitchen. So I went to the kitchen and there's a hallway. When you go more into the kitchen, I went down the hallway to my room.
And that's on the first floor of the residence, your room?
Yes.
And then there's a basement, and is there also a second floor?
Yes, there's a second floor.
What's on the second floor?
My mom's room.
What's in the basement generally?
Where we do laundry and sometimes people stay there.
Is that where Shad stays when he comes over usually?
Yes.
On that night, you said you went right to your room. Did you go to the basement at all on February 22nd?
No.
And you said you didn't see anyone in the residence when you came home. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you hear other people in the residence?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I just heard footsteps downstairs.
When you say downstairs, are you talking about the stairs from the second floor to the first floor, or the stairs from the basement up to the first floor?
The basement up to the first floor.
Is that something that you heard frequently throughout that day?
Yes.
How about people's voices? Did you hear any people's voices on the night of the 22nd to the 23rd?
I heard a female voice.
Did you know who it was?
No.
Did you ever see a female in the residence on that day, the 22nd or the 23rd?
No.
Do you recall specifically anything that the female voice had said?
No.
Did you hear two voices or one voice or more than two voices?
Just one voice.
Did you know anything about who the female was talking to, or if she was talking to anyone?
No.
At some point, did you fall asleep on the night of the 22nd into the 23rd?
Yes.
And how were you awakened on that day?
I was awakened to bang on my door from the police.
What happened when the police banged on your door?
I woke up and they told me to come to the kitchen.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And who was in the kitchen when you got there?
My mom and Steve.
And did Steve live with your mom at that time?
Yes.
And you had not seen either of them prior to that time frame, is that right?
Yes.
And did the police want to speak with you at that time?
No.
Did you ultimately go to the Green Bay Police Department and speak with police about what you observed that night?
Yes.
Did that occur that morning, the 23rd?
Yes.
And you told them what you could remember?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Ava.
Mr. Fairley, cross-examination.
Ava, how are you?
All right.
Do you know Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes, when I was a kid.
How do you know her?
My brother's best friend.
Okay. Where did your brother go to high school?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you're going to be a senior this fall?
Sorry?
You're going to be a senior this fall?
Yes.
Where do you go to high school?
Objection, relevance.
I'll withdraw.
Sustained.
I can withdraw. So you have a car, correct?
Yes.
You have a RAV4?
Yes.
And your mom has a car, right?
Yes.
It's a VW Jetta?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You've ridden in it?
Huh?
Have you taken a ride in your mom's car in the past?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Steve Hendricks, that's your mom's boyfriend, correct?
Yes.
He's got a car, right?
Yes.
So when you're at the house, when you're at your mom's house, do you all park your cars in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to your dad's wedding, that was on February 22nd, is that right?
Yes.
I think it was a Tuesday, right?
I believe so.
And at some point the wedding was over and you went to your mom's to spend the night, correct?
Yes.
And did you pull into the driveway at your mom's house on Stony Brook?
I don't remember.
Okay. Typically, when you go to your mom's house, do you park your car in the driveway?
Yes.
Did you see any other vehicles besides your car, your mom's car, and Steve's car?
Yes.
What else? What other cars did you see?
A van
Where was it?
in the driveway.
When did you see it?
Sorry?
When did you see the van?
When I came back from Dad's wedding.
Okay. So did you pull behind the van then?
No.
Okay. Where did you park your car?
The side of the road.
Okay. Did you went in the house then after the wedding, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I went to my room.
You went straight to your room?
Yes.
Did you talk to your mother at all?
No.
Did she know that you were home?
I don't know.
How about Steve Hendricks? Did you talk to him?
No.
And you went in your bedroom. Did you leave the door open or did you close the door?
I closed the door.
And then did you go to sleep?
Yes.
What time did you go to sleep?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember what time you got to your mom's house that day?
No.
But it was in the evening
Yes.
after dinner time?
I don't know.
When you came in the house, did you ever see Taylor Schabusiness in the house on Tuesday, February 22nd of 2022?
No.
Did you see your brother Shad Thyrion in the house on that date?
No.
Did you ever hear his voice?
No.
How about Taylor's voice? Did you hear her voice?
Mumbles.
You didn't know who it was though, correct?
Yes.
Did you go in the basement on February 22nd, that Tuesday?
No.
Did you go in the basement after you woke up when the police came to your house on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022?
No.
When the police came to your house, is it your testimony that they knocked on your bedroom door
Yes.
and you woke up then?
Yes.
And then you went to the kitchen?
Yes.
And did they have you sit by the kitchen table?
Yes.
And then you waited for further directions, correct?
Yes.
And then is it true that at some point then you, your mom, and Steve were all taken down to the police department to talk?
Yes.
Your brother, Shad Thyrion, would he have people come over oftentimes to play video games or hang out in the basement?
Object relevance.
Well, it goes to people coming in the house, people that he would invite
Sustain
over.
the objection. Ask another question.
How often would your brother come to the house?
I don't know.
Was it just kind of sporadic, like kind of whenever?
Yeah.
Okay. There wasn't any kind of set schedule. Is that fair?
Sorry?
There was no set schedule. Is that true?
Yeah.
And were you at the house on Monday, February 21st of 2022?
I don't know.
Did you get up on February 22nd to look out the window at all?
No.
When you went to bed, you were out. Is that fair to say that you were sleeping until the police knocked on your door?
Yes.
You didn't wake up to go get something to eat or anything like that?
No.
And the house at 829 Stony Brook Lane, there's a basement down there, correct?
Yes.
It's kind of like a finished basement, right?
Yes.
And then there's the floor level with a kitchen, living room, and your bedroom, right?
Yes.
Bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then the upstairs, kind of like the loft area, that's where your mom and Mr. Hendricks, that's their bedroom?
Yes.
And when you were there on February 22nd, you couldn't hear any conversations or anything like that, correct?
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
I have no redirect. I just want to confirm that the state had not subpoenaed this witness. I want to make sure that she's released from the defense subpoena.
Yes, she can be released.
Right, very good. You can step down. State's next witness.
Judge, I think we could call another witness. However, this is a good natural break in the state's case at this point in time. I wonder if the court would entertain allowing us to break for the noon hour at this time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 minutes to 12. We're going to break for lunch. And I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room, ready to go at 1 o'clock. All right? All rise for the jury.
Let's see, 1 o'clock. Is that, what time zone is Wisconsin? I'm not sure if we have any commentary during the lunch hour from, feel like it's as big as big trial as the Murdoch case or some of these others. So let's take a look and see if there's anything from Court TV. Court TV is just showing the judge. That's very strange. Let's take a look at see if we can find some news stories on the case here. I'm trying to remember. It doesn't look like Law and Crime is going to any court commentary, so let's see. Let's see, do we have any interrogation? Not seeing any interrogation. Oh, let's see. This says a woman accused of decapitating a lover before sexually assaulting. His body enters a disturbing motion. So let's see what she.
We're taking a look at a disturbing case out of Wisconsin where a 25-year-old woman is accused of murdering her lover, dismembering his body, and sexually assaulting him after he was killed. But it's that final charge that her defense attorneys are now challenging. Thanks for joining us today on Law and Crime Network. I'm Sierra Gillespie. So the defendant in this case is Taylor Schabusiness, who investigators say murdered 24-year-old Shad Thyrion in Green Bay, Wisconsin, back in February of 2022. At the time, Thyrion's mother found his decapitated head at the bottom of her stairway. Investigators say Schabusiness murdered Thyrion after she began choking him during sex. She later told investigators she had been smoking meth and shooting up trazodone. She allegedly put a leg and a foot in her vehicle and even left Thyrion's head in a bucket. New court documents state other body parts were found in a Jimmy Choo bag and even more in a crock pot box. She later told investigators, quote, "I can't believe I left the head, though." Schabusiness's case has faced many delays since her arrest, though, after questions of her competency and a change of defense attorneys. Most recently, Schabusiness was caught on camera violently attacking her public defender, Quinn Jolly, before she was restrained by Brown County Sheriff's deputies. Jolly was later removed from the case and a new attorney was appointed. But just this week, a Brown County judge ruled court documents could be unsealed, giving us even more gruesome details. The judge, however, kept some evidence under seal, saying it was too graphic to even be shown publicly. So to take a deep dive into this disturbing case, we're joined now by forensic death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan. As always, it's a pleasure to speak with you, Joseph Scott Morgan.
Hey, how are you this morning? Good to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's always great to talk to you. So let's start. This is a very unusual case. Not only that the defendant is a female, but even more that she's accused of murdering a man, dismembering his body. Have you seen a case like this before?
Yeah, not to this degree. We were talking off camera just a moment ago, and I have to admit, there has been an uptick, at least, and it might just be my perception because I cover so many cases of dismemberments. It seems like we've just been washing them. In substances, when it existed in, which is certainly, I think, to say the least, is living on the edge.
So this story has so many grisly details. We've actually been following it since way back in 2022, so we knew a lot of them, but these recently unsealed court documents are giving us even more disturbing details. One of them really disturbing. It includes that the victim's penis was removed from his body. Is that something you see often?
Not something that you see often. However, this goes to a level of when you talk about this postmortem mutilation that goes on. There's a lot of psychopathy in that particular, from that particular perspective, where you're attempting not just to, I think, destroy the individual, simply through this idea of dismemberment. But you're trying to depersonalize them to a great degree, and there's any number of cases over history throughout history where you've had this kind of mutilation that goes on post-mortem. I know, to the best of my recollection, I've handled cases where people have abused corpses in a highly sexualized way, whether it be from using sharp force instruments or insertions many times. And of course, this happens in a post-mortem state, and they're living out this kind of fantastical scenario in their mind. You just don't know what the motivation is. And one of the big questions here, I think, because this idea of kind of indwelling psychopathy, where they're talking, I think that one of the things that has come up in this case is the idea that she's suffering from some type of mental illness. Well, is it actually a mental illness that would compromise her ability to stand trial and understand what's happening? Or are you just talking about somebody that has a depraved mind?
Yeah, I think that's something a lot of people who are following the case are asking about. I mean, her competency has been up for question multiple times. The trial even been delayed, but most recently she was found competent to stand trial. So that's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. But kind of back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier. So her defense attorneys are saying that because the victim's penis was removed from his body, there's no way he could have been sexually assaulted. Do you think that claim holds any water?
No, not necessarily. I think that now the supposition is that this sexual assault apparently took place in a postmortem state. I think it all centers around the severing of the penis, because that in and of itself is a sexualized event. Again, this goes to a special level of depravity at this point in time. The penis being removed and placed into the bucket with the head. One would ask, well, what was done with the penis after it had been removed, I think. And, again, the judge has sealed, and rightly so at this point in time, because, oh my gosh, you talk about prejudicing the jury pool. If certain of these details leaked out, I think that it's going to be one of those events that so shocks the conscience of the public at large. That's why, this coming to trial, it might be one of the blockbuster cases that we have heard, particularly from a forensic standpoint, that we've covered in some time. There's going to be a lot here to kind of explore and try to understand what exactly went on, how much of this trauma was inflicted on him is going to be important to understand, either in the antemortem state or the postmortem state, because obviously things happened in the antemortem state to bring him to death. It's kind of this path that's traveled relative to him, and then what happens in the postmortem state. So in this case, the testimony of not just the crime scene investigators, but the forensic pathologist, the medical examiner in this case, is going to be incredible. It'll be incredible to see and kind of hear what they have to say about it.
I think some of the things you touched on just there are really important. I mean, even hearing about the case, it's difficult just to hear about, but then we talk about these really graphic images, and Green Bay is just this relatively small city in Northeast Wisconsin, pretty modest people. So is it possible that the jurors are going to be exposed to some of these really grisly, gruesome images during trial?
You can't escape it. Yes, they are, and it's the hard, cold reality. And it's a double-edged sword for the defense, right? Because if you're trying to say that there is psychopathology that's going on that inhibited her ability to make correct judgments and all of these sorts of things, if that's what you're putting forth as a defense team, then you have to explore these graphic things, because you would say, who else in their right mind would do this sort of thing? They have to be in the state of mind where they didn't have their faculties about them. But then again, the defense will probably say, we see a lot of these cases where they'll say, I mean, how many of these have we covered on Law and Crime where they say, well, these images are just too prejudicial. Can you imagine, just for a moment, seeing a bucket containing a human head and a penis, and it's there in the bucket, and it's going to be part and parcel of all the evidence that is collected, because it shows what actually happened at that scene. There'll be it'll just be over the top relative to blood evidence that's there. and we're forgetting about the rest of the body. You know, we're kind of focusing on what's contained in that bucket, but you know, she's talking about taking apart limbs and all these sorts of things and the deposition of those. And one interesting statement that has been reported in the media that I really found fascinating. She allegedly said to the police, "Good luck finding all of his organs." Holy smokes, who says that? If we are to believe that that's the statement that she made, why how do you take the measure of that? So that again could be something that comes up in court, and again it goes to her state of mind.
This one's going to be really interesting to follow as it goes to court and more details come out. But ahead of that, still the defense is saying, okay, we've got to get this sexual assault charge kind of thrown out. And they're arguing something interesting here. They're saying that because the victim was, quote, not a person at the alleged time of the incident, that it doesn't count as sexual assault. They're citing Wisconsin state statutes saying that after somebody has died, they're no longer a person. Does that make any sense?
Well, you know, I guess you'd have to take the measure of that relative to what the statutory obligation is in the state of Wisconsin. You know, how has that law been structured by the legislature? And here's the really interesting thing in 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 the history of Wisconsin law. Has this ever been put to the test before? This could be a benchmark moment. You know, in that one little slice of pie there, when you think about it. Is this something that has been tested before? Because this goes to the, you know, again, it's one of the underlying aggravating factors. Now, obviously, Wisconsin doesn't have the death penalty. All we have to do is reflect back to Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Jeffrey Dahmer did a lot of things that were really over the top. That is a gross understatement on my part. So it's not like that hasn't been visited before, and he had sexualized the dead in that particular case. I wonder if in his particular case this had been addressed. I don't have the recall to be able to kind of understand that or put that to the test here. But in any other circumstances, has there ever been a case where this particular statute, part of the criminal code, has it been put to the test before the bench? Going to be interesting to see.
And those comparisons between Jeffrey Dahmer and Taylor Schabusiness are kind of interesting in that they have similarities, both happening in Wisconsin, and this could be a groundbreaking case for the state of Wisconsin too. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. But as far as Schabusiness's team, they're arguing that the state testing of Thyrion's body for that sexual assault evidence, they say that it's inconclusive. And I wanted to ask you specifically about this because you're the expert here. So what could that mean that they're saying it's inconclusive?
Well, and it would be. Look, when you begin to think about sexual assault from the perspective of where we have an event that occurs that an individual has been charged with sexual assault, what kind of physical evidence do you have to demonstrate that? Well, if you have a male involved who is the aggressor, one of the things obviously that you're going to look for is going to be, say, for instance, seminal deposition on the body, either externally or internally. You know, that's one of the reasons we do rape kits, and we test. You know, we test for this, and so this again is unique because you have a female on male event that is occurring. How do you frame sexual assault when it comes to female on male at this particular time? This goes back also to, you know, there's been a lot of talk of bondage, these sorts of things. The word chain keeps coming up in media reports all over the place. Kind of a sadomasochistic, you know, kind of event that is occurring between the two. And one other interesting point in this case is that there's kind of a little known um, cause of death that came up that I kind of caught hold of when I was reading one of the reports. She allegedly admitted to sitting on the victim as he was coughing up blood. Okay, just envision that for a second. Well, that act is actually something that's referred to as burking. Burking is what it's referred referred to, and it's kind of a restraining context of police officers trying to take people into custody. And what you're doing is you're inhibiting the body's ability to uptake oxygen from a literal physical sense where their chest cannot expand. And so you're sitting on this individual. It's compromising the airway. It's almost like a compression asphyxia is what we refer to it as. The chest can't expand, and all we have to do is just think about when you take in oxygen and you exhale, his ability, if you are to believe the statement that she allegedly made, was compromised in that sense. Sometimes burking can be sexualized. That again, are you going to make that intellectual leap to say that the burking is part of a sexual event? There's so many little nuances to this whole story. It's just super bizarre.
So today, the first time talking to you about this burking, that's really the first time I've heard of it. And as this case comes to trial, we're going to hear more details. Do you expect more things that we've never heard before are going to be revealed when it does go to trial?
Yeah, I think so. I think what would be really fascinating in this case, and of course, there's no guarantee that this would happen, is that if they had a sexual behaviorist give testimony in this case that kind of explores these various spectrums that they're talking about here. This is, and again, I think from the victim and the alleged perpetrator, what kind of histrionics do they have? Has there been evidence that they've engaged in this behavior before, that this is something that was a regular event? I think that's going to come up. Well, we've done this before and nothing happened like this until we introduced methamphetamine into it. And again, that's another little hook, that the attorneys are going to kind of dance around, I think. And it's multi-layered, and there are going to be a lot of traps, I think, for both the prosecution and the defense that they have to be very much aware of as they kind of move, because it's so highly complex.
Yeah, this is going to be a very intense case with a lot of layers that we're going to make sure to follow and bring you the latest. As always, thank you, Joseph Scott Morgan, for all of your insight in this case.
My pleasure. Good to be with you.
So far, the judge in Taylor Schabusiness' case has not made any rulings on the defense's motion, but will likely do so at a June 13th hearing. That's when Schabusiness is due back in court. Jury selection in her case is expected to begin on July 21st. Reporting.
Okay. Yeah, let's see. Burke and Hare. Maybe we'll find something brief on that just for some true crime historical education. Okay, here, let's take a look at this.
Hi guys, before we start, I want to thank today's sponsor for making this video possible. Do you know the single biggest problem with cryptocurrency? Spoiler alert, it's volatility. Growth with a powerful hedge against are always risks, including market conditions, and you're waiting for. Visit the link in the description today. Discovery has been a noble path, but one that is all scientific curiosity about the inner workings of the human body has led to countless medical breakthroughs. Medical discovery has been a noble path, but one that has also experienced detours, such as this one, into crime and murder. In the early 1800s, Great Britain saw an increase in the number of students wanting anatomical training, and classrooms of medical colleges swelled to capacity. Most classes could easily be taught in lecture halls to many students, but anatomy classes had the special requirement of a corpse for lecture and demonstration purposes. Until the 19th century, Britain's laws specified that the only cadavers that could be used in these classes were those of recently executed criminals, as religious thought and superstitions of the time deemed it unthinkable to disturb a person's remains. The number of executions was, as William Roughhead wrote, wholly inadequate to meet the growing needs, and the surgeons and barbers' apprentices had been in use diligently to till the soil and reap the harvest of what had been finally called death's mailing. This practice soon became the regular occupation of some underworld characters. And author Hugh Douglas wrote of the proficiency of these workers. Grave robbers could open a grave, remove a body, and restore the soil between patrols of the night watch. Relatives of the subject could mourn by the grave the following day, unaware that their loved one was gracing some anatomy slab in Edinburgh. Upon receiving a delivery of a cadaver from someone other than those authorized to transport criminals' corpses, doctors and their assistants most likely suspected that the bodies were from graves, but generally said nothing in order to keep the anatomy classes full of interested and paying students. Irishmen William Burke and William Hare, however, developed a more direct method to provide fresh cadavers to Edinburgh anatomy schools. In one of his later confessions, William Burke gave a brief biography of himself. Burke is 36 years of age, was born in the parish of Orry, near Tyrone in Ireland. Served 7 years in the army, most of that county of Mayo, when in the army, but left his wife and 2 children in Ireland. She would not come to Scotland with him. He has often written to her, but got no answer. He came to Scotland to work at the Union Canal, and wrought there while it lasted. He resided for about 2 years in Peebles, and worked as a labourer. He wrought as a weaver for 18 months, and as a baker for 5 months. He learned to mend shoes as a cobbler with the man he lodged with in Leith. While lodging at Maddiston during his work on the canal, Burke met Helen MacDougall, a native Scot who was then, after separating from her legal husband, living with a man with whom she had 2 children. Burke and MacDougall left Maddiston together after the canal work was done, apparently leaving the 2 children behind, and the couple journeyed to Peebles and Leith and then to Edinburgh, scraping out a living by working on farms, selling old clothes, and mending shoes. William Hare had also journeyed from Ireland to Scotland to work on the Union Canal, although it's not known if he ever encountered Burke there. After the completion of the canal, Hare went to Edinburgh and found cheap lodgings in the area known as Westport at a boarding house of a man named Logue and his wife Margaret, who was also an Irish native. When Logue died in 1826, Hare provided enough comfort to the widowed Margaret that they were soon living as common-law husband and wife and running the lodging house as a married couple. Hare never provided a biography as Burke had, but Hare was described in an 1829 issue of Blackwood's magazine as the most brutal man ever subjected to my sight, and at first looked seemingly an idiot. His face when he laughed, which he often did, collapsed into a hollow, shooting up gastily from chin to cheekbone, and steeped in sullenness and squalor, native to the almost deformed face of the leering miscreant. So utterly loathsome was the whole look of the reptile. When Burke and MacDougall moved to Edinburgh, they took up residence in Westport, and by chance encountered Margaret Hare one day, who invited them back to the boarding house and introduced them to her husband. Soon after, Burke and MacDougall became paying lodgers of the Hares. The 4 of them would quarrel often, and could never be described as friends, but they became permanently linked by a shared fondness for whiskey and the desire to make more money, no matter the method. In November of 1827, one of Hare's lodgers, an old army pensioner named Donald, fell ill and died. Hare was not concerned about the man's actual death, but was outraged that Donald had passed away owing £4 in rent. After the authorities had been called to fetch the man's body, Hare came up with a plan to get the money Donald owed him. With Burke's assistance, they took Donald's body out of the coffin and replaced it with an equal weight of tree bark and hid the corpse until the coffin had been taken away. The 2 then went off to find the offices of anatomy instructor Professor Monroe, but, in asking directions, were redirected to the classrooms of Professor Robert Knox. Knox's assistants said that they were interested in the body and to bring it after nightfall. That night, Knox's doorman answered the bell to find Burke and Hare and a large sack. 3 of Knox's assistants examined the body and offered to pay a little over £7 for it. The 2 men quickly agreed and left the doctor's rooms discussing the obvious advantages of this method of making significant amounts of money with so little effort. Another of Hare's lodgers, Joseph the miller, fell ill not many days later. Joseph owed no money to Hare and was not as seriously ill as Donald had been. But Hare and Burke discussed the situation and decided, with no medical expertise whatsoever, that Joseph was going to die and was in pain, and they decided to put him out of his misery. The 2, showing great sympathy for Joseph's discomfort, gave the sick man glasses of whiskey until Joseph fell unconscious. Then one of the men held Joseph's nose and mouth shut, while the other spread himself across the victim's prone body, pinning the arms and preventing any struggle. Joseph never regained consciousness, and was soon on Knox's doorstep. Inadvertently, Burke and Hare had stumbled onto a foolproof method of murder with Joseph. It appeared that the victim had died from illness or drunkenness, and there were no incriminating marks. They would repeat the process frequently over the next 11 months. Hare's other lodgers continued to be healthy, and so Burke and Hare eventually felt the need to seek out new merchandise for Dr. Knox outside of the lodging house. In February of 1828, elderly Abigail Simpson traveled to Edinburgh to collect her pension money. She started back home with a few shillings in her pocket when she met up with William Hare, who invited her to his lodging house to have a dram and rest up before her long journey home. She agreed, and soon Burke and Helen joined her and the Hares, and they all drank until the evening. Being cold and dark, Abigail was easily persuaded to stay the night and then continue home the following morning. Burke and Hare had other ideas for her, but they were also so inebriated that they both fell asleep. The following morning, Abigail awoke with a bad hangover and accepted Burke and Hare's remedy of a little more whiskey. The first whiskey was followed by another, and soon Abigail was once again asleep on the bed. She didn't put up a fight as Burke and Hare smothered her, and her body was packed into a tea chest and taken that evening to Knox's rooms. For the first time, Dr. Knox personally inspected the body, and he remarked on the freshness of the cadaver, but did not inquire further. He authorized a payment of £10. This flow of easy money coming into Burke and Hare's pockets did not cause them to save any of their bounties. The foursome primarily used the money on liquor, and it passed from their hands almost as quickly as it had been earned. And soon after one sale to Dr. Knox had been completed, they needed to begin looking for their next victim. Not long after Abigail's demise, another of Hare's lodgers, an Englishman who sold matches, fell ill. As they had with Joseph, Burke and Hare charitably put the poor man out of his suffering. Although Hare and Burke would later swear that neither Margaret nor Helen knew anything about the murders, the next merchandise brings this assertion into question. One day, Margaret Hare encountered an old woman out in the streets of Edinburgh and brought her back to her house where she began giving the woman whiskey. Margaret told the woman she should lie down, but the old woman declined and kept drinking. After 3 attempts, Margaret finally got the woman to rest in bed and quickly sent for her husband and Burke, who later appeared at Dr. Knox's doorstep that evening with a fresh delivery. On the morning of April 9th, 1828, 18-year-old Westport prostitutes Mary Patterson and Janet Brown began their day by heading to a local tavern. While drinking their first whiskeys of the day, they encountered William Burke, who invited them back to his house for breakfast. Mary readily agreed, but Janet took more convincing. Yet soon, all three went off to Burke's brother's home, where the drinking continued, and they had breakfast. Mary fell asleep at the table, and so Burke asked Janet to accompany him to another tavern, where Janet drank more but did not become inebriated. Burke took her back to his brother's house and offered her more drink, but was surprised by the sudden appearance of Helen, who screamed at Burke and Janet. A fight ensued as Burke shouted back and eventually threw Helen out. Mary apparently continued to sleep through the violence. Janet, upset by the incident, prepared to leave, although Burke tried several times to convince her to stay. Janet refused, but said she would return after Helen, who was still screaming and cursing from outside the door, had left. Instead of going home, Janet stopped by the lodging house of a Mrs. Lowry, with whom she and Mary had once lodged. Janet told Lowry of the day's events, and the landlady became concerned for Mary's safety and told Janet and one of her servants to return to Hare's and fetch Mary back immediately. On returning to Burke's brother's home, Janet found only the Hares and Helen in the house. She was told that Mary had gone out with Burke, but would return soon. Janet sent the servant back to Mrs. Lowry's and sat down to wait. The servant told Mrs. Lowry what had happened, and the landlady again became alarmed and told the servant to go back and bring Janet back with her. Janet dutifully returned to Mrs. Lowry's, avoiding for the third time that day the fate that had already befallen Mary. Mary Patterson's murder was the riskiest Burke and Hare had yet committed. When they brought the body to Dr. Knox's, several of his students recognized her, probably from having hired her services previously. Burke and Hare chose not to elaborate on how they came into possession of the body, and Knox's doorman stated that her body was so good a specimen that many of the students took sketches of it, one of which is in my possession. Janet would continue to walk the dark streets of Edinburgh, inquiring about her friend Mary's whereabouts at every opportunity. The money collected for Mary Patterson soon ran out, and Burke and Hare went on watch for new sources of income. Opportunities quickly presented themselves. In his legitimate work as a cobbler, Burke occasionally bought leather from a beggar woman named Effie. One morning, she attempted to sell some scraps to Burke, who invited her in and took her out to the lodging house's stable. After several drinks, Effie fell asleep in the straw. Burke went to fetch Hare, and that evening, they were £10 richer. Having brought several bodies to Dr. Knox without casting overt suspicion on himself, other than the recognition of Mary Patterson's body, Burke became even bolder and began taking more risks. In the streets one morning, he encountered 2 policemen carrying an obviously drunken woman to jail so that she could sleep off the previous night's entertainment. Burke told the officers that he knew the woman, even knew where she lived, and would take her home and see that she was properly taken care of. She was, and Burke and Hare divided another £10 that night. In June of 1828, Burke found an old man wandering the streets and lured him with promises of whiskey to come home with them. They were later stopped by an old woman and a young boy who asked for directions to the home of a friend of theirs. Burke said he knew exactly where they needed to go and abandoned the old man, who cursed him over the loss of the promised whiskey, and said he would take them to their friends. But why not stop and rest first at his house? The woman agreed and explained that the boy was her deaf grandson, and they were not familiar with Edinburgh. The woman was soon inebriated from the refreshments that were offered, and while her grandson was with Margaret and Helen in another room, Burke and Hare murdered the woman by their usual method. A debate then began about the boy. Being young, they feared he would not take whiskey, but they were afraid to let him go out on the streets where he might lead people back to the house. When the boy became increasingly anxious about the absence of his grandmother, Burke grabbed the boy and broke the child's back over his knee, although he later claimed that the boy had been smothered. Both bodies were wedged into an old herring barrel and fetched 8 pounds each from Dr. Knox. Also in June, Burke and Helen took a brief respite from his work to visit some of Helen's relatives. In his later confession, Burke stated that prior to their leaving, Margaret suggested that Helen be murdered, but Burke refused. Probably for this reason, and also because Burke discovered that Hare had been working solo in supplying Dr. Knox during his absence, Burke and Helen moved out of Hare's lodging house and into quarters nearby soon after returning from their vacation. Although living separately, the two men continued to ply their trade as a team. A Mrs. Ostler came to Burke's new boarding house for celebration in honor of the landlord's new baby and was never seen again. A relative of Helen's, Anne McDougall, visited in Edinburgh and stayed with Burke and Helen. Anne was soon dispatched by the usual method, although Burke nobly persuaded Hare to take an active part in that murder, since Anne was a distant friend of Burke's. Anne turned out to be a good friend indeed, providing Burke and his partner with another 10 pounds. William Hare met Mary Haldane, an elderly prostitute, in the Edinburgh streets and invited her back to the lodging house for a dram. Burke joined them, and Mary drank and fell asleep in the lodging house's stable. She was murdered quickly, but Mary's daughter Peggy, who had been told her mother had been seen with Hare earlier, went to Hare's to ask about her whereabouts. Upon arrival, Margaret and Helen heatedly denied Mary or any prostitute would be allowed into their house. An argument ensued that Hare stopped by saying that Mary had been there earlier, but had later left. Hare then offered Peggy a drink, and then another, and once Burke arrived, she soon joined her mother at Dr. Knox's. The disappearance of Mary Haldane caused suspicion, as she was a well-known character in the neighborhood, and many noticed her absence. Burke and Hare were further emboldened by not being caught, however, and next targeted a very well-known neighborhood resident whose murder would almost be their undoing. 18-year-old James Wilson, known as Daft Jamie in the Westport neighborhood, was a well-known local character. He entertained local children with riddles and jokes, and he lived on the streets or with kind souls who would offer him shelter, although he frequently visited his widowed mother. His only prized possessions were a snuff box and a snuff spoon that had 7 holes in it that Jamie used as a calendar to tell the days of the week. In early October of 1828, Hare came across Jamie wandering the streets looking for his mother, although some versions say Margaret was the one who found him. Hare told him that he knew where his mother was and invited him back to his house to wait for her. Burke was in a local tavern and watched the two go by and observed Hare lead poor Jamie in as a dumb lamb to the slaughter and as a sheep to the shearers. Burke was fetched from the tavern by Margaret, and the Hares and Burke tried to convince Jamie to have some whiskey. Jamie drank only a small amount and refused more, although he was soon dozing on a spare bed. Burke and Hare attempted to put their usual method of killing into play, but Jamie was strong and fought back, successfully enough that he pinned Burke, who screamed to Hare for help. Both men eventually overpowered Jamie and smothered him. That evening, the two men collected 10 pounds for Jamie's body. Suspicion grew quickly, however, because Jamie's mother made constant inquiries of her son's whereabouts. Also, when his body was uncovered at Dr. Knox's, several of the students easily recognized Jamie by his face and by a well-known deformity of his foot. Dr. Knox denied that the body was Jamie, but began the dissection quickly, focusing first on those most recognizable features. On Halloween morning, Burke was taking his usual morning whiskey in his local tavern when an old woman entered and began talking with the patrons. Noticing that she had an Irish accent, Burke bought her a dram, and she sat down and said she was Mary Dougherty from Inishowen. Burke said that his own mother was a Dougherty from Inishowen, and that they must be related. Having established this bond, he easily persuaded the old woman to come to his house. The visitor was warmly received by Helen and by a couple, James and Anne Gray, who were lodging with Burke and Helen. Burke convinced Dougherty to stay overnight with them and arranged for the Grays to spend the night at the Hares' lodging house. The arrangements being settled, everyone drank in celebration of Halloween, and the whiskey flowed long past nightfall. The Grays eventually left, but were told to return for breakfast the next morning. The festivities continued, and neighbors later claimed to have heard dancing and drinking and arguments coming from Burke and Helen's rooms. Around midnight, an upstairs neighbor was passing by Burke and Helen's door and heard two men arguing and a woman's voice calling out, "Murder!" and "Get the police, there's murder here." The man ran back to the street but could not find a policeman. Passing by the door again, the man stopped but heard nothing, so he assumed the crisis was over and went up to his own rooms. The following morning, the Grays returned and found Mary Dougherty was gone. They asked after her, and Helen told them that she'd thrown the old lady out for being overly friendly with Burke. Anne Gray later went near the spare bed to get some socks she'd left behind, but Burke shouted at her to stay away from the bed. Burke yelled at her a second time when she went near the bed in order to fetch some potatoes. In the early evening, the Grays found themselves momentarily alone in the house, so Anne Gray took a peek and saw the body of an old woman lying beneath the bed. Both Grays bolted from the house, running into the returning Helen, who asked where they were going. James Gray was outraged and asked Helen what she knew about the body. Helen panicked and begged them not to say anything, claiming that their silence would be worth £10 a week. This further incensed the Greys, and James chastised Helen for bringing disgrace upon her family, and the couple went out to fetch a policeman. Helen and Margaret quickly went off to warn their spouses, and were fast enough that when the police arrived at Burke and Helen's that night, there was nobody in the house. A neighbor told the police the two men had recently left the house carrying a tea chest. Burke and Helen returned home soon after and innocently asked what the matter was. The police separated the two and asked them individually what had become of the old woman who had been there the previous night. Burke, feeling confident that he and Helen had their alibis in sync, stated that Mrs. Doherty had left their home at 7 o'clock that morning. Helen agreed that she had left at 7 o'clock, but claimed that the woman had left at 7 in the evening. This 12-hour discrepancy was suspicious enough that Burke and Helen were taken in for more questioning. An anonymous tip led the police to Dr. Knox's classrooms, where Doherty's body was found, and James Gray positively identified it. The Hares soon joined Burke and Helen in prison, and the police began to slowly unravel the disappearances of so many people during the previous 11 months. The busy days following Halloween included an official autopsy of Mary Doherty, the questioning of Burke's and Hare's neighbors, and multiple interviews with the four accused. The four had apparently not synchronized their stories. Their tales varied from stating that they had never met Doherty to Burke's telling of a strange man, whom he named as William Hare, coming to his house to get his shoes repaired and who had a large tea chest with him. Helen apparently did not know of this story, however, and she did not echo this alibi or claim that William Hare was a stranger. On November 6th, an Edinburgh newspaper reported on rumors of individuals having of late disappeared, including a sort of half-witted lad called Daft Jamie. This report caught the interest of Janet Brown, who went to the police and identified some of the clothing the police had found in Burke's house as Mary Patterson's. The public was outraged and called for justice against all four principals and Dr. Knox as well. The Lord Advocate, however, was in a quandary about how and whom to prosecute, as there had been no eyewitness to any of the actual killings. The entire case depended on circumstantial evidence which, even including the Gray's testimony and Janet's identification of Mary Patterson's clothing, was weak at best. He also suspected that Helen and Margaret were secondary players and that neither would testify against her male counterpart. After 1 month of vacillation, under the assumption that Burke had been the leader of the two men, a deal was made where William Hare would receive immunity if he testified against Burke and Helen. Hare readily agreed, and soon after, Burke and Helen were both charged with the murder of Mary Doherty. Burke was also charged with the killings of Daft Jamie and Mary Patterson, and their trial began on Christmas Eve. The prosecution brought forth both Hares, who testified that Burke and or Helen were the main players in the murders, and other witnesses who claimed to have seen the victims in Burke or Helen's company shortly before they disappeared. In defense, Burke's counsel tried to downplay Burke's role in the murders, and Helen's solicitor suggested that it was Helen, terrified by seeing Doherty killed, who the neighbor overheard crying murder that Halloween night. Christmas morning, the jury deliberated for only 50 minutes and came back with their verdicts. Burke was guilty, and Helen was freed by the uniquely Scottish, not proven verdict. On hearing of the news, Burke reportedly cried and embraced Helen, saying, "You are out of the scrape." Burke was executed on January 28, 1829. In the month between his sentencing and the execution, he gave 2 detailed confessions. In both of them, he cited 16 murders that he and or Hare had committed, although he got confused with the order of the murders between the 2 confessions. At his scaffold, enormous crowd shouted for Hare and Dr. Knox to join him at the gallows. Helen, on being released, went back to the house she had shared with Burke, where an angry mob found her and the police had to be summoned so she could escape. She left Scotland for England, but news of the murders had spread as far south as Newcastle, and police once again had to protect her from vigilantes in that city. After Newcastle, it's not known what became of her, although lore states that she went to Australia and died there in 1868. Margaret Hare also disappeared. After her release, she escaped angry mobs in Glasgow and Greenock, and is believed to have eventually journeyed back to Ireland. William Hare was released in early February of 1829, but did not meet up with Margaret. The last known sighting of him was south of the English town Carlisle, although a popular later tale tells of his being blinded by a mob who threw him into a lime pit, and of him becoming a beggar on the streets of London. Dr. Robert Knox attempted to remain in Edinburgh, and he maintained a silence about any suspicions he might have had about how Burke and Hare supplied his classroom with such fresh corpses. Angry crowds occasionally mobbed his house and classrooms, but he continued lecturing and giving classes until the number of students who wanted to study under a man associated with Burke and Hare dropped dramatically. He twice applied for vacant positions within Edinburgh University's medical school, but was rejected both times. He eventually moved to London, where he held a post at the cancer hospital before passing away in 1862. Burke and Hare would live on in the culture of Britain, and stories of their crimes would eventually become known around the world. Ironically, they would become most well known as the kings of the grave robbers, although no proof has ever come to light that they had ever robbed a single grave. In fact, in Burke's confessions of the 16 murders, he specifically denied ever engaging in the much lesser crime of grave robbing. Dramatizations of the Westport murders played to packed houses in Britain throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries in melodrama theaters and community playhouses. In the 1930s, James Bridie's play The Anatomist portrayed the tale on the formal theater stage. Films such as The Greed of William Hart, The Body Snatcher, The Doctor and the Devils, and The Flesh and the Fiends depicted Burke and Hare's story with varying degrees of accuracy. Their crimes even added to the English language. Although not commonly used today, the verb to burk still means to murder someone by violent means or by smothering. And finally, the Westport murders have entered the timeless culture of children's folklore. Threats of visits from Burke and Hare are used by some parents to discipline unruly children, and the pair are even prominently featured in a couple of sing-song rhymes that accompany children's jump rope and hopscotch games. Up the close and down the stair, in the house with Burke and Hare. Burke's the butcher, Hare's the thief. Knox, the boy who buys the beef. Burke and Hare fell down the stair with a body in a box, going to Dr. Knox.
Okay, that was interesting. I learned a few things about as a pair that I'd never heard before. So let's see if there's anything else. We've got 25 minutes according to Law and Crime. Oops. Let's see if we can find something that would be good for that time. Let's see. Today is state holiday here in Utah. It is Pioneer Day. Let's see. See if we have any coverage of the parade. Huh. It's funny. I've got a video which says that it's the parade, but it's streamed 2 months ago. Oh, I see. Guyman, Oklahoma, where my ancestors on my mom's side come from, also has a Pioneers Day parade, but different Pioneer Day. Well, let's look at this news story here for one of the...
And did a double take after seeing this. You're not dreaming.
If you've been in Utah more than, a year, then you didn't do a double take. You said, yep, this is what happens.
That happens.
This is what we do. Our state going big, kicking off rodeo week with a cattle drive to celebrate the days of 47. News specialist Kara Bracken joins us now from the Utah State Fair Park with the perfect hat for the occasion. Tip of the cap to you there, Kara.
Thank you, Dan Sharon. We're getting our yeehaw on right now. So they are getting ready here. They're dragging the arena, getting ready for the Days of 47 rodeo. That's happening right here. Earlier this morning, we saw that cattle drive happen. We saw the governor out there. Lots of people enjoying it, getting pumped up for this. This is what we live for. So that said, I do want to show you, if you take a look over here, of course, they're dragging the field. They've been working all morning on that. And anyways, we've talked with some people who were there. We even got to hitch a ride rather with a team, a husband and wife group. They were riding with Park City Sleigh Rides, and they gave us a ride on their own wagon. So we got to ride on top of that. As we were there, they said this is going to be their first rodeo, their first time doing this. They say that they live for this kinds of moments, and they're so glad to be here. You got it.
It's awesome. I mean, all the people that you see, it's just everybody just comes together and makes it a great event.
Yeah, you don't see these Longhorns going downtown like this very often at all.
So one thing that was super special in this was seeing everyone coming out of their businesses with their attire on, wondering what was going on. But of course, this is how we do it in Utah. And a reminder that the Days of 47, that's happening from Wednesday through Saturday and on Monday. For now, though, reporting live here, I'm Kara Bracken for KSL 5 News. I'll send it back to you guys inside.
All right, Kara Bracken. What a fun assignment.
Great hat, too.
Love the hat.
We can't wait to say hello to all of you when we're on the
Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Yes, ma'am.
After reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor, just ask that you follow the order.
All right. Mr. Morales, do you have any children?
I do. I have one son,
What is his age?
13.
And does he live with you? Do you live with anyone?
No, I do not.
So you live by yourself? Apartment, home?
Next door to my mom.
I'm sorry?
Next door, and a home next door to my mother's.
Are you employed?
Not at the moment, no.
How long has it been since you've been employed?
Couple of years now. Since my mother had her strokes in 2021,
All right, so how are you supporting yourself?
just by doing odd jobs here and there, just enough to get by. It's been difficult with her needing 24-hour care and not qualifying for in-home health care. It's difficult.
Okay. All right, when you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? And just know that you're going to get drug tested today. I'm sure your attorney probably already told you that. So be honest with me.
No, I'll be positive.
What are you going to be positive for?
on methamphetamine.
So how often have you been using meth?
Daily, but not like huge amounts.
I'm sorry, what?
Daily, say daily.
All right. Do you have any gang affiliation? Have you ever been to prison? For what?
Same thing. Possession.
I'm sorry?
Possession of methamphetamine.
All right. Is there anything else for me to cite? Oh, and I know it states you. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. He mentioned his mother. He is essentially her only caregiver, and that's part of why the state was kind enough to make such a generous offer so that he could continue to provide care for his mother, because it's not her fault that he has a drug problem.
But he can't be providing great care if he's using meth daily. And hopefully he's not using meth daily over his mom.
No. No, I mean, it's difficult to say. I don't do anything like that when I'm with her. That's what I mean. So when I drive her around, I'm not doing anything like that. So I have brothers and sisters that also try to help out, but it's mainly me.
All right. So the other brothers and sisters, I'm assuming they don't have any drug problems?
No,
Do they have employment?
they do. But for me, I voluntarily slowed down to do this with her because we didn't have anybody else to.
All right. They're going to have to pick someone better because you are not in any type of shape to be caring for someone who is not at 100%.
No, I don't think I do a bad job.
All right, and could you call Leo, please? All right. The court then, as previously stated, is finding you guilty. The court will sentence you to 5 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 7 years. There's a $1,000 fine that will be probated. There is to be $57 restitution to SAPD for drug testing. I'm going to want 90 meetings in 90 days, and that's sober meetings. TAP evaluation, that can be done while he's out of custody. If you miss your TAP appointment, that will be a violation of your probation, and you could potentially go to prison for 5 years, or you could be looking at doing the TAP evaluation at the jail. Do you understand? Juror referral to felony drug court. There's to be 200 hours of community service restitution. I am not waiving any of those hours. I am going to require him to do parenting classes, and those hours are not to be waived without permission from the court. Usually I will waive certain hours if you complete parenting classes, but it appears that you have too much time on your hand. And what I've learned from being in treatment courts is when you have too much time on your hands, then you end up falling back into old ways, which is doing drugs. I'm going to want proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Probation, I'm going to want field visits 1 time per month. And please do a field visit at his mother's house while he's there, and also a field visit at his house to make sure that she's doing okay. So field visits one time per month until further notice. And we're going to do the UA hotline. Until further notice. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. And probation, if you want to count the field visit as a reporting, you can. How far did you go in school?
Graduation, high school.
All right, what are you planning on doing with the rest of your life?
Well, I actually have a couple of different things going on at the moment that I'm trying to establish.
What are your hopes, your dreams, your aspirations?
Well, I have two brands that I'm working on building right now. Custom bike building and clothing line.
All right, before you look into doing grants for that, you need to determine whether or not you're precluded from receiving those grants based upon your history before you put all that work in.
Oh, I've already been started without the grants.
Okay. All right, then if he actually does something with his hopes and dreams, then the court will consider maybe waiving some of his community service hours. But you have to develop a plan and start working that plan for the court to consider that. Do you understand? Probation, is there anything else he needs? All right, is there anything else you need from the court? Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. In this courtroom, in order to be successful on probation, communication is key. If you have an issue, ask probation, let them know about it. They'll try to get you the help you need. If you feel like there's an issue that they're not addressing, you can always come to the court. Do you understand? All right. And do not be that person where your mom is waiting for you, wondering where you are, and there's somebody dead in San Antonio, and it's you, because sometimes the last time you use is the last time you use. You understand? All right. Good luck to you. All right. Yes. State and defense. The jury is saying that this CD is defective. Leah, here's so they said that CD is defective. So if you all want to see if it works for you. Yes.
Is it?
All right. Giovanni Rafo, come down. All right, what's happening with this case?
Judge, this is a first setting, and Mr. Rocco has several cases, only one of which has been indicted. And the plea offer that was tendered involves him pleading to some unindicted cases. We would just like to ask for a reset so that we can, I can get a lot more up to speed on the ones that they're wanting you to plead on.
All right, so are you on all the other cases?
Okay, so
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On this case, Giovanni Rafo, give me a 30-day reset for a plea deadline date.
So we can't really do the defense decision.
Okay, thank you.
All right, August 28th.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Did you have Sean Smith up there?
No, I do not.
Yes.
So do you have any questions about anything? All right, we'll see what comes back up. All right, what are we here for John Smith?
He's set for trial. He's set for trial Thursday.
Mhm.
Dr. Smith called me last week and told me that he attempted to do the competence evaluation. And he was too sick to complete it and that he is finding him incompetent right now. It hasn't come through yet.
Mhm.
I'm technically on vacation right now, but I wanted, since I had to come in today, I thought I'd come in and see if I get a reset on that since we're still waiting.
Okay, and he wasn't set for trial in this court. He was set for competency evaluation update. So you're saying that he's incompetent?
Dr. Smith told me that he's gonna find him incompetent, but he hasn't actually finished it, but right now he's incompetent.
Okay. All right,
Bump him out till after the.
Ms.
11th.
Ferguson. On this case, Sean Smith. He's actually set on the 27th. Defense counsel is telling me that the doctor has informed her that her client is incompetent
Yes, sir.
and she's on vacation. So can we move this and move it? Because this is not one, unless he has a violent history, which this is not a violent case where they're going to have him an inpatient facility. So,
I don't know about inpatient, Judge, because he's real sick.
okay, we shall see.
Yeah.
Norma, if you can bump this out for 45 days, and let's see where we are.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. It's not on today's docket. All right. All right. Let me write a note and then I'll hand it to you.
You look just like your mother. I was like doing a double take. Like, younger version.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
September 18th.
So, and then, yes.
So we took quite a bit of time. They have to use the SC player to actually play it. It did take a while to load, but we eventually got it today.
Okay.
So it works just.
All right. So could I have the question that was sent out?
VLC player, it should be on that computer.
Okay. All right. So what I can do is I can have the staff attorney write, if there are no objections, that it will play on, you said
LC player.
All right, just one moment.
And you may want to add on there, Judge, that it did take quite a bit of time.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second.
Okay,
Oh, it was fine for me. So I received a question back from the jury. Organized. The question is state. State exhibit number 39. And they said that it was to CT and it doesn't play. But the state defense of this morning, that it does play. It just takes some time to load. They need to play it. Victor, Ellis, and Laura, C as in Charlie player. Can you say and stating that the CD has been reviewed? And it states exhibit number 39. I'm in charge of yogurt. And it does play, but it needs to be played on the B as in Victor, L as in Laura, C as in Charlie players. And it does take a while for it to upload to play. So you can send me that answer and I'll give it to you.
All right, thank you so much. Bye-bye. All right, if you all will just hang around for a few minutes and she will get that done. Thank you. All right, Mr. Engelkey. Yes. Good morning.
We've been conferring all morning on an offer from my client who is willing to accept. There's an issue. There's several attorneys from the public defender's office that are appointed on other cases. And
all right, the only one I see extra is State. Can you come forward on Thomas Edward Florio? So which cases are you saying has a public defender?
Judge, there's one unindicted theft. I don't know I don't think anybody's on that one yet, Judge.
If you all can just, what are you all willing, or what is the agreement for him to plea on?
he's willing to plea to do an 18 months.
No. I don't want to know what the plea agreement is. What are you pleading on?
We'd like to do something to plea on like a global resolution. So he would plea on the 2 thefts and the burglary, and we would TIC the fraud.
All right. So if you will let Ms. Ferguson know which cases that your agreement is for him to plea on, so we can look up and see who's attorney on that and then get them here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if need be, we will recall it for tomorrow to take care of it. We can't take care of it today. So
I'll be here tomorrow, so.
all right, well, let's just see who they are. So what ends up happening in plea bargain agreements? Sometimes when you have someone who has several cases, like in this person's case, they have maybe about 4 or 5 cases. He is the attorney on some of the cases. On some of the cases, there are other attorneys. And as an attorney, if you are not on that person's case, you are ethically not allowed to plead them out on the case that you are not their attorney on. So that has to be that other attorney. Now, sometimes what will end up happening is an attorney who's on another case will say, I've already talked to my client on the case that he's pleading on, that's mine. So he's fine with pleading to that. And then what will end up happening is that attorney may say, oh, I can't be here on this day, so I am going to let this other attorney do it. Oh, you're welcome. And if you have any questions about anything, because sometimes different things pop up. The other thing that people, students will always ask me about are plea agreements. And sometimes what ends up happening is there may be a plea bargain agreement. And if I think that the plea is not enough time then I could say, I'm not going to accept your plea bargain agreement. And then they can go back and figure out what I'd be willing to accept. But sometimes the defense attorneys and the state's attorney will ask to see me in chambers and they will say, all right, judge, what offer are you willing to accept? Because otherwise, for example, let's say someone pled to 2 years in the prison and I think they should get 5. And if I tell them I'm rejecting this offer, both sides want to know, well, what would you be willing to accept? And you don't want them to come back and say, here we go, we're doing a new plea. He's pled to 3. And then you say, no, I will not accept that. Then they come back, oh, he's pled to 4, and go on and on. Instead of that happening, usually they will say, what would you be willing to accept? And then that will be the offer. Now, sometimes there may be an incident where the state enters into a plea bargain agreement with the defense. And I think that maybe the state is asking for too much time. And at that point, I can reduce it to a different amount of time. Let's say the state says, oh, we want this person to have 6 years in prison. And I think that 6 years is too much. And I say, all right, I'm sending you to prison for 3 years or 2 years. And that's happened before. And I base my decision off of the evidence that's presented before me. And there's some times where defendants will come before me and they may say something that's not in the PSI report. And the PSI report is just a pre-sentence investigation report that tells me everything, almost everything about that person. And maybe when the defendant comes before me and I ask them, is there anything you want to tell me? Sometimes there's something they want to tell me that's not in report, their defense attorney doesn't know about, and the state doesn't know about. Yes. Okay, all right. All right, thank you. And so what ends up happening is I may have been thinking I was going to rule one way, but then there's something that's happened before me where I rule a different way. So the key, of course, is always keeping an open mind. So that happens a lot. And then people always want to ask me, what is a TAP evaluation? It's treatment alternative to incarceration. Vashon, what does the P stand for in TAP evaluation? There we go. Thank you, Jessica. Bam. All right. And here's the other thing. People always have these acronyms for things. And when you're a brand new attorney and people are throwing around like, oh, SAPE, SATA for this. And sometimes people are too afraid to say, what does that mean? Because you think you should know it. No, you should not know it. And there are some initials that I will still ask people, what is that? Because one time they started this new program called the MRT. I could have been like, oh, okay, we're doing the MRT and not know anything about it. But I said, what does MRT stand for? And it's moral recognition therapy, something like that. And it's just basically tell you right from wrong. So it's better to ask if you don't know. So the P stands for program. So it's a treatment to alternative to incarceration program. And what it is it's sort of a job description in a way, or resume. And the resume is how often do you use drugs? When did you use drugs? What's the first drug you ever tried? Sometimes people for it's marijuana. When I was practicing, a lot of people started huffing paint and doing a lot of glue. And I don't know why the gold paint was the paint to huff. But the problem is when people would huff paint, it 100% destroys your brain cells. One time I was in Kmart and they had these different fragrances of sprays and usually have the scratch and sniff. And some of the spray cans didn't have tops on it. So I really wasn't paying attention. I'm trying to scratch and sniff. And the next thing I know, I didn't hit the scratch and sniff button. I hit the spray button and spray went up my nose. You're talking about somebody terrified that I had lost maybe 4 or 5 brain cells. Yes. But so that's an awfully bad thing to do. And basically they will spray it into a plastic bag, then puff it. Jessica, since you're here and Jason Garhan, you here, and you're all these attorneys here, they've seen things. Why is it when people would huff paint, the gold would be the number one paint they would get? Was that because that's the least expensive?
Legal investigator, and have since been moved in.
What was your position with the medical examiner's office in February of 2022?
In February of 2022, I would have been the lead medical legal investigator.
And what is a medical legal investigator?
So essentially, you could see us almost as a nurse in the hospital. We're the eyes and ears for the doctor, for our forensic pathologist. So we do that initial investigation. And then that is reviewed by our chief medical examiner.
And you talked about a forensic pathologist. What does the forensic pathologist generally do?
So generally, a forensic pathologist, if they're board certified, they are the ones that actually perform the autopsies and oversee all of the investigations the office does.
At the time of this event in February of 2022, who was the chief medical examiner that you were working under in Brown County?
There was a transition between chiefs, but the medical examiner that I was working with on this case was Dr. Vincent Tranquita. I apologize for not remembering if he was the chief at the time because there was a switch over in leadership.
But Dr. Tranquita was the forensic pathologist who was assigned to this case?
Correct.
And at the time of this event in February of 2022, which office was Dr. Tranquita stationed out of?
Dr. Tranquita worked for the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office. At the time, Brown County had a contract with Dane County for oversight from forensic pathologists, and they provided our autopsy services as well.
And that's not currently the setup, is that right?
No, we have since hired our own chief medical examiner who is a forensic pathologist. So we are now independently performing autopsies here in Brown County.
But as it existed in February of 2022, that was the standard practice for Brown County, correct? To use the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for autopsies?
Correct.
And talk generally about the process that you use when you are called out to the death scene by law enforcement.
Generally, it can happen in different ways, but the most common would be that the 911 dispatch center, they give the on-call investigator a call and they let them know what they are responding to and where the address of where they're needed. Sometimes we get calls directly from detectives. Sometimes we get call from the hospital or a hospice agency. But for scene responses, most commonly it's through the 911 dispatch center to the on-call investigator.
And on this particular day, February 23rd of 2022, what was the process for you to get called out to the scene at 829 Stony Brook?
So that morning, I believe a call was placed to our office by a detective with the Green Bay Police Department, just informing our office of the situation. That call was taken by the on-call investigator that was in the office at the time. And the policy at that, which is still in place, is that they are to then notify the lead medical legal investigator, which would have been me at that time, of such a case.
And once you were notified, what did you do?
I then tried to gather a bit more information. Things were very preliminary at that stage, and we asked to be notified once they were ready for us.
And did you receive follow-up notification from the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you do then before going out to the scene?
Before going to the scene, I just made sure that I had all of my supplies. We had a general understanding of what the case was that we were going to. So I made sure that I had all of the supplies I may need. And then using the on-duty vehicle, I would have traveled to the scene.
And were you or was law enforcement responsible for notifying then the actual medical examiner or the forensic pathologist?
I was actually, when I was initially notified that morning, I would have notified Dane County's Director of Operations, and they in turn would have notified Dr. Tranquita, the forensic pathologist, that his risk would be needed. And we kept in touch that morning with regards to a general time. Seeing that they would be coming up from Madison, we just wanted to make sure that we timed things out correctly. And obviously with law enforcement needing to do what they need to do prior to us coming, we were just waiting for that notification when they were ready for us.
Do you know about what time you arrived on scene that morning?
It was probably around 11 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do?
I would have introduced myself to police officers on scene, and I believe I placed PPE on and entered the living room area of the residence, where there were various members of law enforcement, and they briefed me on the scene and what information they had at that point.
What was your understanding about the information law enforcement had collected at that point?
My understanding was that the head of a male individual had been found in the basement, and that they had reason to believe that there were additional human remains within the basement. They had informed me that they had a suspect at that time, and they informed me that there might be a secondary location for human remains as well.
And you mentioned PPE. What is PPE and what is the purpose of using it?
Sure, I apologize. PPE would generally be personal protective equipment. So we use that both to protect ourselves as well as the integrity of the scene. So in this case, it would have been a Tyvek suit or a bunny suit, which would have been included booties, and it goes all over, and it even has a hood around your face. So, and I would have, once we went down into the basement, I would have been wearing gloves. I probably was not wearing gloves initially.
So did you make your way toward the basement of that residence prior to the arrival of Dr. Tranquita?
Correct. We tried to make the pronouncement of death as soon as possible from when we arrived. So once we gathered information, or once I had discussed information with law enforcement at least, then I would have proceeded down to the basement just for a cursory view of what the situation was, as well as to pronounce death.
And were you able to do that based on your initial observations on scene?
Yes.
And again, is that something identifying information about the person that was deceased?
Yes, law enforcement provided the presumptive identification at that point, provided a name and date of birth, and we later then also asked for additional photographic evidence of for identification purposes for comparing.
And did this have any distinct marks that allowed you to easily identify him?
Yes, he had a tattoo on his I forget which side it was, but on one of the temporal regions on the side of your head here, it would have been a question mark.
And after identification was made, what did you do? After pronouncement and identification were made, what did you do?
I would have backed out the scene and waited outside until Dr. Tranquita arrived so that we would do the rest of our duties together.
After Dr. Tranquita arrived, describe what steps you took at that point.
So we were working very closely with the Green Bay Police Department's forensic science unit with this case. So we were moving around the scene kind of together. And the first thing that we would have approached would have been the bucket with the human head in it.
And where was that located?
It was located downstairs in the basement, just to the right as you came down the stairs into the finished portion of the basement, which seemed to be used as a bedroom. So there was a bucket at the bottom of those stairs to the right.
Once you made contact with that bucket, or what would be essentially the first container with human remains, can you describe the process that you used in order to collect that evidence?
And to use smaller body bags, so essentially would be infant and child body bags. So we would have placed a body bag out. For the bucket, it was a infant-sized body bag with a evidence sheet laid over it. We would have then removed what we found in the bucket individually, photographed it. Once it was documented and photographed, we would have wrapped the evidence sheet up and then placed that in the body bag and closed that body bag. And then written on the body bag as to, we decided to label the body bags as to which container they were in.
After processing that first container, container one, the bucket, what did you do then?
We moved on to the next container, which we suspected had human remains in it. There was, I believe it's a blue bag, was the second container that we looked at from the outside. Well, let me back it up. The blue bag would have been on a dresser in front of the bed in the basement. And there seemed to be what looked like some human tissue on the outside of the bag. And so we decided to focus in on that bag next.
And did you use a similar process with that particular container?
Correct. We took the container and put it onto the evidence sheet that we had laid out with the body bag we had laid out, and we would have slowly emptied what we found in that bag while we were documenting and photographing what was found.
And once you processed the blue bag, was your attention then drawn to a subsequent container?
Yes, we then focused in on a backpack, which was a pink and black backpack that was at the bottom of the bed, the foot of the bed, on the floor. It seemed to have some blood staining on the outside, so we focused in on that bag next.
And I should ask, with respect to the blue bag as well, did you find a substantial amount of human remains within that receptacle?
The blue receptacle?
Correct.
Yes, we did find some human remains in the blue receptacle.
And then how about the pink backpack?
The pink backpack, so we would have done the same process. We had a body bag laid out with an evidence sheet. We placed the bag on the sheets, and then we unzipped, starting with the front zip to towards the back, and we unzipped each zipper and would remove whatever we found and document and photograph that.
If there are items other than human remains that are found within those containers that may have evidentiary value, what was done with those items?
So if there are any items other than the human remains, the medical examiner's office, our purview is the human remains. So if there are other items of evidentiary value or possible evidentiary value, that's generally collected by law enforcement.
Okay. And were there other items of evidentiary value that were found within those containers while you were there?
Yes, we found knives in. I don't remember if all of the bags had knives, but we found multiple knives throughout the bags.
And those are items that would have been within the purview of law enforcement.
Correct. We would have taken them out. We would have photographed them ourselves. And as I said, we were working very closely with the forensic science unit from Green Bay. So they were taking photos at the same time we were, and then they would have collected those knives.
So after you found and processed the human remains that were contained in the pink and black backpack, what was the next container that you noted?
The next container we moved to was a blue tote bin that was on the floor at the head of the bed, and it had a bunch of laundry or I can't remember if it's clothing or blankets, but something on top of it. And there seemed to be a small amount of blood on the outside of the tote bin, and so we would have moved our attention to that at that stage. And we slowly removed what was on top until we could see what was in the tote bin.
And what did you note in the tote bin?
In the tote bin, we found a substantial amount of blood at the bottom of the tote bin. We also found a torso of a human male.
In terms of the other significant body parts that would have been located within the tote bin, do you recall what was located within the tote?
So the torso with the arms attached, there would have been other fragmented remains. There was some muscle tissue and certain organs.
So those are the the 4 containers that we've discussed already, in addition to the 4 containers, were there any other containers located in the room that had a substantial amount of human remains?
No, there were some other containers or some other backpacks that we peeked in, but there was no other remains found in the basement.
And so you found remains in 4 separate containers in the areas that were not the containers. So in general, in the living space in the basement, what were your observations about the living space?
So one of my first observations, I guess, would have been that they really, as you walk into the basement, there really wasn't a significant amount of blood that we could see as you walked in. We would have later noted, once we moved some things off the bed, that there was some what appeared to be blood staining on the mattress, and perhaps some small little pieces of tissue that were suspected to be human tissue in the carpeted area. But there was a shower in a laundry room nearby, and there seemed to be, again, some small pieces of what could have been human tissue.
Is it fair to say that relative to the amount of damage to the body that you observed, there was not a lot of blood or tissue that was readily available outside of the containers?
Correct. I would definitely say that I would have thought there would have been more blood on the scene, outside of those containers.
And from a medical legal standpoint, what is the potential significance of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it calls for professional opinion.
Foundation?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. So from a medical legal standpoint, when you see as much damage to the body as you noted, but then don't see as much tissue or blood throughout the room, is there any potential significance from an investigative standpoint based on your training and experience?
There are various things that it might spark me to think. One of the things would be, did it happen here? Another thing would be how, would make me think, how did this happen? How did this take place? In such a way that the blood was collected, and not all of the blood I would expect to have been in the human body was necessarily in that tote bin or amongst the other containers. So it would just spark questions as to how this would have occurred.
Did you locate all of the significant body parts that you were looking for that were associated with the deceased at that scene on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you know if parts were missing?
Yes.
What did you know was missing from the body?
So as we were going, we were trying to make sure that at least the remains that we were finding were consistent with one person. And by the time we were done processing the human remains in the basement, we seemed to be missing a significant portion of the lower limbs.
And did you obtain any information about where those items may potentially be located?
We were informed that they may potentially be.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm offering it to support how she later goes to a different location, how she gets there.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
We were informed that there were potential human remains in a van that had been towed by the Green Bay Police Department to their evidence storage unit.
Did you ultimately respond to that location?
Yes.
And who went with you to the evidence storage unit?
Dr. Tranquita would have been with me too, as well as various members of the Green Bay Police Department.
And upon arrival at the storage unit, did you continue to use your PPE and all the other evidence processing techniques that you discussed earlier?
Correct. We would have used a new set of PPE once we arrived at that location.
And what did
we initially took photos of the vehicle? I don't believe that the police had processed the vehicle yet at all. They were waiting to do that in conjunction with us. So we kind of peered in, just noting what was in the vehicle, and then we would have opened the doors and the trunk to take a look just at a general view of what was in the vehicle.
And did you locate anything of significance or any human remains within the vehicle?
Yes, we ultimately did find a crock pot box that had human remains in the box.
Do you recall specifically what you recovered in the crock pot?
The full set of well, we would have recovered parts of both lower limbs.
And were those then collected using a similar methodology as what you described at Stony Brook?
Correct. So we took the crock pot box outside of the van and we placed that on some paper material next to our evidence sheet. And then we unpacked what was found in the crock pot box and documented and photographed that as we had previously.
And what did you do once you packaged the human remains at the scene at Green Bay Evidence?
So we would have closed the evidence sheet, put it in the body bag, sealed that body bag, and transported the remains to our the Brown County Medical Examiner's cooler.
And where is that located? Or was it at the time?
Yeah, we have changed location since, but at the time we had a temporary cooler out at the Brown County Highway Department.
And once it's placed in storage at the temporary cooler, what is the process for moving the remains to another location?
So while we were contracted with Dane County, seeing that a lot of examinations or autopsies would take place down in Madison, so Dane County, as part of their contract with us, had a transport van and an individual that was hired as a driver. So they would have come up and collected the body bags from us, and it's a cooled van, and then that's transported down to Dane County for further examination.
And I should backtrack because I don't think I asked this question with respect to Stony Brook. What happened with the remains that were taken into the possession of the medical examiner's office at the Stony Brook address?
For the home address, we, as I described previously, we had packaged each container into a body bag each. Those smaller body bags were then all placed together in one larger adult-sized body bag, and that body bag was sealed and dated, signed, timed. The policy of our office is to have funeral homes assist with adult-sized human remains, and so we would have contacted the closest funeral home just for assistance with transport. And I believe the closest funeral home would be Blaney Funeral Home. So they came to the scene, and because usually I would follow with the funeral home to the cooler, but in this instance, when we knew we had another scene to go to, I had our morgue technician at the time. She came to the scene and then made that transport with Blaney Funeral Home for us so that I could go to the next scene.
And the information about the transportation logs that are associated with the remains, is that something that in your current role you have access to those records, and that's a record maintained in the regular course of business?
The information regarding transport?
Correct.
Correct. We do document that.
And do you know if that was documented in this case?
Yes,
As part of your work in this case, did you prepare a report?
I did.
Have you reviewed that report prior to court here today?
Yes.
showing you what can mark as exhibit 4. Can you identify that?
That appears to be the report. It would be the face sheet of our medical examiner's office report, as well as the portion of the report that is mine.
The objection.
No objection.
4 is received.
And then, could you describe for the record exhibits 5 and 6?
Exhibit 5 is a photograph of the larger adult-sized body bag that we would have placed those smaller body bags within at the Stony Brook address. It is labeled as Shad Thyrion, and there are the bag appears to be sealed, as well as initials that say sealed by PS at 15:06 on 2/23/22.
And the next exhibit, what is that?
Sorry?
And the following exhibit, did you describe that one as well? I apologize.
Sure. Exhibit 6 is a child-sized body bag. This would have been at the Green Bay storage unit location, which had the remains found in the crockpot box. This is sealed, and it is labeled as container number 5, crockpot box van. And by the seal number, it says sealed by Petra at 16:34 on 2/23/22.
Mayor, I would move for the admission of exhibits 5 and 6 as well, and I would ask for permission to publish 5 and 6 via the screen.
Any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Mr. Crowley?
No objection to admission of exhibits 5 and 6, but I would object to publication, Your Honor. It's already been described.
And overrule the objection. You can publish those.
Ms. Schwab, does the screen, I think there's a screen down in front here as well. Is the screen accurately depict what is contained in exhibit 5?
Correct.
And then I think if it's toward the right-hand side of the screen or the photo where it indicates the name and then the information that you indicated about the date and the sealing, that's toward the right side of the photo, is that correct?
Correct. Near the zipper there, but with the seal.
And the purpose of the seal and signature again?
It's to document chain of custody, essentially. When I sealed that bag, and then once it gets to Dane County for autopsy, does that seal tag still match? There's numbers on that seal tag. So that is documented both on scene and then again prior to autopsy. Before cutting that seal, they make sure that it is still that same seal that I initially had placed, and they document it too.
And then the photograph that's now depicted on the screen, is that exhibit 6?
Yes.
And again, contains the information that you indicated about what is contained inside and then the signature and seal.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Crowley.
In different areas, correct?
Correct.
Some parts were at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
In the basement?
Correct.
And then some other body parts were inside of a gold Town and Country minivan, correct?
Correct.
And that minivan was found in the parking lot of Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That would have been found by law enforcement. The street name does ring a bell, but they would have towed it from that location that they found it to the storage room or storage warehouse that I responded to.
You saw the minivan at the police storage unit, correct?
Correct.
And that was with Dr. Tranchita?
Correct.
Is it Tranquita?
Tranquita.
Okay, thank you. You were given some information as to what may or may not have happened at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
And you went there for the very first time on February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
What time did you get to the Stony Brook home
Would have been around 11 a.m.
in the morning?
Correct.
And you were let in by law enforcement?
Yes.
Who let you in? Do you know?
It would have been a detective. I do not remember which. There were multiple detectives at the scene.
Did you talk to the owners of the house?
Not at that time, no. They were not present.
When you got there, you already had your PPE gear on?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
And then did you immediately go down into the basement?
Not immediately, no.
Okay. How long did it take before you went into the basement?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes.
What took so long before you went down in the basement?
They were briefing me on what had occurred, and they were making sure that I was okay to go down there because they were processing, I believe, already. So we would just have been discussing what had been found so far, what information we had so far prior to taking me down,
So you had to be cleared, so to speak?
so to speak.
Okay. And when you went down the stairs, what was the first thing you looked at?
As I went down the stairs, I would have turned to my right, which would have been a finished portion that seemed to be used as mixed use area, bedroom type area. And I would have probably turned my attention to the bucket that was at the bottom of the stairs that I had been made aware of.
Okay. You looked at the bucket and the contents?
Correct.
Downstairs, fair to say that if you go to the right, it's kind of like a living area where you could sleep or watch TV or hang out, correct?
Correct.
Do you see like a Pac-Man game down there, video game?
I remember some sort of console game, but yeah.
You see a round table down there?
Yeah.
Lots of clutter, lots of things.
Yes.
With regards to the bucket, what color was it?
Black.
And you did your investigation with regards to the contents of the bucket, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, had the scene been disturbed in any way from what you know?
From what I know, there was a disturbance probably when the bucket was found, but I don't believe anything else had really been disturbed. I believe Green Bay Police Department perhaps had started putting out their little evidence markers, but they hadn't necessarily removed any remains or, as far as I was made aware, removed any evidentiary items.
When you were at the Stony Brook property, did you call Dr. Tranquita?
I would have called him prior to going to the house.
Did he give you any directions on what you should do or shouldn't do?
I think the directions would have come through their director of operations, and we have standing policies that in cases where homicide might be suspected, that we go into the scene, pronounce death, exit the scene, get some basic information for them, and wait for their arrival before proceeding with any further examination.
After you looked at the bucket and the contents of the bucket, did you pronounce death then, or?
Yes.
Okay. What was the time of death?
I would have to check my report.
Was it sometime after 11 a.m.?
Yes.
Did you know of any other concerns that were in the basement after you looked at the bucket?
I was notified that they suspected that there were human remains in other receptacles or other containers within the basement.
Okay. So in the basement, there was like either a dresser or TV stand. Is that fair?
Correct.
And there was I think you said a blue bag on the dresser or on the TV stand?
Among other things, yes, a blue bag was noted.
The blue bag, was it a Jimmy Choo like duffel bag that you can zip and has handles on it?
I'm unsure what the brand name was, but yeah, it was a rectangular shaped blue bag with handles.
Something you could maybe put clothes in or something, correct?
Yeah.
And where was that located?
That was located on the dresser that was in front of the bed.
Was there a TV on this dresser?
I don't remember if there was.
Any evidence of drugs on the dresser?
Law enforcement had pointed out some items on the dresser that they believed to be drugs.
Meth?
I do believe that they said that they thought it was methamphetamine.
Okay. Pipes?
Yes.
With regards to the bag that we're talking about with the handles, you had gloves on at the time?
Correct.
When did you put your gloves on?
Sorry, could you?
When did you
repeat?
put your gloves on? Do you remember?
What did I put my gloves
No,
on?
when? When
Oh,
did you put-
when?
Yeah.
We would have put gloves on in the basement prior to touching any items.
Okay. So you had the gloves on before you inspected the black container or bucket?
Correct.
Did anybody assist you with removing items from the duffel bag?
Dr. Tranquita and I were removing the items together.
Had you ever seen anything like this before in your experience?
I have seen mutilation, but nothing to this extent before.
Never saw a head in the bucket, correct?
Correct.
So after you looked at the bag on the dresser, then is that when you turned your attention to the backpack?
Yes. After the blue bag on the dresser, we would have pink backpack was on the floor at the foot of the bed.
Now, the bed in this basement, were there mattresses that were stacked on top of each other, or what can you tell me about that?
I remember that they were 3 items. I don't know if it's 2 mattresses and 1 base versus 2 bases and 1 mattress, but 3 things stacked as a bed.
Okay. There was no, it wasn't like a headboard and a footboard, correct?
No.
Just basically mattresses, correct?
Yeah.
And you went over to this backpack, right?
Yes.
Was it an Under Armour backpack?
I would probably have to check photographs for the brand.
But it had some colors to it?
It had,
Did it have colors like black and pink or something?
yes, it was black and pink, and there was some red staining on the outside,
Why did you focus on that?
probably because of the red staining.
Did you discover that, or did someone else point that to your attention?
When we were walking around just looking at the scene together, it would have been in conjunction with law enforcement.
Okay.
And we would have, tried to lift it, and it seemed suspiciously heavy for a backpack.
And did you have to unzip that Under Armour backpack?
Yes, we unzipped each zip from front to back and looked at the contents.
And you removed the contents from that Under Armour backpack?
Correct.
And what did you do with it?
We placed everything that we found within the backpack on an evidence sheet that was then placed into a body bag.
And you took some photographs, right?
Correct.
What were these items in that Under Armour backpack?
There were various fragments of human remains.
Tissue?
Yes, human tissue.
I think the other container you said was a blue tote.
Yes,
And where was that?
that would be on the floor at what I consider the head of the bed.
Was it by the wall?
Yes, between the bed and the wall.
Was that area of the basement kind of dark?
Yes.
The lighting wasn't very good?
No.
And there was items on top of this tote,
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was laundry items.
blankets?
It could have been blankets. It could have been clothes, or a combination thereof.
And did you see some blood on the outside of the tote?
Yes.
Would you say it was a teal tote?
Yes.
And are you the one that took the blanket or the clothes off of the tote?
I believe we were doing that in conjunction with a detective from Green Bay Police Department.
Do you remember the name of the detective that was with you?
There were multiple. It was Detective Cassie Pakala and Phil Scanlon that were mainly assisting.
They were both there?
Correct.
Was that tote difficult to see?
No,
Would it be difficult to see if you were coming down the stairs as you get off the last stair?
not necessarily. No.
But it was towards the back of the basement, is that correct?
Yes.
So the black bucket, the duffel bag with the 2 handles, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, those items apparently had human remains in them.
Correct.
And you didn't know whose remains they belonged to, did you?
They had given us the presumptive ID and especially the head, we had already, by use of that tattoo in the booking photograph provided by Green Bay Police Department, the correct identity, and seeing at that point that we inventory that we'd been doing so far had only indicated remains that were consistent with one. These remains were all belonging to the same person.
Who was able to confirm that? Was that done later when the remains were transported to Dane County?
Correct. That would have been a more thorough inventory of all of the fragments collected to make sure that these essentially complete a full human male.
So the full identification was not done at Stony Brook. It was done in the medical examiner's office in Dane County, correct?
Ultimately.
And fair to say that both you and the detectives had a lot of questions on what occurred and how this could occur, true?
Yes.
And everybody was trying to figure out what happened. Is that true?
Yes.
Chain of custody was followed?
As far as the human remains that I was involved with, yes.
And the bucket, the duffel bag, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, were those all taken from Stony Brook, from the Stony Brook Lane home, and brought to the police department for further examination?
I did not remove them myself, so it was likely removed by the Green Bay Police Department, but we, as the medical examiner's office, do not collect those sorts of items.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down. Thank you. You can hold those exhibits, ma'am. You can just- Okay, thank you. State's next witness.
State calls Michelle Czarneski.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here. And before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you on your oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record. Michelle Czarneski.
MICHELLECZARNESKI.
And with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the City of Green Bay, the Green Bay Police Department, in the forensics unit.
And how long have you been employed with the forensics unit?
Almost 5 years.
And can you outline for us what sort of training you've received for your current occupation?
I have an associate's degree in forensic science. I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification. And I have various other trainings related to crime scenes, including crime scene.
And you've been sort of working in that capacity for the last 5 years. So can you outline for us, I guess, what are some of the duties you're commonly asked to perform for your department?
We were asked to process crime scenes. We would photograph, do videotape, search for evidence, and collect evidence.
And you kind of use the we. Are there other members of your team that you commonly work with?
Yes.
And who are they?
Kristen McMullen and Bailey Andre.
And is it commonly the case that you sort of work in tandem with those people in the performance of your duties?
Yes.
For instance, if one person's photographing things, the other's collecting it, things like that.
Correct.
All right. So then I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Were you working in that same capacity on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes, I do.
And was another member of your team with you?
Yes.
And who is that?
Forensic specialist Bailey Andre.
And what sort of information did you learn when you arrived at that residence?
There was a body part located in a bucket.
And I guess at that point, that's the sum of the information you had at that point?
Yes.
What did you do at that point?
Once the warrant was signed, I was able to videotape the exterior and interior of the scene. And then Bailey Andre did the photographs, and then I labeled the evidence.
So at some point when you're at the Stony Brook residence, are you involved in evidence collection?
Yes.
And can you outline for us what goes into you collecting an item of evidence?
Once we locate a piece of evidence, we would label it with either a evidence placard, or if it was a swab that needs to be collected, it would be labeled with a sticker. So each exhibit collected would have its own separate number or exhibit, and then it would be collected.
And what sort of outfit or attire are you wearing when you're collecting these items of evidence?
We had a Tyvek suit on and rubber gloves.
And that's commonly in your practice what you wear during processing crime scenes?
These type of scenes, correct.
All right. And you did so in this case too?
Yes.
So you mentioned part of what you're doing was collecting items of evidence. Were you also taking swabs of various surfaces as well?
Yes.
And what sort of areas did you swab in this case?
If we located any kind of red substance that could possibly be blood, that was swabbed.
And did you collect a fair number of those swabs in the basement?
Yes.
Those were items that you were responsible for collecting and maintaining?
Correct.
Can you generally for us describe the process of what we mean when we're using the word swab?
It's like a Q-tip with a cap on it. It's in a separate package, so each swab is individually packaged, sterile. We typically have an assistant help us. So if I were swabbing, I would have clean gloves on and I would not touch anything. And in this case, forensic specialist Bailey Andre assisted me with collecting these swabs, and she would open the package of the swab and then I would grab it without touching anything else. She would place a couple drops of distilled water on the swab without touching the distilled water to the tip of the swab itself to prevent contamination. And then I would swab the area of interest.
In addition to collecting those swabs of various,
I collected a Clorox wipe container, a Pantene shampoo container. There was 2 dog choke collars I collected, a wooden box, a dildo, a shot bottle.
I guess as you're kind of going through the scene, does it become apparent certain items of that are located in the basement may have some evidentiary value?
Yes.
I want to ask about some of those in particular. You mentioned there were 2 dog collars that were located.
Correct.
And were those items that you collected and took into evidence?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 7 and 8. First, do you recognize exhibit 7?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a silver dog choke collar located on the bar table.
And how do you know that's what's contained in that envelope?
My evidence description.
Are there also various initials on the packaging as well?
Yes, there is.
And what do those signify?
My initials and then the date it was collected.
So for instance, MMC, does that refer to yourself?
Correct.
And you noted there was an evidence description. What does that information signify?
It lists the evidence placard from the scene that I had placed next to this exhibit. It's my description and then the location where it was located.
I'm also going to show you exhibit 8. Do you recognize exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe exhibit 8 to be?
Silver dog choke collar chain.
And how are you able to determine that?
Again, it has my description, my initials and date.
So both exhibits 7 and 8 were those items that you collected from the basement of the Stony Brook residence?
Yes.
And then once you collect an item of evidence, what happens to it?
It is placed in the evidence submittal room in a secure area.
Do you maintain custody and control of those items?
Yes, until it's placed into the locker.
All right. So you take an item of evidence from a location, kind of keep it in your custody and control until it's entered into the evidence room. Is that fair?
Correct.
You went through some of the items that you collected. When you were in the basement of the Stony Brook residence, did you also collect items that were determined to be knives?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recall approximately how many knives were located in that basement?
there were 6 of them.
Do you remember where they were located?
I located 3 of them in one of the bags, 2 of them in the pail, the black bucket, and then 1 of them in the teal tote.
And those 6 knives, were those items that you collected as well?
Yes.
I ask you about one of those in particular. First, I'll show you exhibit number 9. Do you recognize exhibit number 9?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's
And is that an item that you collected?
yes.
And if you recall, where was that knife collected from?
This was collected from a Jimmy Choo bag that was located on a TV stand in the basement.
And is that an item you collected from the basement and entered into evidence as well?
Yes.
Other unique identifiers that helps you classify what that exhibit is?
Yes, the number was 543.
Then is that sort of a way for you to identify this is an item I collected?
Yes, each employee with the police department has its own 3-digit code.
And what item or exhibit number is that item, exhibit number 9 specifically?
543033.
And that's sort of a unique identifier to that item of evidence?
Correct.
Apart from your time, and before I leave actually the basement, when you're collecting these items of evidence, you mentioned Ms. Andre is with you as well.
Yes,
Is she photographing essentially what you're doing?
correct.
And apart from your time in the basement of Stony Brook, did you process any other scene on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
It was in our offsite storage location.
And I guess what did you process?
It was a Chrysler minivan.
At that point, it had been brought to the your, I guess, secure facility?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you observe or locate in the van?
We observed a crackpot box with a human remains in it. We collected several swabs from the door handles of the minivan.
The crockpot box that was located, did that contain any objects?
Yes.
And what did that contain?
I'm sorry, say that?
What did that box contain?
I believe it was human remains inside of it with some clothing.
I want to then ask about, those are items we've talked about that you've collected. Was there a date that you subsequently assisted Ms. Andre with processing the specific items themselves?
Yes.
And I guess what items were processed?
The crackpot box, the shot bottle, the Clorox wipe container, the knives.
And by process, what do we mean?
They were rephotographed. The knives were swabbed and photographed with scale. And then some items were dusted for fingerprints.
So when you're at a scene and you're swabbing a particular area, there are sometimes you do swabs on scene. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But are there times then where you later, with individual objects, process them further?
Yes.
All right, and that's what was done in this case?
Correct.
While council's reviewing those exhibits, were you the one physically processing those exhibits on that date?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I was photographing.
Okay. And who was physically doing the swapping of those items?
Forensic specialist Andre.
But you sort of photographed the exhibits during that process? I'm going to show you exhibits 10 to 15, and I'll ask you to thumb through those, and then I'll let me know.
Okay.
And what are those?
Exhibit 10 is a photograph of a Clorox wipes container. Exhibit 11 is the shot. Exhibit 13 is a photograph of a knife. Exhibit 14 is a photograph of the knife with scale. And exhibit 15 is a photograph of the crackpot box.
Are all those photographs sometimes? I believe you said alternative light source, is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
Specific wavelengths to detect certain kind of materials like biological fluids, like bone.
Is that something that you're trained to perform in?
Yes.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe when and where that was done?
It was done on the 24th in the basement.
And what specific areas were you looking at and utilizing that alternative light source method?
We used the ALS at in the shower at the basement, and then also near the mattress.
And what sort of, I guess, can you describe the process of ALS in terms of like, what are you looking to locate?
We were looking to locate any type of biological evidence, specifically blood. In when you use an ALS, the blood actually will absorb, so it'll appear as a dark color. At that point, then if we locate anything, we can swab it. It's more of a presumptive test, and those swabs will be sent to the crime lab.
Essentially, you're detecting things that you couldn't see by your naked eye.
Correct.
All right. And that was done on the 24th?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Czarneski. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freeland.
Thank you. When you say the 24th, are you talking about February 24th of 2022?
Yes.
And you utilize the alternate light source method to as part of your investigation?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit more detail about that. Is it a light or what is it? What kind of device is it?
We actually had Schwaber and Public Safety come in with their crime light auto. Holly Moss is the one who conducted that. So I just assisted her with it. It's a light that uses different wavelengths to be able to detect anything that you can't visually see by the naked eye.
What was that lady's name?
Holly Moss.
Holly Moss?
Correct.
So she was the one doing the ALS at Stony Brook in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you were there to kind of observe?
In assist.
Okay. So on February 23rd of 2022, help with the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
Were you called by Lieutenant Detective Brad Strouf?
I know I was called by now Captain Bagoon.
Okay. And both you and Specialist Andre met up at Stony Brook?
Correct.
Did you pull up in one of those big police evidence vans?
Billy, Andre, and I both arrived at the truck.
Okay. That's a special scene processing?
Correct.
You've got all the supplies in the truck?
Yes.
And you rolled right up in front of 829 Stony Brook?
Correct.
And then you met with Lieutenant Strouf then at
Yes.
the house?
Correct.
And then a short time later, Detective Scanlon arrived on the scene?
That's correct.
And then you also met with Patrol Sergeant Kurt Brester, correct?
Correct.
And then Sergeant Brester gave you some information about the scene, correct?
Yes.
Gave you some details?
Correct.
And then you had consent from the homeowner to kind of process the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then Detective Scanlon gave both you and Specialist Andre kind of a walkthrough of the house, correct?
Correct.
Did you just go in the basement or did you go upstairs? Did you go in the kitchen area? Did you go through the whole house? What did you do?
I videotaped the entire house.
Okay. But when you went inside, did you go inside all of the areas of the house that you can?
Yes.
Okay. So you went upstairs, right?
I did. Correct.
And you videotaped the exterior of this house, correct?
Correct.
An investigator or specialist, Andre, photographed the house as well.
Correct.
Was that the interior?
She did the interior and exterior as well.
Okay, so you both took video footage of, or you took the video footage inside and out, and she took pictures inside and out.
Correct.
Okay, trying to understand that.
Yeah.
And then were you told that you had to wait because the Detective Scanlon was waiting for a search warrant?
Correct.
And you're told to wait until that process was complete, is that right?
Correct.
And after that, then you had the green light to go and do your investigation, correct?
Right.
At some point, Detective Cassie Pacula arrived as well?
That's correct.
So then you went upstairs and videotaped upstairs?
Correct.
Did you see anything that was concerning upstairs? You had to turn on some lights in multiple rooms to get a better view correct?
Correct.
Perpetual pet the house, correct?
Yes.
Did their cell phones on the kitchen table, those were collected, correct?
Correct.
And then you assisted with collecting these different phones, correct?
That's correct.
One maybe it was a blue one, or two blue ones and a black one.
I don't recall what colors they were.
They each had a different colored case, correct?
Yes.
Then you did some swabbing of DNAs on these cell phones, is that right?
I don't recall if I swabbed the cell phones.
You did a lot of different swabs of the door and the locks and the handles and all of that, correct?
That's correct.
You did swabs of diapers downstairs, toys, flooring, correct?
Correct.
You entered and collected different items of evidence, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that on the floor in the basement living area of Stony Brook, you collected a black and purple pipe,
Yes.
and on a TV stand, a clear and white glass pipe,
Correct.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a green I'll know to look at things.
Yes.
Did you find, did you see a black and blue Jimmy Choo bag
Correct.
inside of that? Was there anything in there?
There was bags and there was some human remains in there as well.
In black Under Armour bag?
Yes.
Where did you see that?
That was on the floor next to the bed.
And when you say bed, are you talking about stacked mattresses?
Correct.
And Dr. Trankita moved that Under Armour bag, correct?
Yes.
And he was the one that removed the contents?
Correct.
Were you there when he was doing that?
Yes.
And where was that Under Armour bag, do you know?
It was on the floor.
By a dresser or a bed?
Next to the mattresses.
Okay, thank you. Did you list all of the different things that you observed down there?
Yes.
I gave them all exhibit numbers, correct?
Correct.
I think you mentioned finding a dildo, correct?
Correct.
Where was that?
I believe it was in a closet.
Okay, down in the basement?
Correct.
So if you come down the stairs, if you go to the right, would you find it, or would you find it if you went to the left?
To the right.
To the right? In a closet, was it on a shelf?
It was in a brown box, wooden box.
Okay.
On a shelf.
Was the box open or closed?
I don't recall. I think it was closed.
Okay. Did you open it? Did you open the
I
box
wasn't
to
the
see
one
what
who
was in it?
located it.
You located it?
I didn't locate it. I was informed that it
Okay.
was there.
But then you went and take a picture of it, correct?
Correct.
And did you open it to see what was inside the box?
Yes.
When you photographed it, did you take it out?
Yes.
On the mattress or on the bed, was there a cell phone on there?
Yes.
Did you label that and take a picture of that?
Yes.
As far as reports are concerned, did Holly Moss do a report on the alternate light source?
Yes, she did.
On the shout bottle, did it have like charcoal on the outside of the bottle? Could you take a look
Are
at
you
that exhibit?
referencing this picture?
Yeah, that exhibit, I think it's 11. Is that charcoal or what is that? on
No,
there?
that'd be fingerprint powder.
Okay, what is that? Tell me what that's for.
It's to enhance fingerprints.
To see if there's fingerprints on there?
Correct.
Okay, did you see any?
Yes.
Did you dust for fingerprints on any of these other items that have been offered in evidence, exhibits 10 through 15?
I did not dust for fingerprints this day. Forensic specialist Bailey Andre did.
Okay. Which items did she dust for fingerprints on? Do you know?
I don't know.
When you went to the off-site storage, was that on the same day on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got to Stony Brook?
I don't recall.
Was it in the morning or afternoon? Do you
It
know?
was morning.
Morning. Were you done by noon?
No,
How long were you there, you think?
quite a few hours.
Okay, into the afternoon?
Yes,
And then after that, did you go right over to the storage unit?
we did.
And in the storage unit, there was this gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
Correct.
And were you told by investigators that you needed to take some photographs and look at the contents of what's inside of that minivan?
Yes,
And then you dusted for fingerprints on the van as well?
correct.
Was Specialist Andre with you when you went to the storage facility?
Correct.
So it was you, Investigator Andre, Dr. Trankita, and then some detectives?
Yes.
Who were the detectives that were there?
Detective Scanlon, Detective Cassie Pakula. There was a few others as well.
Detective Ruff or not?
I don't recall.
How long were you at the storage facility looking at the contents of the van?
A few hours.
Were you done by 5 o'clock or did it go after 5? Do you
I
know?
don't recall those exact times.
It was a long day though, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, you had to put on new PPE gear.
Correct.
And what were you told to do when you got to the storage facility?
Swab the door handles, interior and exterior, the steering wheel, search for items of interest, photograph it.
Had anybody been inside the minivan before you got there?
Not to my knowledge.
The back hatch was closed.
Correct.
When you got there, then you saw it opened.
We opened it.
Who opened it?
I believe I did.
And then take me through what you did from there, could you?
Once we processed the back of the minivan, then we went to the passenger side, or the driver side. Opened the door and I seen the crock pot box there, and we searched that and located human remains in there.
In that minivan, there was all kinds of stuff in there, wasn't there?
There wasn't too much stuff in there.
Well, there was the crock pot box, correct?
Correct.
Was there a laundry basket in there?
There was.
And then there was all kinds of other items in there, correct?
There was like a cooler in the back hatch, just some other odds and ends, but it wasn't terrible.
Clothes?
Yes.
Flag?
I'm sorry, what?
A flag?
I don't recall.
But it filled up the back of the minivan, didn't it?
For the most part, I guess.
And the minivan windows, were they tinted?
I don't recall.
But the human remains were in this crock pot box.
Correct.
And who processed that?
Dr. Tranchita removed it from the vehicle and then removed the contents from it.
You didn't touch it, correct?
I touched it initially and realized that it kind of shifted and just kind of had an instinct that there was body remains in there.
When you opened the hatch, did you know what was in that box?
The crockpot box
Yeah.
that was in the driver's side passenger, the middle seat.
Okay. Did you know what was in the box before you opened the
No.
hatch? You were surprised?
Yes.
Who did this minivan belong to? Do you know?
I don't know.
You didn't get involved in that, correct?
No.
And then when the minivan was done being processed, then you packed it up and you left?
Correct.
You and investigator Andre?
Correct.
And your title is forensic specialist, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what does that mean?
We process crime scenes, process evidence that's collected by officers in our lab. We process evidence that we collect in our lab, document crime scenes.
Take samples?
Correct.
Dust for prints?
Correct.
Are you fully trained to do alternate light source testing on your own?
Yes.
Why did you have Holly Mays there from Ashwaubenon then?
At the time that she had a better piece of equipment than we had, it was more up to date.
And can you tell me about that equipment quickly?
It's called a Crime Light Auto. It has a built-in camera. So for us to be able to do what she did, we would have had to photograph things with our separate camera and use flashlights to be able to identify what she was able to identify all in one.
Okay. What is the device like? What does it look like? Does it look like a flashlight or what does it look like?
It's kind of like an iPad.
Okay.
It's got a camera lens in the front.
Okay. All right. All right. Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect? No. Okay, thank you. You can step down.
Okay.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
Are you offering those exhibits?
Yeah, I can do it now. I would move 7 through 15.
Any objection?
No.
Those will be received.
Your Honor, could we take a short break? I need to.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break for about 10 minutes. All rise for the jury. Thank you.
Okay, we have a 10-minute break. Oh, I like the shot of the eagle on the flag a lot better than the exit sign and ceiling tile. Let's see. Oh, sorry. Let's take a look and see if we've got anything short. Okay, as a sequel to our flying squirrel playing dead, here we go. We've got the flying squirrel surprise. Right, let's see what else is out there. Flying squirrels getting massages. This isn't nearly as fun as playing dead. Flying squirrels. Not easy to find something 10 minutes or shorter. I need to look for some videos for my playlist. Oh dear, there's something I need. Declutter and purge your craft supplies with me. Oh, I must plead guilty. Okay, here, let's watch a car chase. This is from Pursuit, I believe. Let's double check that. Pursuit 101. They're going so fast I can't read the signs. I think it's Florida. Oh, yeah, St. Augustine.
Any other vehicles involved in the crash? Any injuries? 414, that's 10-4. Looks like he's in the back of a U-Haul truck. The vehicle is. Also, looks like he was struck by another vehicle while trying to run on foot.
Okay, be seated. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, the state calls Bailey.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she will place you under oath.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, and nothing but the truth. Please have a seat and say your name for the record. Bailey Andre, Baeleigh, Andre, Andrae.
Okay, and with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
All right, can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the Green Bay Police Department as a forensic specialist.
And we just heard from Ms. Czarneski. Is she a colleague of yours?
Yes.
You work in the same unit?
Yes.
Okay, and I guess in your words, what do you describe your duties as?
We process crime scenes, whether that's photographing, videotaping, collecting evidence, processing for fingerprints, processing for DNA. We also go out and collect surveillance video for cases, and then processing evidence in-house for fingerprints and DNA as well.
And can you outline the training you've received as part of your current occupation?
Yeah. So I went to UW Platteville. I have a bachelor's in forensics investigation. I also have a bachelor's in criminal justice. And then from there, I've gone to ongoing trainings while I was employed with the Green Bay Police Department in their forensic unit related to forensic science for crime scenes, also for fingerprints. And then recently I've gotten IAI certified to certification for crime scene processing as well.
So I want to direct your attention to February 23rd of 2022. Were you working as a forensic specialist on that day?
Yes.
And did you respond to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes.
And I guess what information did you have originally when you arrived at that residence?
I was instructed that there was a head in a bucket and that we were investigating a homicide scene.
So what was your role, I guess, in conducting that investigation?
I did all the photographs at the scene and then assisted with taking swabs and assisted with collecting some of the evidence.
And were you working with Ms. Czarneski?
Yes.
All right. So your role in photographing, you also assisted in collecting items of evidence. Is there anything that you maintained custody of yourself?
No.
Who was that done by?
Michelle Czarneski.
Okay. So your role was kind of more the photographing end of things.
Yes.
All right. show you what's been marked, exhibits 16 through 54. If you could look at those and let me know when you're done. Have you had the chance to review all those exhibits?
Yes.
All right. And do you recognize each of those exhibits?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are all photographs that I took at the Stony Brook address of the scene and areas of interest and items of interest within the scene.
And were all those taken on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're taking these photographs, actually, I'll start here. Apart from Ms. Czarneski, are there other officers with your department as well as medical examiner personnel who are present?
Yes.
Are they all sort of involved in, I guess, locating items of evidence?
Yes.
The photographs that you're taking, do they depict the scene prior to removal or messing with some of those items of evidence?
Yes.
All right, so the photographs are done first and then an item is collected.
Yes.
All right. So the exhibits we just referred to in exhibits 16 through 54, do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene in the basement that you encountered on February 23rd?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 16 through 54.
I'd ask that the court delay that decision until I get a chance to cross-examine on some of these pictures.
I'm satisfied that she's laid the foundation for them. Certainly, cross-examination is permissible, and whether they get published to the jury is another issue, but I'm going to receive the photos based upon the foundation that's been laid, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
further argument as to Exhibit 45, there's an objection that's more prejudicial than probative. And then as to 46 and 47, they're duplicitous, essentially the same pictures, but maybe a different angle. And same thing for 51 and 52, that they're kind of like doubles. So that's my objection.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Thank you. So apart from photographing the scene and assisting Ms. Czarneski with collecting those items, is that the sum of your involvement in the basement on February 23rd?
Yes.
Were you involved in part of this investigation in another location on that day?
Yes.
And where was that?
It's an off-site storage facility.
And what did you do when you got to the offsite storage facility?
We processed a vehicle that we had a warrant signed for.
And do you recall what sort of vehicle it was?
Yep. It was a town and country minivan.
Remember the color?
Gold.
And at that point, it had already been transferred to the Green Bay Police Department facility?
Yes.
And what was your role, I guess, in processing the van?
I was doing photographs again, so I photographed the van itself and then items of interest, areas of interest.
Okay. Sandra, I'm showing that's been marked exhibits 55, 56, and 57. I'll ask you if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes.
And what are those exhibits?
These are photographs of the back passenger driver side of the minivan, which includes a crock pot box, and then the crock pot box empty.
Are those photographs that you took?
Yes.
Do those appear to fairly and accurately depict the van as you encountered it on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
I'd move exhibits 55, 56, and 57.
Your Honor, objection to 56 and 57 on grounds that they're more prejudicial than probative.
Okay, well, I'll hold receipt of those then in advance. I'll receive 55, then rule in 56, 57 at the break.
And your involvement with respect to the investigation of the van was strictly photographing the scene?
Yes, and then assisting Czarneski with swabs.
I want to ask you then about February 24th of 2022. Were you involved in any investigative steps on that date?
Yes.
And what specifically did you do on that date?
We went back out to the Stony Brook house and we processed that scene. We took additional photographs. We collected additional evidence. We swabbed additional areas. We also used an alternate light source camera, and then we did Blue Star as well.
And I'm going to ask you, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a chemical reagent that reacts with the hemoglobin in the blood, and it's a presumptive field test.
So it's a presumptive indicator of blood, but obviously it's not a lab test of sorts?
Correct.
Okay. Are you trained in kind of utilizing and conducting investigations using Blue Star?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess when you apply Blue Star to an area, what happens?
Areas that would be positive would glow.
Did yourself and any other members of your department apply Blue Star to areas of the basement?
Yes,
Sorry, which areas?
the shower and the bed and floor area over by the bed.
And did you then photograph, I guess, the results of some of those testings?
Yes.
I'm showing you exhibits 58 through 63. I'll ask if you can recognize those exhibits.
Yes.
And what do you believe those exhibits are?
These are photographs of the shower area with just natural light or a white light, showing just different areas that were swabbed. So it'd be a bunch of sample stickers. And then it goes into photographs of the Blue Star reagent, where I photographed it on the side of the shower, on the bottom of the shower, on the shelf of the shower. And then there's two photographs that show the floor area underneath the bed. Half of that area is concrete, half of it is a carpet, and then one photograph is then like a natural white light, and the other photograph is showing the Blue Star reagent.
Are those photographs that you took yourself?
Yes.
And those appear to be fair reproductions of the photographs you took on February 24th?
Yes.
I'd move 58 through 63.
Any objection? No objection.
58 through 63 will be received.
And then I'd ask permission to publish as well.
58 through 63?
Yes, sorry, 58 through 63.
You can publish those to the jury.
Thank you. All right. I feel a little hard with the glare. There's also a screen in front of you. Ms. Andre,
Screen's right down there, if you can see it.
So does this appear to be exhibit 58?
Yes.
Okay. And what does this depict?
Just an overall photograph of the shower area. You can see a bunch of stickers throughout the shower. It's sample stickers for areas of interest that we swabbed. But this isn't just like a natural white light.
Essentially, this is your naked eye looking at the shower.
Yes.
All right. And then exhibit 59.
So that's going to be the edge of the shower, and that's that blue star reagent reacting on the edge of the shower, and that's actually the left side. It's a photograph of it.
So the sort of bluish highlighted area, is that the blue star reacting in those areas?
Yes.
All right. And then exhibit 60.
Yep. So that's an overall photograph of the bottom of the shower. And that'd be the blue star reacting with that floor area and drain area of the shower. And then you can see on the right-hand side is the sides of that little like ledge.
And is that then 61?
Yep. And then 61 is an overall photograph of that ledge with the blue star reagent reacting in that shower.
And then are we looking at exhibit 62 at this point?
Can you repeat yourself?
Sorry, is this exhibit 62 that we're looking at? It's a little hard with the glare.
Do you need the light off over there?
If we could, Judge. All right. So is this exhibit 62?
Yes.
Okay. And what does exhibit 62 depict?
This is the floor area outside of the shower. And I did originally describe it as that of the rug, or not rug, of the carpet in the concrete area, but it is outside the shower. It is very hard to see printed also as well. And you can see the pipe going into the little shower drain right there. And the shower is on the right-hand side.
So it's essentially, it's difficult to see, but it shows that shower drain area that we observed earlier, exhibit 58.
It's a different drain.
Okay. Which drain is this?
This is the outside drain. So there's a drain inside the shower, and then there's a drain just outside the shower. And the drain from the shower itself drains to this drain.
Okay. So then I'm going to pull up exhibit 58 quick. Which drain are you referring to as being depicted in exhibit 62?
The one that's on the very bottom of the photo.
Okay. Sort of looks like on the concrete level as opposed to in the shower itself?
Yes.
All right. So then exhibit 63, actually I will have to pull that up. All right, so are we looking at exhibit 63 then?
Yes.
Okay, and what area is exhibit 63 depicting of that basement?
This is the concrete and the carpet area that's underneath the bed. We moved the bed to search underneath for any items of interest, areas of interest.
So the area that we're looking at in exhibit 63, was this, I guess at one point, under the mattresses that were located in the basement?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you had to move those mattresses to see this area?
Yes.
And I guess the area that we're looking at exhibit 63, is that suspected to be blood or other biological material? The mattress itself, the top mattress that was in the basement when you were there on the 23rd, did that have an area of blood spot on it?
It did have red substance, yes.
Through the mattress at all, or was it, I guess, were you able to determine its origin at any point?
It did soak through the mattress, and we did look into it further to see how.
Soaked through the mattress.
Calls for speculation. Objection.
Observation.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead and answer.
So how far did it soak through the mattress?
It went through multiple layers of the mattress. I don't know exactly how many inches it went down.
Sort of you're talking about the top mattress.
Correct.
Okay, not the other mattresses that were below it?
Correct.
There wasn't signs of soaking through or anything like that in those mattresses?
No.
Thank you. February 25th of 2022, did you assist Michelle Czarneski with processing items of evidence on that day?
Yes.
And what, I guess, items did you process?
We processed the shampoo bottle. We processed Clorox wipe container, shout bottle, the crock pot box, a rag, a towel, a pair of shorts, and there might have been another thing. We processed a bunch of evidence.
Processing those items of evidence.
So I took all the swabs that day and then collected all the samples for that. And then I also dusted for fingerprints and then collected the fingerprints that were obtained.
I'm going to show you as previously been marked exhibits 11, 12, 13, and 15. Do you recognize what those depict?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask to publish 11, 12, 13, and 15, Your Honor.
The objection.
No.
All right, those can be published.
All right. So once we come through here, okay, so does this appear to be depicting exhibit 11 that we're looking at on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what is exhibit 11 depicting?
It's a photograph of the shout bottle. It also has a latent that's labeled on it as latent 2.
Okay, I want to pause here and ask about that. So what are latents?
Latents are going to be fingerprints that are not visible to the human eye unless they're processed with either like a powder or a chemical or with super glue, or you can also do different lights at oblique angles as well.
Are you trained in, I guess, dusting or however, whatever the word is, items for fingerprinting?
Yes.
All right. You've done that in the past on cases?
Yes.
It's part of your common duties in the evidence department for the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
All right. So the sort of black, I guess, substance that we're seeing on the shout bottle, what is that?
That is that powder. So once we took all of our DNA samples from this exhibit, then I dusted it with a traditional black powder, and then we searched it and then labeled any latents that were, I guess, deemed suitable or showed any ridge detail for comparison purposes.
What do you mean by a latent being deemed suitable?
So there's a difference between having like an outline or what looks to be a fingerprint or like a smear of a fingerprint. Fingerprints are ridges. So if you have enough ridges and minutia, you'd be able to do comparison purposes. So with fingerprints, you need enough, and there's not essentially deemed what you need for enough. It's just that as a comparator, you would have to be able to look at it and see if you have any enough unique characteristics to make a comparison and say it would be a hit.
So there are times, I guess, when you observe something that looks like a fingerprint, but you're not able to compare it to anything. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So as we look at Exhibit 11, then there's appears to be a label called latent 2. What does that signify?
That's the second latent that was located while we were processing this evidence that day.
The first latent, was that able to be developed any further?
No.
This second latent print, were you able to compare that to any other known fingerprint?
Yes.
And in the course of this investigation, did you have cause to compare that to a fingerprint card of Ms. Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Latent 2 was a hit. I don't remember which finger offhand. It's all written in the details.
Okay. But there was a comparison or a match, I suppose?
Yes.
Be fair to say that you process a lot of items of evidence in this case?
Yes.
All right. Would refreshing your details help you remember the match that was associated with Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
All right. Show you Exhibit 64. Do you recognize Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is my set of details that I wrote for my comparison that I did on May 14th, 2022. And it's for the comparison of 4 different latents that were collected for this case, one being latent 2.
I'd ask you if you could review Exhibit 64, and I'll then ask if that helped refresh your recollection with respect to the comparison of latent 2. Please just let me know when you're completed.
I'm all good.
Okay, and in comparing latent 2 that we're looking at here, what comparison was able to be made with respect to Ms. Schabusiness's fingerprints?
It was a hit to the right middle finger of Schabusiness's 10-print card.
And I guess what's a 10-print card?
Anytime someone gets booked into jail, there'd be a 10-print card collected or palm print card collected. And then it would be essentially connected to that record.
So I then want to look at Exhibit 12. Does that appear to be Exhibit 12 that we're projecting here?
Yes.
Okay, and Exhibit 12, does that depict the same shout bottle as Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Sort of on the different side of it?
Yes.
And there's a sticker that's affixed to that. What does that signify?
That is latent 3. So that's the third latent that we located in this case when we were processing the evidence.
And was latent 3 able to be compared to any other known sample?
Yes.
Okay. And in comparing latent 3, was one of those fingerprints you compared it to that of Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
And were any matches made?
Yes.
And what did latent 3 match with?
Latent 3 matched with the right thumb of Schabusiness's 10-print card and hit with the left ring finger of Schabusiness's 10-print card.
So there are multiple, I guess, latents or fingerprints that were located in this area?
Objection leading.
So were there multiple, I guess, fingerprints located in this latent 3 area?
Yes.
Okay. And then want to ask about Exhibit 13. Is that still in front of you? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Exhibit 13?
This is a knife with a brown handle and silver blade. And it's the photograph of it showing 2 different areas of interest that we were going to swab, one being the handle itself and one being the blade.
And did you take any swabs from that item?
Yes.
Where did you swab on that item?
One was from the blade and one was from the handle.
So we're looking at 13 here. Sample 14 and 15 are sort of shown in labels. are those the different areas that you would have swabbed?
Yes.
Okay, so for instance, sample 15 of this exhibit, that would have been the blade area.
Yes.
And do you recall what areas of the blade you swabbed,
The entire blade.
including the silver part and the red part?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've got an objection. We've got a knife up on the screen. I thought that was 13. Now he's talking about 15. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Sample 15 is the swabbing of the blade, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is still exhibit 13.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
The labels next to them, I think 15 and 14. Go ahead.
Just hard to see on the screen. I see it now.
Sure. So the sample that you took of the blade area, how did you collect that sample?
We always use sterile, clean gloves. One person puts gloves on, they don't touch anything. Someone else assists with handing them a swab. So then they are holding the swab, the person that has the sterile gloves on. The assister would put distilled water on the swab itself, and then the person that's swabbing would swab the item or area of the item that is getting the sample taken for.
And then is that the process and protocol you used in this case?
Yes.
What did you do with the swab once you collected it?
It goes into a swab box, and then the swab box itself and swab gets entered into evidence as an exhibit.
And is that what you did for sample 15 here?
Yes.
And you then entered it into the Green Bay Police Department evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you. Then is exhibit 15, court exhibit 15, is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And what does exhibit 15 depict?
This is a photograph of the inside of the crock pot box, and there is a sample sticker on the glove that's in the photograph, but it's very hard to see as it was washed out with the flash or with the camera, with how much light it was pulling back in.
Did you process the crock pot box as well in terms of swabbing it?
Yes.
What area did you swab, if you recall?
I believe it was the red substance inside the box.
Sort of on the bottom of the box as we're looking at it?
Yes.
All right. And that sample that you collected of that area of the box, did you use the same protocol in collecting this swab as the previous one we talked about?
Yes.
Okay, and that was also entered into evidence at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you also, apart from those items we just reviewed, have the chance as part of this case to swab a item that was recovered that was described as a dildo?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked to, I guess, process that item further?
Yes.
Do you recall the date that would have been?
That was March 4th, 2022.
Show you exhibit 65. Do you recognize exhibit 65?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an overall photograph of the packaging and of the dildo along with the sample 1 sticker next to it.
Is that an item of evidence that you would have swabbed in this case?
Yes.
And the photograph as well?
Yes.
You took the photograph?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd move exhibit 65.
Any objection?
No.
65 is received.
The sample sticker that's sort of denoted in that photograph, what does that signify?
So that's sample 1. And typically when we start a new day, even if it's the same case, we'll start over with sample 1 through whatever we end up going to, just so that there's no confusion on duplicating samples So this would be sample one because this was a new day that I was processing this single item.
The swab that you took of that object, where specifically were you swabbing, if you remember?
It was the entire thing.
And that swab that you collected, was that done in the same manner that you described earlier?
Yes.
Was it also then similarly submitted into the evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Mr. Freilich.
Exhibit 65, the dildo, why did it take so long to have that swabbed?
Sometimes items don't get swabbed right away, and then later in the investigation, detectives will request items to be swabbed. So I was just requested to swab this.
Okay, and that was done on March 4th of 2022?
Correct.
Where did you locate it?
Locate.
Where did you do the swabbing?
Oh, at the station. So at the Green Bay Police Department.
Okay. So on February 23rd of 2022, you worked with forensic specialist Czarneski to process a gold minivan, correct?
Yes.
Was it a Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
Yes.
And that was at the storage facility?
Yes.
And you processed the minivan for DNA, latent prints, and other items of interest. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had a chance to look at it, correct?
Yes.
You walked around the outside of it.
Yes.
You saw the inside of it, correct?
Yes.
Who else was there? Specialist Czarneski.
There was multiple detectives and then also medical examiner's office, including a doctor and one of their investigators.
Was it Dr. Trankita and Petra Schwab?
Yes.
What time of the day were you there? Do you know? Like, did you get there in the morning, in the afternoon?
For the vehicle or
Yes, for the vehicle.
for the vehicle? That was in the afternoon.
Okay. How long were you there at the storage facility?
Maybe an hour, 2 hours.
Okay. And you took pictures?
Correct.
And then you met other detectives there, Detective Liberta, Detective Cassidy Pacala, Detective Bry, Detective Scanlon, Dr. Trankita, and Investigator Petra Schwab. Is that right?
Yes.
You took pictures of the interior and the exterior of this minivan, correct?
Yes.
And you labeled and photographed areas of interest. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Specialist Czarneski did the swabbing. Is that fair?
Yes.
The van, did you find two papers for a Wisconsin certificate of vehicle registration for that vehicle?
Yes.
Was that for a Scott M. Tomes?
Yes.
And that paperwork was found in the glove box?
Correct.
And then you found did you find a Wisconsin title and license plate application for Scott Tomes for this vehicle in the glove box as well?
Yes.
And then you also found a DMV registration receipt in the glove box. Is that fair?
Yes.
For what you knew, the owner of this vehicle was Scott Tomes, correct?
Yes.
Did you watch as Specialist Czarneski removed items from the trunk?
Yes.
Did she open the gate of the minivan, or did someone else?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you when you're watching what's going on. This is a minivan, so it has a side door that slides, correct?
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, was it such that you saw a crock pot box, correct?
Yes.
And that was sitting inside of a laundry basket, correct?
Yes.
Inside the laundry basket, there were clothes that were folded or stacked, correct?
Yes.
And this laundry basket was sitting on a a seat behind the driver's side.
Yes,
There was also a cooler in this vehicle, correct?
correct,
There was absolutely nothing in the cooler, correct?
correct.
You did not find the crock pot box. That was Specialist Czarneski, correct?
Yes,
And Specialist Czarneski removed all the items from inside the crock pot box, correct?
I believe it was Dr. Trinquita that did remove the items from the crockpot box.
Okay. And you put labels on anything you found to be of interest, correct?
Yes,
There were areas of interest that were swabbed and processed for DNA. Is that fair?
yes,
And then they would be given sample numbers, correct?
yes.
And is it true that a mistake was made because there were two different areas of interest that were labeled by a sample 12 by mistake?
Correct,
And there were a total of 14 samples collected from the vehicle, correct?
correct.
Tell me a little bit about the mistake that was made. What happened there?
I labeled samples 1 through 12, and then Czarneski labeled samples 12, the second one, and then 13. I guess I wouldn't know. We probably relayed the message that we thought we had less samples, but we didn't.
Okay. How did you rectify that then? Did you take some action to fix it?
Fixing it, I guess, would just be describing the samples itself. So when we enter them into evidence, they get a description of what areas that sample is truly from.
You also photographed some items that Specialist Czarneski found, correct?
Yes.
One being an empty pill bottle for Scott Combs for oxycodone, correct?
I don't recall what the bottle was, but yes, I did take a photograph of a bottle prescribed for him.
And that was in the driver's side door, correct?
Yes.
The next day, on February 24th of 2022, you and Specialist Czarneski followed up by processing the residence at 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me why you didn't go over to Stony Brook Lane the same day on February 23rd?
We already worked long hours, and everyone needed to take a break and get some sleep and rest.
That's kind of standard practice, yes?
Yes.
So then what time did you get over to Stony Brook Lane on February 24th of 2022? If you know, like, was it morning? Was it the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know how long you were there?
I believe it was for a couple hours.
Okay. And where did you investigate, or where did you look around? Was it the whole house, just the basement? Can you tell me?
Just the basement.
Other detectives were there as well?
Yes.
And did your partner, Specialist Czarneski, ask for assistance from an evidence technician at the Ashwaubenon Public Safety Department?
Yes.
And that was to utilize the ALS camera?
Yes.
Does the Green Bay Police Department have a camera that it can use for alternate light source investigations?
We now do.
Okay, but at the time you didn't have one?
Correct.
Were you trained to use this device back on February 24th of 2022?
I did not use it, and no, I was not trained.
Okay, you were there kind of like for observation?
Yes.
And so was it evidence technician Holly Moss that was using the camera and taking the pictures and doing all of that?
Yes.
The blue light, the exhibits 59 through 63. I don't know if you have them up there. There's a lot of exhibits. But those particular exhibits, the blue light, what does that signify?
That's the blue star reagent reacting that's a presumptive test for the blood.
So the blue means blood?
Yep.
Presumptive?
Yeah.
Could it be something else?
Yes.
What could it be?
I know that it does react with different chemical reagents, like cleaning supplies. So the chemicals in there, such as bleach, but I don't know the list of what it all reacts with.
But certain chemicals can cause the blue light.
Yes,
It could be like a false positive. You might think it's blood, but it's something else.
yes.
Okay. And I think it's exhibit 58. I try to take good notes. Do you have that in front of you?
Yep.
Is that the shower?
Yes,
It shows the inside of the shower and a drain inside the shower, right?
yes,
And then it also shows the shower drain. Let's strike that. It shows the shower with a drain inside, and then it shows a drain on the outside, correct?
yes.
The blue light was coming from which drain? Do you know?
It was from the drain inside the shower.
Inside the shower? For all of those exhibits 59 through 63?
No, there's one photograph that shows the drain on the outside of the shower. So 62.
Okay. Can you turn your attention to exhibits 46 and 47, please? Do you have them?
Yep.
Gar, can I approach?
Come in.
Thank you. Both of these photographs, exhibit 46 and 47, basically depict the same mattress, correct?
Correct.
And the mattress has a gold colored blanket on it, correct?
Correct.
There's clothing items, correct?
Correct.
And a phone, correct?
Correct.
The pictures are the same, aren't they?
I wouldn't say they're the same, but they show part of the same area.
They show the same mattress, the contents on the mattress. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then, thank you. Could you turn your attention to exhibits 51 and 52? Please. Dan, you have those there? You have them?
Yep.
Your Honor, could I approach you? Thank you. Exhibits 51 and 52 both depict drains, correct?
Correct.
The drain that's outside of the shower, is that fair?
Yes.
And these drains have like some sort of a black hose that filters into the drain, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a clear plastic hose that also goes into it?
Correct.
And the drain has circular holes that are throughout the drain, the shower. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could direct your attention to exhibit 45. You have it?
Good.
Can I approach one more time? Sure. Exhibit 45 is the teal tote that we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
Did you see that at the Stony Brook Lane property?
Yes.
Was that on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Where did you see it?
I saw it sitting next to the bed.
By the mattresses?
Yes.
Was that kind of like in the corner by the wall?
Yes.
And that was processed by you taking some pictures?
Yes.
Did you do any swabs of it?
Yes.
Where did you swab it?
We took a sample of the substance inside of the toad.
Any, when you initially saw the toad, was there anything on top of it, or was it just exposed?
There was items on top.
What was on top of it? Did you remove the items off of the tote?
No.
Who did?
I believe it was Detective Scanlon.
Did you watch that process unfold?
Yes.
With regards to the mattresses, was it such that there were 3 mattresses that were stacked on top of each other in the basement by the wall?
Yes.
Were they basically all of the same thickness?
Yes.
And on the top mattress, there was blankets and the phones and things of that sort, fair?
Yes.
Did you do any scientific testing as far as the blood going through the mattress at all?
Can you re-ask that question?
Well, did you do any kind of formal testing as far as how far or how deep the penetration was with regards to the blood into the mattress?
We did cut through the mattress to look to see if it continued through the layers of mattress, but I don't believe that we took a photograph of the depth itself.
Okay. Did you do the cutting?
No.
Someone else did?
Yes.
Exhibit 63, the concrete and the carpet, when you move the mattresses, did you do some swabbing and testing of whatever was on the floor?
Yes.
Where did you do the swabs? Because it's kind of a big area.
We labeled different areas on that floor along either spots that were red in substance or they reacted with the Blue Star reagent.
Was it your understanding that there was a cat in the house, that there's a kitty litter box down there?
Yes.
After you took all your samples, what did you do with the samples? Did you send them somewhere?
They all got entered into evidence with the Green Bay Police Department, and then it's up to the detective and the crime lab how many samples can be sent and which ones to send.
So the detectives are the ones that send the samples into Madison?
Correct.
To the state crime lab?
Correct.
As far as the drain cover that we just talked about, did you have anything to do with moving the drain cover at all?
No.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect. Briefly, so to be clear, when you were asked questions about like the ALS versus the Blue Star, those are different things, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the Blue Star that we observed the images of, you are trained in conducting sort of those investigations?
Yes.
All right. You asked then questions when you were kind of doing your processing of the scene, were you able to determine where it drained? Where was that?
It drained that floor right in.
There are 2 drains we looked at earlier, essentially lead to the same moments in the floor.
Well, in the shower, leads to the second.
That's all I think.
Your Honor?
Hey,
Your Honor, I know that you said that would hold till the break. Will I have a chance to at least argue that at some point?
Yes,
Okay.
at the next break.
Okay, all right.
State have a next witness?
He will be lengthier, and we would propose to publish some of those, I think, disputed exhibits through that witness, so potentially.
Okay, I think we'll take a 7-minute break. We'll be back at about 3:45. All rise for the jury.
Okay, we have another short break. Let's see what we've got. Too bad. We've got a press conference coming up in 9 minutes on Carly Russell. We'll have to find out what is said in there, if they're arresting her. It's tough to find something so short. Hmm. Well, I thought this, they said 7 minutes. I think we're already at the 7 minute mark. I'm going to look and see if the Corey Russell press conference has actually started or not. Oh, Carly Russell. Not yet. Let's listen to JB while we're waiting.
we bring the jury back, you mentioned this is gonna be a little long. How long do you think this witness review is going to take? I was planning on going until 5 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, I think he could probably bring us to the end of the day with that. Hopefully we could get him done by 5. But both direct and cross, hopefully.
Very good. All right, we'll bring the jury back. Be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, just to give you an understanding about where we're at for today, it's about 5 to 4. The state is indicating that for today, they've got one more witness, and it's anticipated that witness is going to wrap up around 5 o'clock, and then we'll break for the day, just to give you a sense of how long we'll go for today. With that, I'll turn to the state. Mr. Lizzie, are you calling the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Philip Scanlon.
You want to step up, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll put you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Please have a seat and then state your name for the record.
Philip Scanlon, Scanlan.
Okay, and then the witness is yours, Mr. Lizzie.
Detective Scanlon, can you tell the jury how you are employed?
As a law enforcement officer of the City of Green Bay Police Department.
What is your current role with the City of Green Bay?
I'm currently assigned as a detective in the Bureau of Detectives.
How long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
24 years.
Do you have any law enforcement experience prior to the Green Bay Police Department?
I was a sheriff's deputy for 1 year prior to that in Outagamie County.
Officer.
Well, I have a high school diploma. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I was certified in the state of Wisconsin through the Law Enforcement Academy, and then got hired in Outagamie as a sheriff's deputy in Outagamie County, where I went through field training program. Then transferred to the Green Bay Police Department in 1999, where I again went through another 14-week field training program, maybe a bit longer than that. And then your standard classes and yearly in-services. Then went into the Drug Task Force 2010, where I received more training in narcotics investigations and violations of controlled substances, and then went into the Bureau of Detectives in 2014, where I was trained in more serious crimes, investigating deaths, persons and property crimes.
So I think you indicated you went to the Drug Task Force in 2010.
I did.
Did you work there until 2014?
I did.
And then in 2014, you became a detective.
That's correct.
And as a detective, what's your typical role in handling investigations?
Assigned to the Detective Bureau, we get called in for investigations typically more serious in nature that require follow-up from a detective on a crime that occurred, maybe above the scope that a normal patrol officer would investigate. We get assigned those cases with other detectives to investigate, follow up on those investigations, interview witnesses, question suspects, and then ultimately prepare facts if warranted to the district attorney's office for prosecution.
As part of a detective, are you trained and experienced in processing crime scenes?
I am.
And is that on the job training, professional training, some combination?
Combination.
And as part of your work through the Green Bay Police Department, were you asked to assist with a crime scene on February 23rd, 2022 at 829 Stony Brook?
I was.
And describe how you initially became involved in the case.
I received a call in the early morning hours, asked to come in, take part in that investigation. I responded to the Green Bay Police Department, where I was briefed on what had been learned by patrol responding to that address earlier that night. I then responded to the address where the crime scene had already been maintained, and then went from there.
When you initially responded to this, or do you know about what time you initially responded to the scene?
About 6:30 in the morning.
And who was with you when you arrived?
I met Lieutenant Brad Strofe, who was a detective lieutenant. I met with the sergeant on the scene, patrol sergeant on the scene. It was Sergeant Brester. I believe Sergeant Tom Bain was present as well. And then forensic specialist for evidence collection, Miss Andre and Miss Czarneski arrived. And then shortly thereafter, Detective Cassie Pakla arrived to assist me as well.
When you arrived, did you immediately begin processing the scene?
No.
What did you do initially?
So we initially did a walkthrough. I met with the sergeant on scene, kind of got updated as to what happened so far. Double checked that we had a crime scene log started that we can document who's coming in and who's coming out. I had caused to have phone contact with detectives that were questioning Mr. Business, and there was some question about the location of his body. So initially I did a walkthrough of the home looking for a body. That was one of the first things I did.
You mentioned that you were talking with some other detectives. Is it common in your work that when there's multiple detectives working on the case that you're going to have ongoing phone contact at the outset of an investigation?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not other detectives were assigned to meet with and interview Ms. Schabusiness?
I was aware of that.
And do you know who those detectives were?
I was Detective Graff and Detective Kemp.
And do you believe they were actually speaking to Ms. Schabusiness while you were in the home at Stony Brook?
Yes.
And were they providing you information that she was giving them in the course of the interview?
They were.
And what was the purpose of them contacting you with that information?
Initially, we were aware what patrol officers found when they arrived at the scene based on the 911 complaint. And she was providing them with information that his body was by the bed. I was in the basement by the bed. I didn't see a body. So the initial information was an attempt to find the body. Not knowing initially at first that we were looking for a whole person. They then provided information to look for a tote next to the bed that she had described, which I observed. I was told that she had made mention of a bag. And then in a short period of time, it kind of came into perspective that we weren't looking for a whole body. And then we knew we were going to be doing a recovery of multiple parts.
And in terms of actually going into the tote and going into the other bags that might have been on scene, is that something that you did right away while you were having that initial contact with detectives?
No.
And what were you waiting for at that juncture?
We knew we had consent to be in the house from the homeowner, but we had chose to start writing the search warrant, which is very routine in a homicide investigation. We were also having kind of learned the scope of what we were looking for, not finding a body out in the open. We decided to wait for the forensic doctor, Dr. Tranquita, to arrive from Dane County, and the medical legal investigator, Petra Schwab. We wanted her to arrive before we started looking through containers.
And is that how it happened, that Dr. Tranquita and Petra Schwab arrived on scene before you began in earnest to search for the remains?
Yes.
And did you also obtain the search warrant that you mentioned?
Yes.
Prior to discussing the specifics of analyzing the scene in the basement, can you give me an overview of the home at 829 Stony Brook, the layout and what you observed upon entrance?
Sure. It's a single family home, story and a half. It is the front of the home's a living room that opens up into 2 bedrooms on the south end of the home and a bathroom. There's a kitchen to the north end that goes down to a side door off of the driveway. And like a lot of those homes, the side door that accesses the driveway, there's a landing and you can go up into the kitchen, into the first floor of the home, or you can go down into the basement of the home. The basement was partially finished on the west side of the home, and then the east side of the home divided by a partition wall was an unfinished basement for storage and laundry.
In terms of areas in the home where items of evidentiary value were noted or collected, can you talk about which portions of the home were significant to the investigation?
Yeah, myself, Detective Cassandra Pacula, and the forensic specialists and the doctor and Ms. Schwab, we focused primarily on the basement. We understood this far that the basement seemed to be the most likely place we were going to recover the remains. We also had some cause to compare items that were found in the basement with the kitchen. So primary focus of this investigation was on this stairway off the side driveway going down to the basement. And there were some items found in the kitchen as well.
Do you know if there was anything else of evidentiary significance recovered in other portions of the home on the first or second floors?
There was not.
Detective, I'm going to show you a series of photographs here and ask you to review those to yourself, and then tell me once you've had a chance to review them.
Sure.
Detective, I'm showing you what have been previously marked as exhibits 16 through 21. Can you review those for me? Have you had a chance to see them?
I did.
Did they appear to be consistent with your observations in the residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They are.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish one at a time, 16 through 21, using the overhead projector.
Your Honor, I'm not going to object to these exhibits and no objection to publication.
Detective Scanlon, is exhibit 16 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
Can we dim the lights again, Your Honor?
Pardon?
Can we dim the lights again?
Yeah.
Also, Detective, there's also a video down here if that's easier for you, but you can look at either one, it's fine.
And what is depicted in exhibit 16?
That is a front view of 829 Stony Brook from the street.
And which door did you use to stage as law enforcement?
So we made the decision to enter once we started the process of scene through the front door. When we initially arrived, we know a lot of the initial first response from officers talking to the residents was through the side door, which is the way the officers happened to approach that day. So when we decided to process the scene, we started to use the front door, and we kind of staged in the living room and then worked our way through there.
And this photograph, does it depict the side door and where it's located?
That's correct. The side door is off of the driveway.
And exhibit 17, Officer Scanlon, is exhibit 17 now on the screen?
I see that.
Yeah, what is depicted in exhibit 17?
That is an image of the kitchen on the first floor with the vantage going into the hallway that leads to the bedroom and the front room.
And exhibit 18?
It is.
And what is that?
That is another picture of the kitchen, but with the vantage flipped, focusing on the landing off the side door off the garage.
And exhibit 19, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in exhibit 19?
This photograph was taken particularly of the wooden knife block that was right next to the stove.
And what was the evidentiary significance based on your understanding of the investigation?
When we started to process the basement, we had found several kitchen knives, what appeared to be kitchen knives that we believed, based on how they were found, would have been involved in the homicide. And the knives were consistent both in number and appearance with the knives in the kitchen block.
So it appeared that there were how many slots missing on the knife block?
There's 4 knife slots missing and a kitchen shears, scissors. We recovered 4 knives that appeared up to look like the knives that would have come out of that block.
And the next exhibit, I think, is Exhibit 20. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is that?
That is from the kitchen looking out the side door into the driveway.
And does that depict like an outside or screen door? So the inner door is open and there's a screen door to the outside?
That's correct.
And Exhibit 21. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 21?
This picture is from basically the position of the landing next to the side door, looking down the basement staircase.
So after you processed the scene upstairs and evaluated what was present in the kitchen area, you did make your way ultimately to the basement?
We did.
And that scene was processed by you along with a forensic team from Green Bay PD and the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it was from Petra Schwab, who was from the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office, and then Dr. Tranquita, who was the lead doctor at the time at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
Once you began your inspection for human remains and collecting them, how did you and the team sort of document or parse out how you were going to locate remains?
So we started with what we knew was there with the Fleet Farm bucket right at the bottom of the stairs that we considered to be container 1 for the purpose of evidence collection. The doctor removed the human remains in front of us. And then we also examined what was in the bucket besides the remains.
If there were items of human remains or portions of a body, who was responsible for collecting the portions of the body?
The doctor was.
If there were other evidentiary items that were non-human remains, who was responsible for collecting those items?
So it's just as a matter of procedure in this, with the forensic doctor being there, the doctor was the one that removed the remains. We were cautious to overexpose items in these containers. So the doctor actually removed the remains and the items in there and put them on display for everyone to observe and note. And then the doctor collected the human remains, and then forensic specialist Larson and Czarneski ultimately collected the other items that were in the containers.
And who was then responsible for maintaining and processing the non-human remain portions of evidence?
Forensic specialist Larson and Czarneski.
And those were brought back to Green Bay PD then by members of your department?
They were.
And just to be clear, you keep you use the name forensic specialist Larson. Is that her current name?
I'm sorry, that's her maiden name, Andre.
Okay, so we're talking about the same person. Larson
Yes.
and Andre are the same person.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. So you indicated the first item or the first container that you processed was the black pail. Was that correct?
That's correct.
I'm now showing you what have been marked as exhibits 22 through 25. I'm going to review those.
Thank you. Thank you.
And do those accurately depict your observations on the scene at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish those as well.
No objection to exhibits 22 through 25, and no objection to publication.
You can go ahead and publish them.
What is depicted in exhibit number, is exhibit 22 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what does that show?
That's at the landing, looking west into the finished portion of the basement. It also depicts the Black Fleet Farm bucket and a multicolored towel that was next to it.
And exhibit number 23, is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted there?
That is a picture facing north that catches back to the stairs and a small storage unit. It's basically an overview of the Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel next to it.
And exhibit number 24, I believe. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is, again, what is exhibit 24?
It's the Black Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel. I see they have some placards down in this photo and are holding a sample indicator.
What are the purpose of the placards?
Forensic specialists take great care in documenting what they're capturing. So they'll take a picture of an image with a placard, and then as they itemize evidence, we'll refer to that placard that they collected.
And exhibit 25, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 25?
This is 2 knives, a Jolly Rancher, a nail, a razor head, and some flesh tissue was described. These were in the bottom in the Fleet Farm bucket underneath the remains that we recovered.
So these are items that were located in the bucket and then ultimately collected by Green Bay PD?
They were.
Have you a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
Do those photographs also accurately depict what you observed and in some instances collected on the scene at Stony Brook on the
They do.
23rd of February? Thank you. I'd like to publish then, Your Honor, these as well.
Exhibits 26 through 32, no objection, and no objection to publication. Go ahead and publish.
Just 26 through 36, just to.
All through 36.
Is Exhibit 26 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It's a photograph of the finished basement from the staircase, from the bottom of the staircase, looking into the finished basement.
And I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, but there were several different containers that were located with body parts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One was the bucket that was container one.
That's correct.
Container two was which?
Container 2 is a blue Jimmy Choo duffel bag that's not visible in this photo.
On this photo, where was it located? See the area where it was located in this photo?
You get photo, just right, wood grain wall. You'll see a multicolored lamp. Next to that is a entertainment center, makeshift dresser. And there's personal items on that, and including the blue bag.
View is where that Jimmy Choo bag was located.
That'd be correct.
And is the container three was what item?
Container 3 is a pink and black Under Armour backpack. That is just out of view at the left side of the stack of beds.
And what was container 4?
Container 4 is a blue, I refer to it as a blue tote bag, or I guess tote or light blue. It's in the far right side of the bed, covered by what appears from here to be a blanket and some items.
So exhibit 4 is depicted in this photograph.
It is.
Container 4, excuse me.
Container 4.
Correct. And is it displayed in this photograph essentially as you found it when you first went down to the basement?
Yes.
And could you describe again for the jury where they could find that blue tote?
So looking at this photograph, you'll see a couple box springs and a mattress towards the back of the room. If you look at the right end of the beds, between the wall and the bed, you'll see a light blue object. That's like a tote storage bin. That's container 4.
And does it appear to have anything on top of it?
Yeah, it's covered by personal property. There was a blanket on top of it. There was some clothing, some jackets on top of it that kind of obstructed the view of what was inside the tote.
And to your knowledge, had law enforcement or any medical examiner personnel significantly disrupted how this room looked prior to this being photographed and you collecting the remains?
No.
Exhibit number 27. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is displayed in exhibit 27?
It's basically a photo of the same room from the opposite corner, looking back towards the staircase. It depicts the entertainment center that I just described on the wall that was out of view from the previous photograph. It's from a distance, but you can see the items on top of that entertainment center, including what we call container number 2.
So that Jimmy Choo bag is now visible in this photograph toward the right-hand side. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's I guess the dark blue object with the handle raised up.
And exhibit 28, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
This is a photograph that's inside the room facing south, the south half of the room, including the bed, the entertainment center on the left, including container number 2, which is the Jimmy Choo bag, container number 3, which is the bright pink Under Armour backpack. And then container number 4 is not visible anymore because the pub table and the video game blockage view.
Now, I think it's been previously discussed, there's a substantial amount of human remains in each of those 4 containers. As you were going through this scene and photographing it, are you making any observations about the floor, about the bed and other items in the room as to the existence of human remains, blood, things of that nature?
I was.
And what did you observe?
So I learned from detectives talking to her that this was believed to be the location that body was cut up. Found it kind of remarkable that there's no blood on I didn't observe any blood on the carpeting. There is, will later determined to be a significant amount of blood on the top of the mattress and the comforter that's on top of it. The carpeting doesn't extend all the way to the wall. There's a portion of concrete on the other side of the bed that the bed partially covers. You'll see what appears to be dried blood and partial pieces of bodily tissue in that area around the bed on the far side out of view. There, can't tell from this point of view, but there's also what appears to be red substance bodily tissue on the Jimmy Choo bag. The pink backpack, when looking closely at it, you can tell that there's a dark liquid seeping through the bottom, which was presumably blood based on what we found inside. And then on closer examination of the tote bag, the blue tote, you'll see what appears to be blood or dry blood around it.
Is it fair to say that aside from what's found in the containers, there's not a lot of outwardly visible blood or human tissue material that's readily visible in the remainder of the room?
Yes, I walked through this room initially when I got there, and I did kind of a quick lap looking for a person and at a closer level at these items.
And is this now Exhibit 29 on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in Exhibit 29?
This is from the north wall looking back towards the front, I guess the right side of the bed, the east side of the bed, with the depicting primarily the black and pink Under Armour backpack, which we refer to as container number 3.
And Exhibit 30, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is Exhibit 30?
Essentially a close-up of that backpack, container number 3.
And Detective, did you, along with the medical investigators, open that backpack?
We did.
And what was found inside there?
Inside this backpack, there's human remains, including small parts remains and a larger part of human remains, some of which were let loose inside the backpack, some of which were wrapped inside of like a plastic shopping bag.
And, Exhibit 31, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 31?
There's a lot of things on here that this photo captured. It captured container number 2, which is the blue backpack. Container captured some Clorox wipes that we found pertinent to this investigation, along with a Shelt bottle, which covered a chain. It captured what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe, a crystal meth pipe, just in front of the Clorox Beach bottle. And then to the right of that is what I would refer to as a Gen baggie that had a substance in it.
And you indicated that you spent 4 years in the drug task force?
I did.
Through your training and experience in both in the drug task force and subsequently with the investigative division, have you had an opportunity to come into contact with methamphetamine?
I did.
And you're familiar with not only the drug itself, but also the items that are used to ingest it?
I am.
And you believed, based on that training experience, that that was a pipe consistent with meth use and a gem baggie consistent with a small amount of methamphetamine?
That's correct.
Were those items collected?
They were.
Were they later field tested?
I later did, yes.
And what was the result?
So I removed the contents of the substance in the green gem baggie that's depicted here. It was approximately 0.21 grams of crystal substance that I recognized to be crystal methamphetamine. I used the Marquis reagent field test, and it indicated the presence of methamphetamine.
So you indicated we've got the drug paraphernalia, the suspected drugs, there's some cleaning products, the Jimmy Choo bag. Did you indicate that there was a chain located in this photograph as well?
It's hard to see probably from a distance, but underneath the tipped over shell bottle on the right side of the dresser, there is like a dog's choker chain underneath it.
And exhibit 32, is that now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's shown in exhibit 32?
That is a close-up. It's a photograph of a close-up of the choker chain that was underneath that shell bottle with a placard for reference.
There also, what's on the far left of that picture on the bottom?
A pair of sunglasses or a pair of like glasses.
And that chain was collected subsequently by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
And exhibit 33. What is depicted in exhibit, or is 33 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's depicted in exhibit 33?
This would be the same choker chain presented out on a clean piece of brown paper for display for photographing.
And that item was collected, you indicated, by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
I think that there are. All right. I'll move on with the photos, actually. Exhibit 30. Well, actually, no, I'm going to show it. You have an evidence handling kit with you, Detective?
Lights back on.
Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit 8. Do you know what that is?
This is an evidence bag that is marked as Exhibit 8. That is initialed, and it has a Green Bay Police evidence code sticker to reference the dog choker collar chain we've just discussed.
So the bag itself has a description. Does it also list an evidence number that was associated with it?
It does.
And what is that?
The description is a silver dog choke collar P chain located under shell bottle, Exhibit 13 on TV. That's all it displays. I know that it says on TV stand. It has a case number of this case, and then it has the exhibit number 543024.
Okay. Did you say 13 or 23?
It's referring to Exhibit 23, and then it has our category number as well.
Okay, and the exhibit 23, does that coincide with the placard?
It does.
I would ask that you open that if you could, display it for the jury.
Have it open.
All right, and then could you take it and simply display it for the jury? back up and seal it up. There, in fact, a second chain located on the scene?
There was.
And did you have a chance to handle that item as well or view it closely?
I viewed it closely, and then forensic specialist Andre and Czarneski collected it.
And did that chain appear to be substantially similar to the one that you just opened and located?
It appears to be very similar choker collar chain. I did notice that the second chain, which was on the pub table next to the Pakenich gate, was shut, looped through.
And we'll return to the photographs. If we could judge with the lights again. Thank you. 34. Is exhibit 34 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in that photograph?
It's kind of a top-down view of the Jimmy Choo bag and the other items on that entertainment center.
And you indicated human remains were found in that bag?
They were.
Do you know what other items were found in that bag?
Yeah, when Dr. Tranquita arrived, he took the bag down onto the floor. He removed a bunch of plastic bags, like shopping bags, numerous plastic shopping bags. Also in that bag was human remains, small pieces of human remains. And then there was like a red stain, which appeared to be blood stained Lysol wipes. They look just like the Lysol wipes that you saw on the container on the shelf. And then there were 3 kitchen knives that appeared to match the same in that bag.
Then Detective Exhibit 36, if you get one out.
I have it.
Is that now depicted on the screen in short order?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 36?
So that is the loose paper shopping bags that were packed inside the Jimmy Choo bag, along with what appear to be wipes that are red stained.
So this is what was
removed from the Jimmy Choo bag.
Thank you. This was removed from the Jimmy Choo bag after the human remains were taken out by the doctor?
The human remains were commingled inside these bags, so the doctor would reach in, take out either remains or the bags, and he was collecting the bags and the wipes, and then he was also collecting the remains separately.
So he would take the remains and then leave the bag and the wipes for you to take?
That's correct.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Detective, I'm now showing you what have been marked as exhibits 37, 38, 39. Those photographs appear to accurately reflect items that you collected on that date at the Stony Brook residence.
They do.
And I would ask for permission to publish those as well, Your Honor.
No objection to exhibits 37 through 39. No objection to publication.
Right, you can go ahead and publish them.
And exhibit 37, is that now on the screen?
It is.
What is depicted?
It's one of the knives, a bread knife out of the kitchen block.
Were you able to make any specific observations about that knife?
I mean, the obvious observation was the red tissue and staining on the handle and on the blade. One thing I particularly noticed was for a serrated bread knife that the sharp pointed part of the knife were virtually ground down, dulled, if you will.
So that is a knife that was serrated, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you mean by ground down?
Being familiar with a bread knife, you know, it's a large serrated knife to cut bread, and it's the pointy ends are shallowed, more flattened, dulled.
And exhibit 38.
I have it.
And is it now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
So that appears to me, these two knives were taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag. It appears to be what I would describe as the kitchen paring knife. The blade appears bent. And then there is what appears to be like a kitchen steak knife out of the block with the tip busted off. The handles are stained red, and there's some dried red material on the blade as well.
I'm going to very briefly jump ahead, but as part of your work on this case, did you attend the autopsy in this case?
I did.
And do you know if any evidentiary items were collected from the autopsy that you observed that were consistent with these knives?
Yes.
And what is that?
One specific thing that was collected by the doctor was a metal tip taken out.
That
remains.
And based on, did you get a chance to observe that?
I don't recall specifically observing it, but he described it as consistent with this.
Dr. Tranquito was present on the scene when you collected these knives as well, is that right?
He was.
And then exhibit 39. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
That's showing the three knives set down for display for a photo after they're taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag. It actually appears to be the opposite sides of them, of the knives.
also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd?
They do.
I'd like permission to publish, Your Honor.
I've seen exhibits 40 through 42 show those to my client. I've showed all these pictures to my client. Not
Right, you can go ahead and publish it.
And Detective, what is Exhibit 40 now on the screen?
Yes.
And what does 40 depict?
40 is a photo of the north end of the finished basement. If you're standing with your back to where the bed was in the room, it depicts what I would describe as like a pub table with the arcade game. There is a choker chain on top of the pub table.
And Detective, Exhibit 42, is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 42?
This is that pub chain placed on a paper bag and measured for display for the photograph.
And was that item also collected by Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
That's the chain that you described earlier as being consistent with the chain that was shown to the jury?
Yes.
I'm now showing you exhibits 43 through 47. Those also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd, 2022.
They do.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Is Exhibit 43 now on the screen, Detective?
It is.
And what is depicted in that exhibit?
This would be the west end of the bed that's closer to the wall. On the bed, you can see the pillow, and there's a multicolored comforter. It's red, white, and tan. There is what we refer to as container 4. It's the kind of a top-down look at the light blue tote with items on top of it that conceal what's underneath it.
And is there any potential or suspected blood staining depicted in this photograph?
Yes, you can see what appears to be red staining, which appears to be blood. On the left side of the red, white, and I believe it's blue comforter. There's some red staining that appears in front of the pillow. And then some down lower, there's what appear to be blood drops.
And Exhibit 44, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in Exhibit 44?
That is essentially a top-down view of what we refer to as container 4. It's the light blue tote. I had added that there, if you look to the left of it, there's a brown paper laid on the ground. And the purpose of that was to start to remove the items on top and then place them on the brown piece of paper to later examine so that we weren't moving them to the floor.
Okay, so the items that are on top of the tote, does this photo depict them as they were when you arrived on scene? Item to the left, the brown paper that's placed on the floor, that's something you added.
Yeah, I placed that for the purpose of removing those items to the paper. In the floor.
Exhibit 40 now depicted on the screen.
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 45?
That is showing the blue towel that we've been discussing, some red material on the front, and then that is, I guess, a very limited view of the remains that are inside the container.
Is it fair to say that a substantial amount of human remains were recovered from the inside of the tote?
Yes.
Exhibit 46, is that now displayed on the screen? And what did it in Exhibit 46?
Clear phone, and then some larger areas of what appear to be blood staining.
In Exhibit 47, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It is showing the items that were on the bed moved to the left and exposing what appeared to be a larger area of red staining that appears to be blood. The cell phone is still there, but we placed a placard to memorialize that exhibit number for later collection.
Detective Scanlon, were efforts made to try to determine whether or not any of the suspected blood material seeped through that mattress?
Yes.
And what was done?
I later took a box cutter and I cut a portion of the top of the mattress to see how far the blood stepped into the mattress.
Do you know about how far it did?
When I cut it open under the top mattress, there's like a foam underlayment. The blood seeped where I cut a little over maybe an inch or so into the mattress.
Where the mattress, was that top mattress, if I recall correctly, it looks like there's one mattress and two box springs, is that right?
That's correct.
And did you lift up the first mattress to see whether blood had soaked through the bottom of that mattress?
We did.
And did you observe any blood having soaked through that top mattress?
I didn't observe any blood in the box spring below it, no. Below that stain, no. .40 through 54. No objection. Also exhibit 63. Objection. I know they're already offered, but no objection publication.
Detective Scanlon, I'm showing you exhibits 48 through 54 and exhibit 63. You can review those.
Thank you.
And Detective, do those likewise accurately depict what you observed at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd of 2022?
They do.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Exhibit 48. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
There is a upright cabinet, the wood grain cabinet against the west wall. That's covered initially by, I think that's a bed frame. It also shows the blue tote and then one of the knives. Actually, the knife that was, I believe that's the knife that was pulled out of the blue tote.
Was there anything, I apologize, was there anything subsequently located in that cabinet?
Yes.
And what was that?
We had received information from Detective Graff and Detective Kemp to look in the cabinet specifically for a wood box. Once this cabinet door was opened, there was a wood box on the left bottom level of the cabinet door inside that. And then we found a flesh-colored dildo inside that box.
Exhibit 49. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what's shown in that photograph?
That is the photograph that's depicting primarily that wood box that had been opened and then the flesh-colored dildo.
Exhibit 50. And what is shown in photograph 50?
Exhibit 50 is it's taking a picture from the bottom of the stairs into the unfinished portion of the basement on the east side of the home.
And does that depict a stand-up shower?
It does.
And exhibit 51, is that now on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in exhibit 51?
It's an overview of the floor drain and lower portion of the stand-up shower.
And what was of evidentiary significance to you in this particular area?
When we looked at the shower, we observed red substance on the shower walls, the shower seat, the shower floor. There was some red substance and some flesh material on the shower drain and then also on the floor drain. Slightly behind that curtain, there's a loose squeegee that had red substance that we've been able to determine was involved.
And were you able to observe where the shower drain drained into?
Yeah, at first it's not readily observable, but when we remove the top of the cover and examine the drain actually, there's a pipe that runs straight out from underneath the tub and stops shallow to have the water go right into the floor drain.
And exhibit 52, is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 52?
It's a close-up of that floor drain that's right in front of the shower. There's some red staining and there's some hair. And then there is what appears to be flesh or biological material, I guess.
And exhibit 53. Is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what does it depict?
That depicts a stand-up shower with the curtain pushed aside. There's some what appears to be blood staining, some red drying on the bottom right, and then the squeegee and your standard shower stuff.
And exhibit 54. Is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what does it depict?
It's a photograph of the shower drain with some flesh or biological material caught on the drain.
And you have exhibit, do you have exhibit 64 in front of you?
54 is.
Okay. That's 54. Do you have exhibit 64 as well?
Oh, I'm sorry. 64, did I hear you right?
Is it 63?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 63.
I have 63.
I apologize. Thank you. While we pull that up, what is depicted in Exhibit 63?
It's a photograph of the concrete floor at the end of the carpeting. The bed had been previously moved. You can see it standing up off the side. And what is visible in this photo is that there is red substance. There's also what I've recognized as like swipe marks, almost cleaning marks, swipes in the red material, loops. In the bottom right, there's a measurement. It appears to be a portion of a shoe print that was previously under the bed. And it was exposed by moving the bed.
And who moved the bed?
I did.
You know why that you made the decision to look under the bed?
I was just surprised by the lack of blood on the carpeting. And so having the bed covering part of the concrete floor, I wanted to move it to see what was underneath it. And then it appeared to me to be wiped up red substance underneath the bed.
Exhibits 55, 56, I'd ask you to review those. Before I ask you about them specifically, I have to lay a little foundation. In addition to collecting evidence on the Stony Brook residence, did it become apparent that you maybe didn't have all of the body parts that you needed to complete human remains?
It did.
And at some point, did you leave the Stony Brook residence and go to another location to look for more remains?
We did.
And where did you go?
We went to our Green Bay Police evidence storage garage, where we had a Chrysler minivan transported for processing subsequent to a search warrant.
Had you been made aware that other detectives developed information that would suggest there may be human remains in that vehicle?
I was.
You know if that came from the interview?
I'm not sure. I knew that we had caused a obtain a search warrant to search that vehicle for remain, knowing, seeing what we're going to go. Investigator Patrick Schwab left to go there. And
did you then conduct or assist in the conducting of the search of the vehicle at the Green Bay storage?
I was present when the vehicle was opened and searched, and I made observations to confirm that we had recovered all remains, but I didn't personally search that vehicle, but I observed these exhibits.
Is it fair to say the search was done by the medical examiner's office and the forensics team from Green Bay PD?
The recovery of the remains was from the forensic doctor and the other members of the Green Bay Police Department and their forensic specialists searched the vehicle.
Your Honor, I would then ask for permission to publish exhibits. I think these are 55 and 56.
You may. I just gotta look at my notes, Your Honor.
The court already ruled that those exhibits are into evidence, correct?
Yes.
As to publication, I'm going to object to the one involving the tote.
Are these different than the ones that were just ruled on when the jury was excused?
No, they're the same.
Right. Your objection is noted. You can go ahead and publish.
Detective Scanlon, is Exhibit 55 now shown on the screen?
It is.
And what is that photo display?
That photo is a photograph into the driver's side sliding back door of the minivan, particularly the crock pot box, which we shortly thereafter found remains in.
And Exhibit 56, is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 56?
The crock pot box was turned upright. The opening, there's a flesh colored material that's a thigh, and then there's I believe it's a pair of shorts over the top of it, and then there's additional remains underneath that thigh.
And did the material, did you make any specific observations about what the human remains looked like when they were removed from that crock pot box?
Yes, Dr. Tranquita emptied the remains out of that crock pot box, and he itemized them to confirm that we had then what he believed as the doctor was the entirety of the remains. Detective Graff attended the autopsy from an observation room. Dr. Tranquita and I believe medical technician Vickerman attended the autopsy.
What is the purpose of a law enforcement officer attending an autopsy?
It's not uncommon at an autopsy for a forensic pathologist or the attending doctor to have questions about the scene. They can also relate to us through speakerphone, things that they're observing, and answer any questions that we might have if we have questions for them in regards to our investigation. It's also an opportunity for, once the autopsy is completed, with the medical examiner's office then collects what they and we believe to be items of evidentiary value. They had, up until that point, had custody of the remains. They take those items and they seal them in bags, and then they turn them over us to collect for continued investigation in the law enforcement. Things like swabs of the body or items that they found to be of evidentiary value, they'll turn over to us and we bring it back and enter it in evidence.
Based on your observation of the autopsy, did it appear that Dr. Tranquita was regularly collecting swabs for evidentiary purposes?
He was.
And did you observe him seal those items and provide them to you?
He did. As he was doing the autopsy, he was swabbing parts of the remains. He would then put them in a cardboard box. I'm up in an observation room, so I don't see every movement he does. But he then collects them, he itemizes them, he puts them into a sealed bag that is documented with a receipt, an invoice, if you will, to show what he turned over to me. And then I took those bags with Detective Graff, transported them back to the Green Bay Police Department, and then started to secure them in evidence.
So just to clarify specifically with respect to the swabs, you observed him take swabs of Shad Thyrion's body. He packaged them for you and sealed them and then provided them to you to take back to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, during the autopsy, I observed him take all parts of the remains out of the containers. He would examine them as part of the autopsy. He would take swabs as part of the autopsy. He would then collect them in swab containers and then turned over to me all the swabs which were then labeled and then secured in an evidence bag that he had signed and sealed. So then after I collected that back, then I opened that bag and there was over 40 swabs. I don't remember the exact number, but they're all itemized as what particularly was swabbed. And then I entered them into evidence specifically for the purpose of future need to send to a crime lab.
And then when you entered them into evidence, you entered them specifically based on what that swab was or how it was labeled on the outside?
Correct. The doctor takes so many swabs. If we would if we would just send the bag to the crime lab with 40 some swabs in it, that would not meet their submission guidelines. So we have to itemize those swabs. So if he takes a swab of a particular part of the body, puts it in a box, labels what that was swabbed, collects those collectively, bags them, turns them over to us. We then open.
And that's the process that you followed in this case.
Yes.
No further questions of the witness this time. I apologize. This went longer than I had anticipated.
Well, counsel, the direct examination went on a little bit longer than I anticipated. And given the time of day, my suggestion is that we break now and assume with cross-examination tomorrow. Any objection to that, Mr. Fairley?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
Any objection to that, Mr. Lezay?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Detective, you can step down. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I indicated to you we'd stop around 5 o'clock. It's a little after 5 now, and this testimony was a little bit longer than I expected, but we're going to break now. I'm going to give you an instruction that I gave you earlier in this case, but it's important. It's important for every case, so I'm going to recite it to you again. And that is, do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as jurors while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this case, and if anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based upon the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. Having given you that instruction, have a good evening. I'd like you to report tomorrow morning by 8:30 into the jury room in this courtroom. Right? All rise for the jury.
Okay, that concludes the trial. Well, I guess we're going to have a few last words after the jury leaves.
As I indicated earlier, I'd like counsel to report tomorrow morning at 8:15. We will take up that issue briefly regarding Mr. Freilich. Read the submittal that he made, and then I'll determine whether further hearing is needed on that issue. The other issue I wanted to talk about, however, is I know there's going to be videos coming. I don't know if that's tomorrow or a different day, but I think the attorneys were going to talk about redactions to that. It's a 7-hour video, only 5 hours, give or take, actually has dialogue on it. Have the attorneys discussed that issue? I'll start with you, Mr. Saunders.
Yes, on Saturday, I think there's largely an agreement. It ended up being a little bit more than an hour, maybe 70 minutes. But I think we agree on portions that'll be played in the first phase.
You agree with that, Mr. Freilich?
Yes, I do. I did meet with both prosecutors, Your Honor. We talked about this at length, and I asked for additional video footage, and we reached an agreement.
Okay, great. I'm gonna take you at your word. If there's things I need to decide, the sooner you bring that to me, the easier it is for me to
address these issues so we don't have the jury sitting back there waiting for us to make decisions. But it sounds like we've got an agreement on that. So is there anything else before we bring Mr. Saunders?
Received from Dr. O'Donnell, the defense toxicology expert, an email on Friday and then yesterday. I think it helps to summarize because it's real short. I'd like to give it to the court and give the state a copy of it. Could the clerk make a copy of it for you? Okay, thank you.
Oh, just make copies, Jack.
All right. Well, while we're making copies, if there's nothing else, then we're in recess till tomorrow morning at 8:15.
Okay, well, that concludes the first day of trial. And tomorrow I will have to run off during the latter part of the day because I've got a dental appointment, but I'll be following it from the dental chair. My hygienist is used to it. So we shall see you bright and early in the morning. They said 8:15, so that's 7:15 my time. 9:15 for people on the East Coast. So we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.